The Faith Legacy. Book 2 in the Legacy series. By Mallory Ford. Thank you for listening. If you enjoy the book, please consider liking this video and subscribing to my channel so you are always notified when I upload new books. Prologue. Pine Creek, Texas. April, 1871. Hang on, ladies. Mr. Jacobson, the grizzled old man driving their rig, pulled on the reins as Beth Jones and her sister Carissa held on to the wagon seat, praying it wouldn't topple over. The wagon lurched forward and to the right, slamming Carissa into Beth and sending them both sprawling on the prairie grass. Mr. Jacobson pulled back on the reins guiding his team, his hat lay askew atop his mane of gray hair, and they came to a jarring stop. The freighter pulled a bandana out of his pocket and wiped it across his tan, leathery skin as sweat dripped into his bushy, smoke-colored mustache. He turned to them, "Everyone all right?" Beth nodded and glanced at her sister who'd stood and now brushed the debris from her skirts. "Yes, sir." What happened? And more importantly, would it slow them down from getting as far away from their father as possible? Mr. Jacobson hopped down and knelt at the wheel. He swore, causing both women to blush. "This wheel's a goner and probably the axle too. We can stop in this town up here and see if they got a livery. I can get this fixed, but it'll be a few days at the least." They could see a town a stone's throw up the dusty road, a handful of people bustling about the streets. It was a lucky thing they'd broken down here as it felt like the entire journey from Dallas had been through pasture land, and the occasional wood. The scent of prairie grass and pine trees hinted on the air and a creek bubbled in the distance to their right. They'd followed the creek for the last few hours and Beth couldn't help but think how nice it'd be to sink her feet in the cool waters, as a reprieve from the blazing sun. She shook her head. She didn't have time to daydream about cooling off in the creek. They had to get to New Orleans where they could blend in with the crowd if they hoped to hide from their father. Marcus Jones was one of the most notorious outlaws in the country and had a gang full of their brothers and other evil men. What's more, his network of nefarious characters spread far and wide. If he set out to find someone, he usually did it. Beth turned to Carissa who'd already begun pulling their few belongings from the lopsided wagon. "If there's nothing more we can do today, we'll head over to the Mercantile and see if they know of anywhere we might get a room. Would you like us to inquire for you as well, Mr. Jacobson?" The old codger ran his hand over his face. "No thank ya, ma'am. I'll need to make sure my freight is safe. I'll see if I can find a liveryman around here." Beth watched as he traipsed off toward the town center, thankfully close as she didn't want to think about walking far in this heat. It was already stifling, despite it still being springtime. The only downside to being so close was that people now began spilling out of the shops and businesses nearby. Mr. Jacobson plodded down the street, leaving the women to unearth the last of their bags from the rubble. Townspeople shaded their eyes as they peered in the direction of the commotion. Just what they needed, to draw attention to themselves. Jake Carson looked at his reflection in the mirror at the jail and sighed. He looked the part of a deputy, too bad he never wanted to be one. He buried his blonde hair under his Stetson and steeled himself. This was his lot now. His uncle, Sheriff Tom Carson, clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Look, son. I'm right sorry about you losin' your land. I know if your dad thought that would happen, he probably never would have fought the war. But it is what it is now, Jake. You have a steady job here and time to try to figure out what you want to do. Make the most of it." Jake glanced at the barrel-chested man, compassion evident on his weathered face. "I will, Uncle Tom, and thank you again for putting in a good word for me with the town council. It was mighty kind." "It was my pleasure, son. I know you'll do me proud, just like you would have your pa if he was here." Jake might have been taller than his uncle by a few inches, but the seasoned sheriff still commanded the room with an air of authority. Jake took in his reflection again and shuffled his boot on the floor, thinking what his pa would think if he could see him now. But he never would. His choice to fight for the Confederacy lost him his life and their family land after the war. He shook his head, trying to shake off the bitterness in his heart along with it. Just then, a loud clatter sounded outside, followed by a man's bellow and a woman's scream. Jake and his uncle rushed outside to see a wagon going down just outside the main drag of town. As they hurried down the street toward the wagon, what looked to be most of the customers of the nearby businesses filled the dusty street to see what was going on. The people here were nothing if not curious. "Everything's all right, folks," Uncle Tom said as he waved everyone back up to the boardwalk that joined the well-kept buildings lining both sides of the street. The murmurs began to die down. "The deputy and I'll take care of it. Y'all just go on back to your business." The streets started to clear, and Tom and Jake went to see what help they could provide. A haggard old man made his way toward them and Uncle Tom greeted him. "Hello, sir. Looks like you could use a little help." The old man nodded and grunted and removed his hat, wiping his forehead with a bandana. "I'd be obliged. If you could point me to the livery, I need to find someone to help me fix that dang blasted wheel." The sheriff nodded. "I'll take you there myself while my deputy sees to your passengers." Jake tipped his hat to the man and made his way toward the wagon. Two women he could barely make out at the distance climbed down from the wagon. One held two small bags to the side of the wagon, while the other dug down into a pile that had become misplaced in the wreck. Was the old man just going to leave them to fend for themselves? "Hello, ladies," Jake said as he approached. A tall, brown-haired woman turned his way. She had the most intense blue eyes he'd ever seen. "Name's Jake Carson, and I'm the deputy of Pine Creek. How can I help?" "Thank you, deputy," she answered. "I'm Carissa Lawson, and my sister Beth is digging out our last piece of luggage." Just then, the woman called Beth heaved with a mighty tug and pulled a small box from under a pile of the freighter's wares. She lost her balance and fell on her backside with an oomph, and impatiently brushed away some of the straw-blonde hair that fell from her bun into her eyes. Jake stifled a laugh and reached down to help the woman stand. "Are you all right, ma'am?" She took his assistance, face still to the ground, and brushed off her dress. Her face turned up then, fixed with a bright smile and the same blue eyes as her sister. Her blonde locks caught the glint of the sun, and she looked like an angel as she caught his gaze and spoke. "Thank you, deputy. I'd promise I'm not normally so clumsy, but I fear I'd be misleading you." She laughed and its tenor was like nothing he'd ever heard. Whatever man married her would no doubt bend over backwards trying to hear it. Jake cleared his throat. "Please, ma'am, call me Jake." "Whereabouts are you headed?" Carissa answered then. "We were headed to the Mercantile to inquire about any rooms available in town, but I suppose you'd know just as well. Is there a boarding house in town?" Jake sighed regretfully. "There is, but it's closed for the month as a storm a few weeks ago did some damage to the roof. I'll walk you both to the Mercantile, though. Rachel and John may still have answers for you nonetheless." Beth beamed from beside her sister. "Thank you, Jake." She turned to her sister. "What a lucky thing the cowboy deputy was our first new friend in town." Carissa shook her head with a grin. "You'll notice, my sister doesn't meet any strangers. We'd be obliged if you'd lead the way." He took their bags and they set off toward the Mercantile, the Lawson sisters a step behind him. He was missing something about these two. He'd wager Carissa knew exactly what he meant when he asked where they were headed, and it hadn't just been the Mercantile. Plus, it seemed like she forgot her name for a moment. He shook his head. He was imagining things. He'd help these women get settled for as long as they'd be in town. He held the door for the Mercantile, and his eyes met the intense blue ones of Beth once again as she flashed another heart-stopping smile. Hopefully, the wagon wheel wouldn't get fixed too quickly. Chapter 1. 2.5 years later, early December. Pine Creek, Texas. Beth pinned the final hem on the dress for Ginger Halstead before standing back to appraise her work. Ginger had asked her for a dress to wear to her niece's wedding in Tupelo next month, and Beth was pleased with how it was coming along. She felt like she spent most of her waking hours with straight pins sticking out of her mouth and a sewing needle in hand, but creating beautiful things for people who appreciated them was her passion. Grady's dress shop was Beth's favorite place in the world. The tinkle of the bell over the door when a customer came in. The large windows in the front in which Mrs. Grady let her display some of their work. The small table at which she sketched out designs that both pleased the customer and stretched her creative muscles. The back room where they kept fabrics of every print and color, a veritable candy store for Beth. Mrs. Grady had always been encouraging of Beth's creativity in design. The elderly Irish woman had taken Beth under her wing when she'd arrived. Beth possessed great talent with sewing, she knew that, but her skill had lacked precision, and Mrs. Grady had patiently taught her how to blend the beauty of sewing with technical perfection. It was an arrangement that worked out for both of them. All of Mrs. Grady's children had married and moved away, save her son, Oliver. He was her youngest and was an apprentice at the blacksmith shop, a position Mrs. Grady admittedly pushed him into when he'd seemed directionless. It was hard for Beth to believe they'd been in Pine Creek for as long as they had. When the wagon broke down, she'd feared it'd slow their progress to New Orleans and away from their outlaw father, but it had truly just led them home. They'd been grieving the loss of their mother and fearful for what their future held, but a few days here and they felt at home for the first time in their lives. The town welcomed the sisters with open arms, and, when Reverend Thomas and Charlotte Foster offered them the guest cottage at the parsonage, the Lord's direction was clear. Now, she was able to do what she loved, and her sister had not only developed a love of teaching herself, she'd found an entirely different kind of love with Marshall, now Sheriff, Matthew Carmichael. They'd married a little over 2 months ago, in the sweetest ceremony, Carissa wearing Beth's most treasured dress creation. The couple was set to leave on their wedding trip within the week, and Beth would sure miss them. She and Carissa had shared a room since Beth was born until Carissa had gotten married and moved into their new home. Matthew bought the retired Sheriff Tom Carson's home due to its proximity to the jail after Tom and his wife decided to move to a small homestead south of town. Beth supposed they'd grown tired of being quite so in the middle of everything after over 20 years as sheriff. She began to unbutton the dress to pull it off the mannequin to finish up the stitches when the bell above the door jingled, announcing someone's arrival. She heard her sister's voice. "Beth, are you here?" Carissa sounded flustered. Beth set down her sewing box and rushed to the front room to see her sister pulling off her gloves and removing her shawl, face flushed from the early December chill. "I'm here, what's wrong?" Carissa smiled, and Beth's worry abated. "Nothing's wrong, Bethy. I have the most wonderful news." "Well, don't hold it in, tell me." Her sister's joy was contagious, and Beth suspected she might know the cause. "We're having a baby." Carissa's eyes were dry as she shared her news, but Beth's overflowed with tears of absolute glee. She pulled her sister in for a tight hug, and Beth thanked the Lord her suspicions proved correct. "When did you find out?" Carissa calmed. "I just left Dr. Light's office. I'd suspected for a few weeks, but he confirmed just now. I can't believe it, I'm going to be a mother, and so soon." Beth smoothed her sister's hair. "You're going to be the best mother, Kitty. You learned from the best." She put her hand on Carissa's stomach, "and I can't wait to spoil this little one rotten." Carissa laughed. "I suppose that's what aunties are for." "Does Matthew know you're pregnant?" "He knows I suspected," Carissa said. "I'm on my way to his office when I leave here to tell him what the doctor said. I'm due in the late summer." "Oh, Kitty," Beth said, "I know he's just thrilled." Her sister nodded. He's just hoping I won't be feeling poorly on our wedding trip, and now he's regretting wanting to get settled into his job for a bit before we took it. It'll all work out, the Lord's timing is perfect." Carissa let out a contented sigh, and Beth thought she'd never seen her so happy. "It is, and most of our travel will be by train to South Carolina. We'll spend a few days with Matthew's aunt before heading to Charleston. Matthew says there will be a little stagecoach travel, but none on horseback, thankfully." Beth led her sister to the small table and chairs at which she and Mrs. Grady occasionally had tea. "Do you think he and his father will be able to make amends while you're there? Will you tell him about the baby?" "I am certainly praying so," Carissa said as she took a sip of the tea Beth handed her. "It's Matthew's greatest hope that he can make amends with his father before the man passes. He was agreeable to our making the trip, so Matthew is taking that as a hopeful sign." Unable to hold back, Beth hugged Carissa again. I'm just so happy for you, Kitty. You deserve all the happiness. Beth released Carissa, and her sister leaned back a bit in her chair. I just wish Cade and Mama could be here to share in our joy. Cade will be one day, and I truly believe Mama is sharing our joy from heaven. Beth put a hand on Carissa's shoulder. Have you had a letter from Cade yet? No, the look in her sister's eyes made Beth regret asking, but Carissa recovered quickly. I know it's only been a few months, she said, but I do hope he gets released early. Matthew tells me not to get my hopes up for that, but I can't help it. I don't want him to meet my child for the first time when they're already in school. Beth understood and opened her mouth to encourage her sister when the bell above the door jingled again. This time, the person walking through the door looked decidedly out of place among the intricate dresses and delicate fabric. Beth grinned at the man standing by the door. Hi there, cowboy. Are you in the market for a dress? Jake Carson removed his Stetson with a wink, running a hand through his honey blonde hair. I might be. What color do you think would bring out my eyes? Both women laughed as Beth replied, your problem won't be so much the color of the fabric as it will be the sheer amount of it needed to outfit someone so tall. I hope you're ready to open your wallet. Jake was tall and broad with a personality to match. Well, perhaps I better wait for another time then, he said, his brown eyes twinkling. I did come to tell you some news though. Twice in one day. It seemed everyone in her life had special things happening. What's that? You know how I've just been working on a trial basis on Julius Hyatt's ranch? She absolutely knew. He talked about it every time she saw him for 2 months, fretting he hadn't done enough to convince them to bring him on fully. Julius hired him at the Circle H when his Uncle Tom retired as sheriff and Matthew'd been named his successor. Jake had never wanted to be a deputy, so the opportunity to return to his first love, ranching, had been cause for much celebration. Mr. Hyatt was a good man and a fair boss, not to mention the Circle H was one of the largest ranches in the area. I do. Did he finally offer you the permanent job? Jake nodded with fervor, his eyes alight with mirth. He did, and I accepted. Beth stepped forward to hug the man who'd become one of her best friends and most faithful protector when they'd moved to Pine Creek. She felt him tense when she hugged him, but he relaxed quickly. Beth was a hugger, he knew this about her. She pulled back and released him from her hold. I'm so happy for you, Jake. He cleared his throat. Thank you, Beth. I knew you would be. Jake Carson knew he was a man in love. He'd taken one look at Beth when she'd stumbled to the ground behind the wagon 2 years ago, and known she was the woman he wanted to spend his life with. Now, wishing he had more news so she'd hug him again, he still felt the same way. Now, if only he could work up the courage to tell her how he felt. A bucking horse, he could handle. A herd stampeding during a lightning storm, get him in the saddle. Telling Beth his intentions was another matter entirely. He put his hat back on his head just as he noticed Carissa standing behind Beth. Had she been there the whole time? Hello, Carissa. I'm sorry, I didn't see you there before. Carissa smirked. I'm sure you didn't, Jake. It's quite all right. Congratulations on the position at the Circle H, both the Hyatts and Keith will be lucky to have you. Keith Bedford was the foreman at the Circle H and one of the most experienced cowhands this side of the Brazos. He was the main reason the Circle H had become the most profitable outfit in the county. Word had it Keith would retire before too long, but Jake planned to learn as much from him as he could in the meantime. He nodded his thanks before taking his leave. I've got to get back, he told Beth. I just wanted to be the one to tell you. Beth flashed her radiant smile again, the one he swore could light up a dark room. At times since he'd known her, it had seemed to reach in his very soul. Thank you for coming and telling me, Jake. I know how important ranching is to you. He tipped his hat at both women and stepped out the door, feeling the chill of the early winter air. He mounted his palomino, Thaddeus, and set off toward the Circle H. Chapter 2. The next day, Beth found herself blessedly alone in the dress shop yet again. She decided to make a few maternity dresses for Carissa as a surprise and needed some time to work on them in peace. Her sister was proficient at many things, but sewing was something Beth and their mother had bonded over. Carissa could do a simple stitch, but Beth wanted her sister to have maternity dresses that still made her feel beautiful. Carissa seemed happier than she'd ever been, and Beth couldn't help the twinge of envy that rose up when she thought of her sister's growing family. She loved her job and her friends had become family, but she wanted a man to look at her with the same adoration with which Matthew looked at Carissa. She wanted to feel the kicks of a little one inside her and know she was carrying a most precious gift from above. She sighed and could almost hear Mama's voice calming her, as she always had when Beth grew impatient. "All in God's time, dear. All in God's time." She just finished sketching out the looks for Carissa's dresses, and stood to go in the back and rifle through some different fabrics when Diamond Kincaid walked in with her mother, Minerva. Diamond was the mayor's daughter and frequented the shop for dresses far too impractical for Pine Creek, but Beth wasn't complaining. She rarely got the chance to stretch her creativity the way she did when working on a dress for Diamond. "Good morning, Diamond," Mrs. Kincaid, Beth said. "How can I help you today?" "I need a dress for the Christmas festival," Diamond said, her light hair and dainty features alight with excitement. "I know it's short notice, but we're willing to pay you handsomely for the effort." The Christmas festival was something everyone in Pine Creek looked forward to. It happened every year on Christmas Eve and was truly the highlight of the season. Everyone brought dishes to share. The center of town was decorated for the entire week of Christmas, complete with a Christmas tree filled with ornaments the school children created. There was always a dance after dinner as well. Some years it was too cold or wet to be outside and had to be moved into the church, but that hadn't happened since Beth and Carissa came to settle in Pine Creek. Thankfully, their winters were relatively mild and large campfires helped to warm up the area. Beth mentally calculated how much time she had before the festival. 3 weeks, give or take a day. "I can do it," Beth said, "but it'll definitely be an upcharge for the rush." She could always put Carissa's dresses to the side until after Christmas. She wouldn't be needing them for a while. With Ginger Halstead's dress just finished, Beth only had minor hemming and repairing for bachelors and widowers in the area to work on. "Tell me what you're thinking." She led Diamond and her mother back to the small table in the front room and perused the magazine photos Diamond brought. As always, Diamond wanted something original, inspired by the dresses in the magazines, but never an exact copy. An image began to form in Beth's brain, and she did her best to sketch it out on the paper Mrs. Grady kept at the table for her. Sketching the designs was something Mrs. Grady had never done, not being particularly skilled as an artist, but Beth found it helped her iron out the details of a garment. Plus it was useful for making sure she was on the same page as the client. It had taken Beth some time to learn how to translate the beauty in her head onto the page, but now it felt like her hand was simply an extension of her imagination. "Oh, Beth," Diamond said as she clapped her hands together, "you've done it again. Mama, look how beautiful." Diamond had gotten decidedly more agreeable in the past few months. Beth didn't know if she'd had a run-in with the Lord or just a desire to be nicer, but she hadn't heard a snide comment from the woman in over a month. After the way she'd treated Beth and Carissa over the years, it was a welcome, if surprising, change. Minerva pursed her lips, a look she'd perfected. The effect was heightened by her tight bun and the high neckline of her dress. "It is beautiful. Are you sure you can get it finished in time? Though, I guess you don't have much else going on since your sister is leaving on her wedding trip soon." Well, if nothing else, Minerva was still Minerva. She didn't approve of Beth and Carissa's independence and, Beth imagined, had quite a bit to say about Beth living alone now that Carissa was married. It was a good thing she couldn't care less what Minerva Kincaid thought. "It won't be a problem." Beth plastered on her best customer service smile, something she'd seen Mrs. Grady do a number of times with particularly trying customers. It wasn't rare that those trying customers were Minerva and Diamond. Beth knew Diamond's measurements like the back of her hand, so they agreed on a price and the Kincaid women went on their way. Just as they left, the bell jingled again and Ginger Halstead breezed through the door, always in a hurry. Ginger's graying hair was pulled back similarly to Minerva's, but it looked much softer on her. Beth supposed it's because the woman herself was much softer. "Good morning, Beth," she said, a bit out of breath. I've come to pick up my dress. Of course, she said as she led Ginger to the mannequin holding her finished gown. What do you think? It's gorgeous. Beth, you really should send some of your designs into Godey's Ladies book. Mrs. Grady has always made lovely dresses, but the details and intricacies of yours are just stunning. Have you truly never considered trying your hand in a larger city? Beth smiled. I love designing, but I haven't the desire to move anywhere. Pine Creek is the first place I've ever planted roots. I'll be happy here as long as the Lord will allow me to stay. I understand, Ginger said with an understanding smile. How much do I owe you? They settled up and Beth noticed Ginger still looked a little flustered. Are you all right, Ginger? The woman waved her hand in front of her face. Oh, I'm fine. I've just been rushing all over town this morning trying to find someone to replace Mrs. Lawler on the Christmas Festival Committee. Normally, I chair the committee and organize the main street decorations, but since I'll be out of town until 3 days before Christmas, I'd asked Hattie Lawler. Well, her husband fell from the barn loft yesterday while tossing hay. Oh no. Beth gasped, is Mr. Lawler all right? Dr. Light says he'll make a full recovery, but of course she'll need to stick close to home for a while. Thankfully, the boys are still at home to help with chores. Ginger's eyes suddenly widened. Why, Beth? You could be in charge of the decorations. Beth stuttered, I'm not sure if I have the time. Oh, it truly isn't too much of an undertaking and everything else is already well underway, Ginger said. You're so creative, I just know it'll be the most beautiful one yet. Please say you'll do it. Beth wasn't sure how she could say no. Well, I suppose I can do my best. Splendid, Ginger said. I'll bring you all of last year's supplies to look through, as well as a list of all the spots we normally decorate. She breezed out, box dress in hand, before Beth had a moment to gather her thoughts. What had she just gotten herself into? Bronson Thornton needed to get out of the country now. It had been over 2 months since they escaped the courtroom in Dallas, and he and Bear finally had a lead on a ship headed to Hispaniola from an old friend in the whiskey-running business. Once the yellow-bellied Jones boys let themselves be captured, he knew they'd give up any secrets they had about him and he didn't have much time. He hoped the roundabout way up into Arkansas, over to Tennessee and down through Alabama would throw off the marshals, especially with the colder weather and snow setting in further north. For years he'd been with Marcus Jones and his gang, and what did he have to show for it? Turned out those girls of his didn't even have any of the money they'd worked so hard to get, and Jones got himself killed in the process. Bronson shook his head. Marcus Jones was the only one of them who had any gumption. The rest just followed orders. From beside him on another stolen horse, Bear asked, "Do you think Eddie made it to Canada yet?" Eddie was Bear's brother and decided he'd do better heading north. He heard there was gold on the west coast of Canada and decided to try his hand at mining. Maybe, if the weather cooperated. The weather was the main reason Bronson hadn't wanted to follow. He'd heard there was money in sugar down in the Caribbean, plus the likelihood of the marshals reaching him there was slim to none. They ambled into New Orleans, and he pulled his hat down to shadow his face in case any lawmen hung about. The late hour meant there weren't too many people about, but lanterns lit the windows of the many apartments that sat above the stores. Horsehoofs clopped on the brick streets. They passed through the city's center and he spied the more upscale restaurants, the places they wouldn't allow him to enter even if he weren't an outlaw. As a child on the streets of New Orleans, they hadn't even allowed him to take some food from their trash unless he stole it. The closer he got to the docks, the seedier the area became until most all the businesses were either shipping supplies or saloons. These were his people. They had about an hour until they met Nigel at the docks. Nigel Garrison was as slippery as an eel, having made much of his fortune on whiskey and ammunition during the war, brothels, and gambling. Bronson only trusted him as far as he could throw him, but he had access to ships and a weak moral compass, so he was just about their only choice. He better not go back on his word. They remained quiet until reaching the docks, just as the sun fell over the horizon. Smoke still rose from the smokestacks on the steamships, and flags from various countries and shipping companies rose from every vessel. Stacks of goods awaiting shipment littered the area, left out tonight due to the clear skies. They passed a few lean-to shelters where it seemed the homeless of New Orleans still gathered. Bronson had spent more than one night here as a child, a street urchin, hungry and cold. The cover of darkness was helpful for not being spotted but inconvenient for finding Nigel. They looked for a moment, and Bronson thought the man might have stood them up before he heard a soft whistle to his left. Bronson narrowed his eyes, trying to make out the shapes coming toward them in the darkness before smirking. "Hello, Nigel." Nigel clapped him on the back, his slight frame dwarfed by the two men he'd brought with him. "Bronson, Bear, welcome back to my little oasis." He was little more than an opportunistic parasite, clinging to men of higher power and wealth, but it had amassed him a small fortune and a begrudging respect among those of more unsavory intentions. Nigel's greasy grin revealed his yellowed teeth, and he chuckled. "Now, what's this I hear about you two needin' to get to Hispaniola?" Bronson growled. The man knew exactly why they needed to get out of the country and better not be stringing them along. The men behind Nigel stepped forward, hands going to the holsters around their waists, but Nigel waved them off. "Easy now, killer," Nigel said with a smirk as he smoothed back his black hair. "I've got a ship for you. Am I right to assume you have nothing with which to pay your passage?" Bronson glared. "You know we don't. The marshals took everything." Nigel waved his hand. "That's all right. I've got another idea for how you might pay your way." Bronson sighed. He'd known this was coming. "You see," Nigel continued, "my business partner Hiram Hunter recently found himself incapacitated." "Hiram Hunter?" Bronson stared in disbelief. "The shipping tycoon Hiram Hunter?" "The very same. Anyway, after the highly unfortunate incident aboard one of his ships, a boiler explosion, mind you, he passed away a few days ago." Bronson narrowed his eyes, not believing for a moment it was an accident. "Go on." Nigel continued. "Well, it's come to my attention that his last will and testament wasn't quite as cut and dry as he'd led me to believe. Turns out, I'm to receive a moderate amount of holdings, mostly related to monies we'd procured together during the war, while the much larger remainder of his fortune will go to his daughter." Bronson rolled his eyes. Were they about to go on another wild goose chase after some fool-headed woman? Nigel pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his brow, sweating despite the early winter chill. "So that's where you come in. Whatever man his daughter marries will receive control of said fortune, and I plan for that man to be me." He dug a photo out of his pocket. "Unfortunately, no one's been able to locate Abigail since her father's funeral. I want you to bring her back here, alive, to me. At which point, I'll have a ship waiting for Hispaniola." Bronson swore. "Yep, another goose chase. Why can't you just forge her signature on a marriage license or something else giving you control of the money? She was a woman alone in the world. It'd be expected." Nigel grimaced. "That was my first intention, but, unfortunately, a contact at the bank tells my assistant that she signed some documents before he died so they have her signature. I don't even have a reference to copy." Bronson narrowed his eyes. "Why can't the bank employee just show you her signature?" "He was fired shortly after he shared the information with us," Nigel said. "Something about stealing items from safe deposit boxes." He waved a hand. "It's a shame you can't trust people anymore. So you see, you're my only option." Bronson looked to Bear, who raised his eyebrows as if to say, "Whatever you say, boss." Bronson turned back to Nigel and all but ripped the photo from his hands. He ground out the words, "You've got a deal." Jake followed the other hands in from the pasture after another long day in the saddle. Sunset at the ranch was his favorite time of day. The pastureland stretched on for what looked like forever to the south and east, but only to the tree line on the north and west, the tall pines breaking up the scenery. The sun dove below the trees, casting hues of pink, yellow, and purple on nights like tonight. Cattle bellowed in the distance and, were he a little closer, he could hear the creek lapping over the rocks. He was right where he belonged. Today, he'd chased down 4 yearlings who'd gotten separated from the group and doctored up a heifer who'd injured her leg. He and Keith were also observing the cattle, determining which of the bred cows might be pregnant, and were hopeful the spring calving would be abundant. Jake got Thaddeus settled in the barn and gave him a good rub-down before heading toward the bunkhouse for dinner, hoping it would be more than cornbread and beans for the 3rd night this week. Slim cooked most of their meals but had been sick the past few days. Daniel had been cooking for the hands, but Daniel really wasn't much more of a cook than the other men. He could make beans and cornbread fine, but his chicken tasted like sawdust and his biscuits were hard as rocks. Come to think of it, Jake was fine with the beans and cornbread. Other than Daniel and Slim, Hitch, Jr. and Garrett made up the other year-round cowhands. There would be another 10 or so coming around for seasonal help in March and a few more coming just in time for the cattle drive. Jake didn't mind working with new hands. Hitch was green but had the enthusiasm and work ethic to make up for it. He and Daniel were about the same age, not yet 20, but Daniel had grown up around his grandfather's ranch and had a little experience. Slim was like Keith and had worked ranches longer than Jake had been alive, but unlike Keith, he was content to ride herd and cook the hands' meals. He told Jake he never wanted to be a foreman, too much responsibility. Jake could understand that. He liked the responsibility and planning it took to run a ranch, but could see why other men didn't. He wasn't much for the numbers side, after all. Junior and Garrett were harder to figure out. They had plenty of skill when they deigned to put forth the effort, but usually that was only when Keith or Mr. Hyatt was around. Jake knew they often came back to the bunkhouse on Saturday nights smelling like liquor, but he figured that was none of his business. There were other hands who came in on an as-needed basis throughout the winter, the bulk of their seasonal help coming in March or April and staying through the late summer cattle drives. Jake had just shut the door to the barn when Keith stepped onto the front porch of the Hyatt's farmhouse and whistled. "Carson, come here a minute. The boss and I need to speak to you." Jake couldn't make out much from Keith's expression but imagined his eyes were slightly narrowed and brow furrowed as usual. No one looked more the part of the cowboy than Keith Bedford. He still had spots of brown in his graying hair and close-cut beard, skin tough from so many hours in the sun. Jake didn't know that he'd ever seen the man without his Stetson, boots and sidearm unless he was in church. Even then, Jake knew he carried a knife in his boot. Jake's gut churned. Had he done something wrong? He racked his brain to try and think if he'd forgotten to do something he'd been asked to do and couldn't come up with anything. He reached the porch and removed his hat. "Yes, sir." "Is something wrong?" Keith slapped him on the back and said, "No, son. This is good news." Jake's worry abated and curiosity took its place. What in the world would the boss want to talk to him about? He followed Keith into the white, 2-story home and down the hallway Mrs. Hyatt had hung full of family photos. They had 2 daughters Jake knew of, since they'd married and moved away a few years before Jake arrived. Apparently, neither of their husbands had been interested in ranching, but Mr. Hyatt didn't seem to hold that against them. Keith led him to Mr. Hyatt's office and motioned for Jake to take a seat. Mr. Hyatt looked up from his ledgers and removed his glasses. Julius Hyatt was an interesting combination of cowboy and accountant. He was one of the few men Jake knew who enjoyed both sides of owning a ranch and seemed equally skilled at both. Jake's father certainly hadn't enjoyed the bookkeeping and frequently shirked those duties to come out with Jake and the hands to work the cattle, but none of that really mattered when the United States decided to bury them in taxes after the war. They weren't the only ranch who'd been told they owed 10 times their normal taxes, and in the United States dollar to boot. Having only dealt in Confederate currency for years, they'd been doomed. The boss smiled at them and ran a hand through his salt and pepper hair, something Jake had noticed he did when pondering something. He glanced at Keith, who nodded his head at the man. What was this all about? "How do you like working here, Jake?" Mr. Hyatt's question surprised him. "I'm real happy here, sir," Jake said. "I'm finally getting to ranch again." Despite Keith's assurances he hadn't done anything wrong, Jake felt the worry creeping up again. The man's grin grew wider. Good, he said, because Keith here has just informed me he'll be retiring after this summer's cattle drive, and we thought you the most obvious choice to replace him. Foreman? He just got here. I don't know what to say. Jake paused. I appreciate you thinking of me, but wouldn't some of the hands who'd been here longer have seniority? Mr. Hyatt sighed. They would if they had your experience or work ethic. Slim has no desire to be foreman, Garrett and Junior only give about half effort on a good day, and Daniel and Hitch don't have near the years on the range you do. He sat back. I'll be honest, Jake. Your uncle mentioned your ranch experience a while back and, at the time, we didn't have the budget for an extra hand, but when Paul left, we knew we wanted you. I knew your pa and what a good operation he ran there, and if you were anything like him, you'd be perfect for the job. Keith spoke then. I've been watching ya over the last few months, Jake. Ya got what it takes. I know your plan was always to take over your family ranch, and being a foreman here doesn't mean you'll never have land of your own. The paycheck's higher as a foreman. You'll get the experience of a large outfit like this one before you jump in and buy your own land. Mr. Hyatt eyed Jake, one side of his mouth turned up in a smirk. And if you decide to claim that Jones gal you've been sitting with at church for so long, know that being foreman also comes with the cabin Keith lives in now. I know Lillian would be mighty pleased with another woman out here on the ranch. She's missed our daughters something fierce since they moved. Jake felt his cheeks heat but stayed silent. Keith was right, his dream had been running his own ranch, but maybe being foreman would help him get there quicker. Even at the increased pay, it'd take him years to save up the money to buy his own land and herd. He could take the time to learn all he could and would work hard to try and fill Keith's shoes. And Beth. Part of what held him back would be remedied with the house on the property. That settled it for Jake. The answer's yes, boss. I'll do it. Excellent, Mr. Hyatt looked relieved. Keith will spend the next 8 or so months teaching you the ropes of being a foreman. You already know a good bit because of your experience, but a ranch of this size has a few more moving parts. I can learn it, sir. I won't let you down. I know you won't, Jake. A knock at the door had his boss glancing upward. Sounds like dinner's ready, gentlemen. Jake, would you like to join us? The smell of chicken pot pie wafted through the air from the kitchen, and Jake's mouth watered. He turned to the boss's wife and said, "That smells mighty delicious, Mrs. Hyatt." The woman's face broke into a matronly smile as he turned back to Mr. Hyatt. "I'd be mighty thankful to do so, sir." Beth dug through her sister's wardrobe to find her heaviest coat. "Do you already have your scarf and gloves packed? Your wool hat?" They were in Matthew and Carissa's new house, the one that had previously been occupied by the Carsons. The brick home was 2 stories, the bottom floor holding the parlor, kitchen, and 1 bedroom with the upstairs had 2 more. A porch spread across the front of the house, merely a stone's throw from the jail. Carissa's answer was slightly muffled due to her own head being almost buried in the trunk she was trying to reorganize, to fit a few more things. "Yes, I have them right here." Carissa stood and took the wool coat from Beth. "I really appreciate you helping me pack for our wedding trip. I know you probably have other things you'd rather be doing tonight." Beth waved off her sister's concerns as she dug through the armoire for a scarf. "I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Besides," she moved to Carissa and put a hand on her still flat stomach, "we have to make sure Mommy stays warm for my niece or nephew." Carissa grinned. "I think you might be as excited as we are." "I just might," Beth said. "Being a mother comes with all the tough parts. Being an aunt is just fun." She knelt to speak directly to Carissa's stomach and said, "We'll have so much fun and eat so many sweets, and whenever you're in trouble, just come see Auntie Beth and I'll fix you right up." Carissa looked down at her belly and said with mock sternness, "She will do no such thing." She looked up at Beth then with a smirk. "Now, tell me how you got roped into decorating the town for the festival?" "Well, Mrs. Lawler was supposed to replace Ginger on the committee, but Mr. Lawler took a fall and she needed a quick replacement. She seemed so desperate, I just couldn't say no." "You never can," Carissa said. But I know it'll be beautiful, and I'll be happy to help with last-minute things when we return. We should be back by the 17th, provided the weather doesn't slow us down. Beth thanked her sister and the two continued packing for Matthew and Carissa's wedding trip to the Carolinas. Beth knew her sister and brother-in-law hoped to reconcile fully with Matthew's father while there, and she had prayed many prayers to that end. Just then, the front door opened and Matthew's boots sounded in the hall until he found them in the bedroom. He chuckled as he took Carissa in his arms and kissed her head, glancing around the room at the strewn clothes. You ladies know we'll only be gone for 10 days, right? Carissa playfully swatted him on the shoulder. A lady never knows exactly what she'll need. Beth watched the exchange with a wistful smile. Her sister had truly blossomed since falling in love and marrying Matthew. She was less serious, more playful, and no longer looked like she carried the weight of the world. Her glow didn't come solely from the baby, there was a piece there that hadn't been before. Just as the thought entered, a blonde-haired, brown-eyed cowboy's face appeared in her mind's eye. Jake Carson. He was the best of friends, and everyone seemed to think he fancied her, but he'd never done a thing to give her that indication. Goodness, even Pete from the livery had brought a few bouquets of flowers by the shop recently, and he was more than a few years her senior. At 20, Beth wasn't knocking on the door of spinsterhood, but she wasn't getting any younger either. No, if Jake did fancy her, it was a passing one at best. She was jolted back to reality by the sound of a giggle coming from her sister as Matthew snuck another kiss. All right, you two, she said, trying to look serious. I think I'll head home now. Have a wonderful time on your trip, and I'll be waiting anxiously when you return. Beth hugged her sister, trying not to think about the fact that they hadn't been this long apart since Beth was born. As she pulled back and saw the sheen in Carissa's eyes, she knew she wasn't alone. I'll miss you, Kitty. I'll miss you too, Bethy. Be good. Her sister winked, knowing Beth's penchant for getting herself into a scrape or two as a child. I will, Beth said. Bye. Matthew, bring her home safe. She knew that he'd do anything and everything in his power to do so and prayed the Lord would keep them and the baby safe and healthy. The next day, Jake guided the wagon into town and tied off the team in front of the mercantile. He checked the list Keith gave him and moved up the steps onto the boardwalk. As he opened the door, he was greeted by what could only be Beth's laughter from the other side of the store. He walked over and saw both her and Rachel, who ran the store with her husband John, looking through fabric in the sewing section. This day was starting out pretty good. Hello ladies, he said as he removed his hat. Y'all busy or just back here gossiping? Beth gasped even as her mouth turned up in a grin. I'll have you know, Jake Carson, that we were picking out some fabric to surprise Carissa with new curtains for their house when they get back. She's been doing her best to get them settled, but everyone could use a hand now and again. Jake nodded. After so many years of my aunt and uncle being there, I suppose they'd want to make it their own. Exactly, Rachel said. So we'd just like to help with a little surprise. She turned to Beth then, I'll go get this tallied up for you and I can come by tomorrow to help you get started on them. Since the store's closed on Sundays, it's really my only day to be child-free. She winked and made her way behind the counter where her toddler Emma was playing with a doll and took her place behind the register. He turned back to Beth. That's nice of y'all to help. I just know she'll be so tired with the baby, Beth gasped and put a hand to her mouth. I was not supposed to tell you that, please do not tell anyone I told you. Jake didn't think his smile could get any bigger. They're having a baby? Well, how about that? Yes, but they just found out, so please keep it quiet until they're ready to share, Beth pleaded. Jake put a hand on her shoulder to assuage her concerns. Of course, Beth. Your secret is safe with me. She smiled her thanks, and he couldn't help but wonder what she'd look like greeting him when he came home, belly large with his child. It was time to tell her his news about becoming ranch foreman and ask her if he could take her for supper at the cafe. It was time Beth Jones knew where he stood. Just as he opened his mouth to do just that, the door opened again and Pete from the livery walked through. He tipped his hat in a greeting to Rachel and came to a stop in front of Beth and Jake. What would the liveryman want in the sewing section? Howdy, Beth, he said before turning to Jake. Jake dipped his chin before fixing him with narrowed eyes. He liked Pete fine but didn't appreciate the way the man was eyeing Beth. It wasn't disrespectful, that'd have him knocked to the floor in a moment, but it was far too tender for Jake's taste. Hi Pete, Beth said as she flashed her pretty smile. Wait, was she interested in Pete? The man was at least 15 years older than her. Pete glanced at Jake and hesitated for a moment before saying, I was wondering if you liked the flowers I left for you at the dress shop. Flowers? That's it. He didn't care if Pete was being respectful, Jake's fist clenched, and he had to use every bit of his willpower to stand still. Beth flushed a pretty shade of pink. I did, Pete. They were lovely. Thank you so much. Pete grinned, and just as Jake fantasized about knocking one of his teeth out, John came out from the back of the store and clapped a hand on Jake's back. Hey, Jake, Keith said you'd be by. If you've got your list, we can go ahead and get everything gathered and loaded for ya. Jake unclenched his teeth and nodded, afraid if he spoke his voice would betray him. John led him back to the tools and glanced back before whispering, no girls worth winning were ever won by fighting. Be patient, throw your hat in the ring, make your intentions known. She'll pick you, I'm sure of it. Jake wished he could be as confident as the store owner. I didn't even know he was courting her. He hadn't heard Rachel approach, but she stood beside them now and spoke. I don't think he is yet, though he's certainly trying. You've got 2 years of friendship under your belt and, from what we hear from Keith, a good job and a house to boot before long. What are you waiting for? Jake sighed. All that just happened, I hadn't had a chance to talk to her yet. Today's the first day I've been to town since Keith and Mr. Hyatt offered me the job. He glanced back at Beth and Pete, who were still talking. Look, I don't mean to be rude, but I don't want to talk about this right now. Can I just gather up what Keith needed and go? John nodded. Sure thing, be right back. The 5 minutes it took John to gather supplies felt like 10 years while Jake loitered on the other end of the store, alternating between trying not to hear what Beth and Pete were saying and wishing he could cover his ears. They were just talking, it didn't mean anything. But he did bring her flowers. And she liked them. He needed to get out of here. Thankfully, John approached then and told him everything was ready to go. As they headed outside and Jake untied the team, John said, I'll charge it to the ranch's account. Thank you, Jake said as he swung up into the wagon seat and hightailed it out of there. Chapter 3. Well, Miss Beth, Pete said, I reckon I better be going. I'll speak with you later? Beth glanced behind Pete to see Jake nearly flying up into the wagon seat and urging the team a little faster than normal. Yes, Pete, see you later. She made her way toward the window, watching as the wagon rumbled down the road back toward the Circle H, kicking up a small cloud of dust in its wake. Rachel appeared beside her. He's got it bad, that one. Has what bad? Beth turned to Rachel. Is he sick? Rachel laughed. Heartsick, maybe. Beth, that man is in love with you, and seeing you flirting with Pete just now about did him in. Beth shook her head. He's not in love with me, Rachel. And I wasn't flirting with Pete. We were just talking. He asked if I liked the flowers he sent me. And you can't see how Jake might have read more into the situation than was there? Rachel raised an eyebrow. Sure I can, Beth said. But he isn't in love with me. If he were, he'd say something. Wouldn't he? Beth left the mercantile with a plan to meet Rachel the next day to work on the curtains. Coming down the steps off the boardwalk, she heard a loud bang coming from the blacksmith shop and turned that direction in time to see wood, smoke and fire fly into the air. In a span of seconds, the whole smithy was ablaze. People spilled out of the businesses on Main Street, and Rachel's husband John began organizing a bucket brigade to put the fire out, an effort Beth quickly joined. Shouts sounded around her while the heat from the fire radiated even to where she stood. Ash fell from the sky, and Beth believed this would be what the end of the world might feel like. She wiped some sweat from her brow before taking the next bucket. Mayor Kincaid ran down the street, his daughter Diamond trailing him. "Was anyone inside?" he shouted. "Do we know if Mac and Oliver got out?" Mac had been the town blacksmith as long as anyone could remember, and Oliver was the youngest son of Beth's boss, Mrs. Grady. "Oh, Lord, let them be all right." John yelled back, "No one's seen them yet, Mayor." From her place in the line of the bucket brigade, Beth noticed Diamond's face drain of all color. The woman looked ready to faint. She caught Rachel's eye, who remained on the boardwalk with Emma, and nodded at Diamond. Rachel made her way down the porch steps and put her arm around Diamond and whispered something in her ear. Diamond put her head in her hands and sobbed. Beth said a quick prayer for her peace and shifted her focus back to the flames. She craned her neck to see what John was doing and saw him run into the smoke just outside the smithy to aid what looked to be 3 men. One carried another and the third limped along though on his own power. John rushed to the second man and put an arm around his side, while Dr. Light broke his place in line to rush toward the figures. She couldn't make out their identities with all the smoke, but prayed Mac and Oliver were among the group and would recover. But who was the other man? As the group got closer and she narrowed her eyes, she could just make out a blonde mop of hair and familiar broad build carrying the smaller man. Jake. She was so shocked to see him she almost left the line but caught herself. He was carrying someone, he couldn't be hurt. She could assure herself of that fact later, but right now she was needed to haul water. He heard her yell his name and turned his head toward her, nodding to her before disappearing into the clinic with who appeared to be Oliver. Mrs. Grady followed them inside. Beth relaxed a little and focused on the task at hand. Diamond looked up just as they had approached the clinic and rushed after them. Mayor Kincaid's efforts to stop her were fruitless. The town fought the fire for another hour, Jake and John joining the group as soon as the injured were deposited in the clinic. Beth glanced around, thinking how thankful she was everyone within earshot had come to help. Some of the men fanned out to wet as much of the surrounding ground of the smithy as possible so the fire didn't spread. Thankfully, the building stood alone, though Beth imagined this was precisely the reason. As the fire died down, Thomas took on his role of pastor and went to check on as many of the townspeople as he could. He and Charlotte brought around a bucket and dipper with cold water to drink and prayed with any who needed the encouragement. The couple who'd been Beth and Carissa's surrogate parents since they arrived approached her then. Charlotte engulfed her in a hug while Thomas offered her a drink. "Do you know how it started?" Charlotte asked. "I know you'd planned to go to the mercantile this morning, and I so worried you'd been walking home and may have gotten caught in it." Beth shook her head. "I heard the explosion right as I left the mercantile, and John ran out to direct everyone to help." She took a sip. "I hope Oliver is all right." Thomas nodded. "I'm giving the doctor a little more time to finish his examination before I go check on them both. Mac seemed better off, but I couldn't tell if Oliver was conscious." Charlotte looked at Beth. "Did you see Diamond? Are she and Oliver courting?" "Not that I knew," Beth said with a shrug. "But she certainly acted like a woman in love." Charlotte sighed. "I'll keep her in my prayers as well." "You go on, Jake," John said as he brought another bucket over to the dying embers. "You pulled 2 men out of a burning building today. You've more than earned a rest. The rest of the men can handle cooling the embers." Jake was torn but really needed to go check on Beth. "Thanks, John. And thanks for all you did today. The fire wouldn't have been out half as fast if it weren't for you." John brushed off the praise. "I was just the first one here." Jake nodded back at the man and made his way toward Beth and the Fosters. She saw him coming and all but broke into a sprint before slamming into him with a hug. His arms wrapped around her, and he breathed her in, enjoying how good she felt there. Despite the circumstances, he'd enjoy this for one more moment. He pulled back the smallest bit and brushed her damp hair from a soot-marked face, still beautiful despite the marked exhaustion. "Are you all right?" Her eyes filled with tears, and he felt a momentary surge of concern. She nodded and met his eyes before apparently realizing the intimate position they were in and broke the embrace. I'm fine, I wasn't even close when the explosion went off. I was just leaving the mercantile when I heard it. She blinked back her tears just as Thomas and Charlotte approached. Thomas clapped him on the back. Looked like you might have been the hero of the day. No, Jake said, I was just at the right place at the right time. He'd barely gotten past the blacksmith shop on the edge of town, separated from the other buildings, when he heard the explosion. He turned the team on a dime and got as close as he dared without putting the horses in danger before hastily tying them to a tree and running toward the building. Mac was already trying to drag Oliver out, Jake continued. I just heard him call out and was able to help. Was Oliver conscious? The question came from Charlotte, but the look on Beth's and Thomas's faces told Jake they both had the same question. He wasn't at first, Jake answered, but he came to just as I laid him down in the doctor's office. Praise the Lord, Thomas said as he turned to Charlotte. If you'll head home and see if you can pull together a simple supper for the doctor, Mrs. Grady, and the patients if they're able, I'll go on over and see if there's any other way we might be of service. I'll help you, Charlotte, Beth said before hugging Jake once more, this one unfortunately shorter. I'm glad you're okay, Jake. When I saw you coming out of that smoke, my heart nearly stopped. Jake knew just how she felt. His first thought approaching the blaze was that it was right beside the path she'd take to get home. I'm fine, Beth. But I need to head back to the ranch. He glanced up to address the Fosters as well. I'll see y'all at church tomorrow. Jake made his way back to the tree where he'd tied the team, retrieved his hat from where it had fallen in his hurry, and said a quick prayer of thanks that no one had been killed. He looked back in the wagon and felt a rush of relief that none of the supplies Keith sent him for had tipped over during the rough travel. He hardly even remembered why he'd been so angry leaving the mercantile, Beth's hug and concern soothing his frustration. So what if Pete wants to throw his hat in the ring with flowers? Jake would just have to do some wooing of his own. Ideas swirled around his head on his way back to the Circle H, and before long he pulled the wagon brake just outside the farmhouse. Keith and Mr. Hyatt came down off the porch to help him unload the wares. Looking at the sun, it was clear he'd missed lunch and taken much longer than expected. Sorry it took so long, boss, Jake said. There was an accident in town at the blacksmith. Everyone was needed to help put out the fire. Keith let out a low groan. Everyone all right? Mac was fine, Jake said, and Oliver had come to when they were dropped off in the clinic, but I'm not sure what happened after that. Are you okay? Mr. Hyatt asked. You look like you lost a fight with a chimney. Jake looked down and grimaced at the amount of soot and ash on his clothes. I'm fine. I suppose I'd better get cleaned up. I'll head down to the creek once we finish unloading. Mr. Hyatt shooed him away. Go on, looks like you've had enough excitement for one day. Keith and I can see to this. I'll ask Lillian to make you a sandwich for when you get back, as I doubt you've had anything since breakfast. Jake smiled. That'd be much appreciated, sir. Mr. Hyatt nodded and headed off to take one of the boxes inside. Jake turned to grab an extra set of clothes and head to the river when Keith stopped him. Jake, he said, we had some cattle go missing sometime today, about 10 head. We're looking a 4M, but with the recent losses the Hanging Bee and Circle are took to cattle rustlers, I have to wonder if that's what we're dealing with. It definitely sounds like it, Jake said. And there's more, Keith continued. I talked to the hands today about you talking over for me when I retire. A brick settled in Jake's belly. This was it. The hands were angry and Mr. Hyatt couldn't risk a mass exodus, especially if there was rustling going on. They were going to rescind the offer. Part of him wanted to tell them to get over it, he deserved this. The other part dreaded losing the ability to ranch his way, again. Most were happy with the news, Keith said to Jake's relief. But you'll need to watch Garrett and Junior. They felt like they'd been passed over and, while they don't have a lick of sense and a work ethic to match, for some reason they felt they should have been considered. I hope they'll get used to it over the next few months, but if they don't, we may have to be looking for replacements. You can't have hands who don't respect you if you want to do this right. Jake sighed, I hope it won't come to that, but I understand. Keith nodded. Good man. Now, go get cleaned up before that soot becomes a permanent part of your face. Chapter 4. The next morning, Beth and Charlotte bustled around the homey kitchen, finishing preparations for the day's Sunday lunch while Thomas made the final edits on his sermon. After moving to the parsonage grounds, this kitchen had quickly become a place or refuge for Beth. The cheery curtains in the window overlooking the backyard garden, the fresh-cut greenery Charlotte kept on the table, even through the winter, it was a healing place. Beth frosted the day's cake, channeling all her anxiety into the creativity of making something beautiful. Baking, sewing, even painting on occasion were her favorite forms of stress relief. Carissa preferred to read or work in the garden, but Beth loved the satisfaction of creating beauty from nothing. She finished the icing with a delicate swirl and began placing blueberries in a pretty pattern atop the cake. She finished with a flourish of cream she'd whipped and sweetened before standing back to admire the confection. Perfect. Oh, Beth, Charlotte said from her spot packing picnic baskets full of cold cuts, biscuits, and sweet potato pie. That may be your prettiest one yet. You have the heart and soul of an artist. Beth beamed at her praise. Thank you, Charlotte. I do enjoy it. And she did. She couldn't imagine her life without the opportunity to create things, whether it be designing dresses, decorating cakes, or working out her jumbled thoughts with a paintbrush and paper. Thomas entered and, as he always did, praised her cake before taking 2 baskets from Charlotte to take out to the wagon. The women each grabbed 2 baskets themselves and followed him out the door before Beth returned to pack up her cake and set it carefully, in a secure spot. Typically, Thomas would drive the wagon to church, but this morning Charlotte would take the reins as Thomas planned to stop by the clinic. It was a crisp morning, to be sure. She wasn't sure they'd received a killing frost yet, but only the hardiest of Charlotte's fall vegetables remained. Beth tightened her scarf around her neck, and the women set off for church. Orange carrot tops peeked from the ground, and a host of cool weather greens bore the perkiness the morning dew brought. Even her garlic had begun to sprout, but wouldn't be ready until the summer. Lately, Beth had been thinking of the garden as something of a creative venture itself. Watching things sprout from the ground from a tiny seed brought her peace. The seasons would change, as would their rhythms, but the provision from the Lord would continue to flourish. Maybe she'd ask Charlotte and Carissa to show her the ropes this spring. As usual, they arrived at the small, whitewashed chapel first and set about opening the shutters for light and lighting the wood stove. The heat filled the room as Beth and Charlotte did a final sweep of the wood floors. Thomas arrived shortly and parishioners trickled in, and Beth glanced back to see Jake and a few hands from the Circle H arriving. As he always did, Jake removed his hat when he came in a building, and Beth couldn't help but think he looked somewhat wrong without his Stetson. It was an extension of him. He made his way up to where she sat up front with Charlotte, and she greeted him as she always did, "Good morning, cowboy." He made a mock bow, "Good morning, ma'am." He had certainly cleaned up after last night's fire, but she could tell he was a little stiff. He was strong and fit from work on the farm, but it wasn't every day one pulled a man from a fire. Thomas took the pulpit then and motioned for everyone to take a seat. He adjusted his glasses and paused for a moment before speaking. "Friends, I can't tell you how proud I am of this town. You all came together yesterday to fight the flames and used your gifts to give what you could." He searched the pews until he found John, Rachel, and Emma. John jumped into action immediately and organized the bucket brigade, saving precious time. John shifted uncomfortably in his seat and nodded at Thomas, slightly embarrassed. Thomas continued, "The ladies of our benevolence committee organized Mac's meals for the next 3 weeks, as well as those of Mrs. Grady and Oliver. I stopped by the clinic this morning on my way here and both men, I'm happy to report, are expected to make a full recovery." Jake leaned over to Beth and whispered, "I stopped by to see them this morning too, and Mac said he'd be eating better than he had since Betty passed." He snickered, he said he might just get himself blown up more often. Beth shook her head and stifled a grin. She turned back to Thomas, who had pointed out that some had served in the bucket brigade while others pumped water, still others ran buckets back when empty. "And of course," Thomas said, "Jake Carson." Beth heard Jake groan a little beside her and felt him shift down in his seat. She knew he wished he could pull his hat low over his face, and she patted his hand in solidarity, all the while chuckling to herself. He'd done something great, he deserved the accolades. The man ran into a burning building, kicked down the door that had gotten stuck, dug through rubble, and got both men out just as the roof caved in. He eyed Jake from the pulpit, not to mention he greatly underplayed his heroics when asked about what happened. I didn't learn the full story until Mac shared it this morning. It took everything in Beth not to elbow Jake right in the side. He'd made it sound like Mac had Oliver mostly out by the time he got there. She thanked the Lord that the man beside her was safe and shot him a glance. You'd never know he was such a hero just looking at him now. He'd not stopped staring at the floor since Thomas brought up his name. A look at the Hyatts, Keith, and the rest of the hands from the Circle H 2 rows ahead of them told her he'd omitted similar details in his telling of the events to them. Thomas turned back to take in the crowd. Yesterday, this town came together as we are called to do as the body of Christ. We serve, we help, we love one another deeply according to our gifts, as Scripture tells us in 1 Corinthians 12. Verses 12 through 31 tell us how each member of this body has their own purpose. He went on to read the passage and discuss how the actions of yesterday can translate into our everyday lives. He discussed how every member of the body of Christ has a vital place in his church, and Beth wondered what hers might be. Carissa was so gifted with the children, while Charlotte loved preparing Sunday lunches and meals for grieving families or those who'd welcomed a new baby. Beth enjoyed helping them both, but wasn't sure exactly where her calling may be. She loved her job, but surely that was a separate calling to her service in the church. Where did she fit? We all have immense worth to the kingdom of God doing what He has gifted us to do, Thomas said. And if you doubt me, I ask you to ponder our closing verse. Turn with me to Romans 12, verses 4 and 5. For as we have many members in one body, and all members have not the same office, so we, being many, are one body in Christ, and every one members one of another. Thomas bowed his head in prayer, and the church members stood to sing a closing hymn. As Mrs. Grady was still at the clinic with Oliver, they sang sans her normal piano accompaniment and made their way out the back doors for their Sunday lunch. Jake and a few other men made their way to the back of the church to set up the tables while the women put out the food. Some spread blankets over the ground, while others prepared spots on the church steps. Mothers bundled up their children who promptly ran off to play, usually shedding their scarves, gloves, and hats in the process. Jake had just set up the last table when Keith and Mr. Hyatt approached. Jake, Keith said, were you plannin' on tellin' us you ran your fool head into a burning building to save those men? No, sir, Jake said. We all got out fine. Didn't seem important. Mr. Hyatt spoke then, son, I'd like to think many of us here would have gone in to save Mac and Oliver, but it's a rare breed of man who'd say nothing about it. We're proud to have you at the Circle H. Jake didn't know exactly what to say. His father had been a good provider but not one prone to sharing his approval or praise. Thank you, boss. Keith leaned in and spoke softly, but we may not have you much longer when Beth gets hold of you. She's comin' this way, and she don't exactly look thrilled. You tell her the same story you told us? Jake glanced in the direction she approached, indeed looking like he was going to get a scolding. She knew I went in because she was there, but no, I didn't tell her the full story. Mr. Hyatt chuckled, then I guess we better make ourselves scarce, don't you think, Keith? The men made their way toward the back of the line for food as Beth took him by the arm. Can we take a walk? Jake nodded. After walking in silence for a moment, he could take it no more. Look, Beth, he said as he tried not to stumble over his words, I didn't mean to lie to you. I just knew if you knew exactly what happened, you'd have been unnecessarily worried, and I didn't want that. Beth sighed. I'm not made of porcelain, Jake. I can take it. I know you can, you've just had so much hardship in your life that I don't want to be the cause of any more if I can help it. Jake, life is full of hardships. Hopefully, they won't be like my childhood, but they will come. He ran a hand over his face. You're right, he said. I won't keep things from you from now on. I know you truly don't have any responsibility to me, Beth said with a sigh, but I do care about you, Jake. Did he hear longing in her voice, or was it just his own? He cared about her too, she had no idea how much. It was time he told her, but not now. No, he wanted to make this special for Beth, a story she'd want to tell over and over. They made their way back to the churchyard where she ate lunch with the Fosters, Rachel, John and Emma, and Jake made his way to where his aunt and uncle sat. He wasn't sure just how he might ask Beth if he could come courting, but he'd come up with something. The next week passed in a blur for Beth, between working on Diamond's dress during the day and working her way through Christmas festival decorations at night. That Thursday evening, as she sat in her cottage sewing strips of fabric to hang from the boardwalk as bunting, she thought through all she'd done for the festival and all she had left to do. That, combined with the Christmas tree in the center and wreaths on all the doors, would create a nice, festive feel. Thankfully, the boxes she'd gotten from Ginger had plenty of candles and lanterns for lighting during the picnic and dance, and they'd use the boardwalk as a makeshift stage for Mr. Thompson and his fiddle as they'd done in years past. Tables would be brought in from the church, and the school children were already hard at work on their ornaments. Sally White, the woman brought in to replace Carissa when she'd married, was a great help with the tree decor. She and her parents had just moved to town and, while she'd only just graduated herself, was hopeful to sit for the teacher exam soon and apply with the town council to make her position permanent. Carissa had been thrilled to show her the ropes as she'd been nervous about who might come in to replace her. Truly, Beth thought the rule about teachers being unmarried was incredibly silly, but she supposed it would be harder for Carissa to maintain the position once the baby came, so perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Beth's heart warmed as she thought of all the sweet outfits she'd sew for her niece or nephew. There was just something about baby clothes. Thinking of the baby brought back the familiar longing in Beth for a home and family of her own. Pete had sent flowers and a note this week, but Beth just didn't feel the stirring in her belly the way Carissa had described with Matthew. She sighed and dimmed the lantern flame before dressing for bed. As she twisted her hair in a long braid, she prayed aloud. Lord, she said, you know the desires of my heart more intimately than I even know myself. You know your plan for me. Guide me in the steps you want for me and make my path abundantly clear. Give me peace along that path and help me be a light to others as I walk it. Amen. She climbed into bed and fell asleep quickly, surprised the next morning to realize she'd barely moved. She rose and stretched her stiff arms before dressing and making herself a piece of buttered bread for breakfast, to eat on her way back to the dress shop. She was surprised to find the door already unlocked for the day. Was Mrs. Grady back already? Had Oliver recovered that much? Mrs. Grady looked up from the books and gave a weary smile to Beth. Her white hair, still dappled with the red of her youth, was tucked neatly into a chignon, but the skin around her eyes wrinkled more than usual and the dark spots under her eyes betrayed her lack of sleep. Hello, lass, she said in her traditional Irish lilt that always felt just a little bit at odds with her traditional Southern mannerisms. I just came by this mornin' to check on things and was pleased, but not surprised, to find them well in hand. Ye sure are a blessin', child. Beth rushed over to give the woman a hug and received her normal kiss on the cheek. It's been my pleasure. How is Oliver? Mrs. Grady sighed. The doctor says he'll make a full recovery, but he has a long road ahead, he does. Burns are a tricky thing, and he'll have some scarring on his torso and leg for the rest o' his life. Did they ever find out what caused the fire? No, but Mac says he's never seen an explosion like that in all the years he's been a blacksmith. Oliver had done everything right, Mac even checked it. She shook her head. I fear it's just a terrible mystery. Thomas says the men are planning to begin work on another smithy as soon as the new equipment Mac ordered arrives. Apparently, they have to build around it? Beth wasn't sure how it all worked. That's what they tell me, though I don't know that Oliver will ever want to work a forge again. Can't say as I blame the boy. After all, he didn't really want to be a smithy in the first place. Beth put a hand on Mrs. Grady's shoulder, knowing she must feel guilty for pushing Oliver into the apprenticeship. I'm praying for you both. Mrs. Grady smiled weakly. I'm just thankful Diamond's been around so much to help me with things. She's cooked, done the washin', helped me clean, and has even taken to tending the chickens and garden for me so I can sit with Oliver." Beth's eyes widened. Diamond Kincaid has been tending chickens? Try as she might, Beth couldn't conjure up the image. Mrs. Grady nodded, a small twinkle finally back in her eyes. "She's a changed woman, that Diamond." The matronly woman leaned forward in a conspiratorial fashion. "Love can do that to ye, lass, and don't ye be forgettin' it." "Well, then it's true," Beth said with a grin. "Diamond and Oliver, would you have ever thought? Not in a million years did I think that girl would fall for a blacksmith apprentice who was the son of Irish immigrants, but the Lord works in mysterious ways, he does." "That he does," Beth said. Mrs. Grady leaned back and changed the subject. "So I know ye been doing well enough here, but I want ye to know I'm looking to hire some temporary help for ye as soon as the right woman comes along. Ye got enough work for 3 seamstresses here, and Rachel tells me ye've taken on the decorations for the Christmas festival as well." "Oh, Mrs. Grady, you don't have to worry about that. I can handle it." "I know ye can," her boss said, "but you don't have to. We have the funds to pay someone to help ye, and I've put the word out around town. The Lord will bring someone." Chapter 5. Bronson was madder than a rattler who'd just gotten his tail stepped on. They'd followed the lead for this Abigail Hunter to 2 different dead ends, this one in Alabama. Were it not for the fact that the marshals were likely to catch up to them any minute, he'd give up this goose chase altogether. Maybe he could exchange a lighter sentence for information he had on all the illegal liquor and ammunition running during the war. Knowing what he did about Nigel Garrison and now Hiram Hunter, he might could negotiate a deal. No, those yellow-bellied marshals would probably promise him the moon and then back out once he told them what they wanted to hear, especially if that Carmichael was one of them. Abigail feared that she'd never find any sort of appropriate employment. She'd tried every cafe, boarding house, and laundress in Charleston, and no one seemed to need any help. The laundresses took one look at her hands and simple but expensive dress, and no amount of promising she was a quick study would convince them. It might have been a blessing no kitchen had been willing to hire her, as her family had employed a cook her whole life. As for being a maid, she'd never actually done any cleaning but knew she could do a good job if someone would just give her a chance. She'd checked with an agency that trained and matched governesses with wealthy families, but they had more applicants than families at the moment, and she needed something quickly. She turned down another street that looked to have a number of establishments, ignoring the ache in her feet and blisters forming on her heels. The longer she walked, the seedier the area became. There looked to be a few respectable restaurants in a cluster a few blocks down, though. She lifted her head and did her best to portray a confidence she didn't feel and marched on, tucking her cloak around her to try and ward off the biting chill that blew off the ocean. If her mother could see her now, walking the streets of Charleston at night with no escort and begging for work, she'd have a fit. But then, mother wouldn't see her, hadn't seen her since she died of childbed fever after having Abigail's one and only sibling just before Abigail turned 10. The little sister she'd born died a few days later, born too early and unable to fight through. The funds from the small necklace she'd sold leaving New Orleans were dwindling fast and she couldn't go back there. She'd starve before she'd become Nigel Garrison's wife. He'd always made her uncomfortable by the way he stared at her when he came to their home. She'd told herself it was the unusual auburn color of her hair, but she'd never really believed it. Praise God for the maid in his home that came to her the morning of her father's funeral and told her of the plans she'd overheard Nigel discussing with his valet the night before. She'd gone that day and purchased a ticket to Richmond before hopping off the train at a stop in Charleston. It was large enough she could avoid detection, but not so large she was overwhelmed. Now if only she could find a job. She shivered and pulled her cloak tightly around her. The sun was low in the sky and the clouds above looked ominous. The last thing she needed was to get caught in a snowstorm. Her cloak and boots were suitable for New Orleans winters, but it was decidedly colder here and she didn't have the money to buy anything more substantial. The irony struck her. Abigail Hunter, daughter of international shipping tycoon Hiram Hunter, broke and searching for any suitable job she could get. Why had Daddy gotten in league with the likes of Nigel Garrison? The anger and resentment she'd felt for her father's choices bubbled up in her again, and she did the best she could to take them captive, praying the Lord would give her the strength to do so. At the moment, the anger won out. She cut into an alley between a cafe and a tavern to gather her thoughts out of the wind when 3 men filed out of a side door in the tavern and blocked her path. They smelled like whiskey and sweat, leering at her. 2 were tall and broad, while the other was a shorter, balding man, his clothes decidedly more expensive than the others. "Hey, miss," the balding man said with a wolfish grin, "heard you're lookin' for employment. This is my establishment, and I'd be happy to work something out for ya." The others laughed, and a shiver rose up her spine. She prayed her voice wouldn't shake and tried to move her hand inconspicuously to her pocket where she held the one method of defense she possessed, a small derringer she'd taken from the family home. She glanced at the tavern he gestured to, "Not the kind you're insinuating, I'm sure. Now please, let me through." When they didn't move, she started back the other direction and one of the other men grabbed her wrist. She stomped on his foot and screamed as loud as she could before the man who spoke clapped a hand over her mouth. She gave up trying to hide it and reached for the derringer in her pocket. A gunshot sounded from the end of the alley. "Unhand her now." The man's voice was calm but strong and, while his gun was still pointed upward from the warning shot, he looked like he'd be willing to use it if he needed to. The cad let go of her wrist and all 3 ran down the alley going the other direction. She looked back at the stranger. "Thank you, sir." She eyed him a bit warily. He was tall with brown hair and green eyes. He looked kind, but she couldn't be sure. For all she knew, she just traded one threat for another. He turned to look at the porch of the cafe she stood beside and motioned for someone. Before Abigail could run, a woman appeared. From the little Abigail could make out in the dim lamplight, she was tall and slender with dark, honey-colored hair. "You're safe now," the woman said, as though she was talking to a scared doe. "We aren't going to hurt you." Abigail took a slow step toward the pair. "Who are you?" "I'm Carissa Carmichael, and this is my husband, Sheriff Matthew Carmichael. I promise, we mean you no harm." Abigail took a deep breath and asked the Lord to protect her. She looked at the man. "You're a sheriff?" "Yes, ma'am. Sheriff of Pine Creek, Texas." He and his wife both looked friendly, but she'd trusted before and look where it got her. "Why are you in Charleston if you're a sheriff in Texas?" Carissa spoke then. "We're on our wedding trip." "Pardon me, miss, but how old are you?" Abigail thought about lying but decided it would do little good. "I'm 18. And my name's Abigail." Carissa eyed her with compassion. "I don't mean to overstep, but I feel the Holy Spirit's prompting here." She took a cautious step toward Abigail, as if afraid she might run off. "Are you in Charleston all alone, Abigail?" "I She let out a deep breath. "Yes, I am. Do you need some help?" Carissa's question was kind, but Abigail still had her reservations. "I've been where you are," the sheriff's wife continued with a glance at her husband who nodded. "I've been mostly alone, though, even I had my sister, Beth. If you need help, we'd love to do what we can." Abigail could hardly believe the kindness of these people. It was almost too good to be true. I thank you for that. I need a job." She knew others might balk at trusting someone they just met, but an overwhelming sense of peace filled Abigail, as the couple looked on her with compassion. She'd only ever felt such strong a compulsion to act one other time in her life, when she knew she had to leave New Orleans. This must be the Holy Spirit's guidance. Sheriff Carmichael stepped forward. "It's completely up to you, miss, but we'll be heading home to Texas tomorrow. You're welcome to come with us, and we know plenty of places that could use some help." Abigail thought for a moment. She figured one place might be as good as another to avoid Nigel Garrison. "Where would I live?" Carissa thought for a moment and then spoke up. "We have a boarding house in town, as well as some rooms above the Mercantile that my sister and I used when we first moved to town." Abigail pondered her options as she tightened her cloak around her once again. Charleston had been a dead end for jobs that didn't involve a saloon, and at least she'd know someone in Pine Creek. Can I let you know tomorrow? Carissa smiled and took her hand. Of course. I'll pray the Lord makes your path clear, but I don't hesitate to tell you that I hope you choose to accompany us. Pine Creek healed my heart from a lifetime of pain, maybe it can heal yours too. Abigail felt tears threaten before Sheriff Carmichael cleared his throat. Carissa, I think we might need to get you ladies back to the hotel. Abigail, we'll get you a room near ours for the evening, and I'll see what we might scrounge up for you for dinner. I assume you haven't eaten? Abigail shook her head, the gnawing in her stomach signifying just how little she'd eaten in the past week. Thank you, Sheriff. Please, call me Matthew. I will, and you can call me Abigail. The trio headed back down the street a few blocks to a hotel Abigail had inquired about a maid's position earlier. As they reached the hotel, she hoped the stern manager would not remember her as they approached the desk. No such luck. He looked and blew out an exasperated sigh. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but we just don't have any positions available. I thought I was clear before. Before Abigail could speak, Carissa stepped in. Actually, sir, we'd like to rent a room near ours for the young lady if possible. The manager narrowed his eyes at Abigail but pulled out his ledger nonetheless. The Carmichaels settled up with an extra room for the night, and Matthew turned to Abigail. Do you have any bags I might fetch for you, Abigail? She slowly shook her head, only this one. He and Carissa glanced at her small bag, and she was sure they'd decide she was up to no good and leave her behind. Instead, Matthew took her bag, and Carissa motioned for her to follow as they set off toward her room. She had no idea what the Lord was doing but was fairly certain these two were angels in disguise. Beth awoke the next morning with a jolt, completely giddy that Carissa and Matthew were set to board the train for home today and arrive tomorrow. It had been a busy 10 days, but she'd missed Carissa something terrible. She left the cottage, bundled against the crisp winter air, feeling the crunch of the light frost beneath her feet. Some of the businesses were open already, but most everyone who worked in the center of town was still on their way in. Mrs. Holt, the bank teller, greeted her as she unlocked the bank, and Rachel gave her a wave from the mercantile as she flipped the sign from closed to open. She couldn't believe everything that had happened in the last few days. Beth thought of all she had to tell Carissa and almost didn't notice Jake and Keith riding into town. Whoa there, Beth, Jake said, snapping her out of her daydreams and pulling Thaddeus to a stop. You'd best focus on where you're going a little more or you might get run over. He winked, letting her know he was just teasing. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I was just thinking about how excited I am about Carissa and Matthew coming home tomorrow. That's right, said Keith. I sure am glad the sheriff will be home to investigate the cattle rustling and, who knows, maybe even the explosion at the smithy. Beth's eyes widened. Cattle rustling? She narrowed her eyes at Jake. What else hadn't he told her? Jake cut his eyes at Keith, who suddenly felt a need to stop into the cafe for breakfast. Join me when you're through, Jake. Jake shook his head before swinging down off Thaddeus and joining Beth on foot. Cattle rustling, Jake? She put a hand on her hip. I thought you weren't going to keep things from me anymore. She knew she was being childish, demanding more of him than he owed her, but she couldn't help it. Jake sighed. I honestly didn't mean to. We only realized we were missing head the day of the fire, and then other things seemed more important. Beth's anger deflated and she felt a little embarrassed. I can understand that. And I have some other news, he continued. Keith's retiring and they're training me to replace him. He grinned, clearly pleased as punch to be in his new position. Oh, Jake, she said, giving him a hug. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations. As she pulled away, she noticed he held on for a little longer than normal. Maybe she was just imagining it. What brings you men to town today? We needed to talk to Mac and see if he felt up to coming out to the ranch and shoeing a couple horses for us. Did he not lose all his equipment in the fire? Beth glanced back to the charred remains of the smithy, not sure how anything could have survived. He was able to recover some tools, what with being made to withstand fire, and he said he had a surplus of horseshoes at his house last time I spoke with him. We figured, if he was up to it, it might help him financially a bit as well. That made sense. Well, I hope he can. I know how important that is to a ranching operation. It is. Plus, I imagine Keith's planning on overpaying him pretty dramatically, Jake said. Keith may be a little rough around the edges at times, but he's a generous man. I'm glad you're learning the ropes from him, Beth said. I know Matthew said he's highly respected as a foreman in Texas. He is. In the 25 years he's worked for Mr. Hyatt, he's taken the ranch from a mid-size outfit Mr. Hyatt inherited from his father to one of the largest in the state. Between Keith's hand with the cattle and Mr. Hyatt's head for money, it's been a dream partnership. Honestly, I wish I had more time to learn under him. Was it insecurity she sensed in his voice? Or something else? They wouldn't have chosen you if they didn't believe you were the man for the job, Beth said. Well, Jake replied with a wink, that and the fact there wasn't really anyone else at the Circle H to take over. Beth playfully slapped his shoulder. Jake Carson, you know good and well they could have hired from outside the ranch if they had felt the need. That's true, he said before changing the subject. Can I walk you to the dress shop? Jake caught a glimpse of Beth as he walked with her to the dress shop before meeting Keith. He hadn't noticed it immediately, but she had bags under her eyes and looked like she hadn't been sleeping much. He didn't know how to broach the subject without accidentally offending her, so he tried a different tactic. Has Mrs. Grady said when she might be able to return to the dress shop? No, Beth said. Oliver's recovery is a bit more involved than they first realized, so it'll take some time. She is looking to hire some extra part-time help though. That was good. Beth might be able to get a little more rest if some help could ease her burden. He wished he could help her himself, but what he knew about sewing would fit in a thimble. Before he could make some such comment, she turned the subject to him. Jake, I don't think you've ever told me why you love ranching so much. Is it the beauty? The open spaces? Jake thought for a moment. No one had ever asked him that, and he didn't have a ready answer. I like the freedom of being out on the range and not knowing exactly what's going to happen in a day. Growing up, I was around more cows than people 10-1, so I came to understand their quirks and tendencies better than I do most humans. Cows all have different personalities, just like people, and getting to know them is a challenge. He stopped and thought about how he felt at the ranch. I also don't think I ever feel closer to God than out working cattle. Once Pa left for the war, and especially after he died, I spent a lot of time wondering if God even heard my prayers or cared about me. I didn't feel him at church or when I prayed at mealtimes, but I felt him on the range. Tell me about your family ranch, Beth said, if it's not too painful. The ranch was toward Dallas a ways, a 400-acre spread that my grandfather had claimed as a young man. It was mostly wide and flat but had a river run in through the middle. As soon as I could sit a horse, Pa had me out helping with the cattle. I could rope before I could write, and I just knew that was the only thing I ever wanted to do. When Pa went to fight for the Confederacy when I was 14, he told me the ranch was in my hands. It was like he knew he wasn't coming back. What he didn't know is that the government would take the land when the war was over because it was registered to a Confederate soldier, even though I was running it by then. Beth shook her head. That must have been so hard for your ma. Ma took to bed when we got the news that they'd multiplied our taxes 10 times over. She'd had a weak constitution for the last few years, and I think the stress was just too much for her. Even if we'd had the extra money, it would have been in Confederate currency and the taxes were demanded in US dollars. We never stood a chance. After he found out she died, Uncle Tom came out and offered me the job as deputy if I could get approved by the town council. His opinion was respected here, so it wasn't too much trouble. Beth put her hand on his arm and they stopped, the morning sun making her blonde hair seem luminescent. I'm so sorry that happened to you, Jake. But for what it's worth, I'm glad you ended up here. He swallowed hard as their gazes locked. I'm glad you ended up here too. A voice from the door of the dress shop jolted him from his swirling thoughts. Good mornin', Beth. Jake. Pete called, with one hand hiding something behind his back. Jake nearly groaned. Beth recovered first. Good morning, Pete. What brings you over to this side of town? I thought I might bring you a muffin from the cafe this morning to go with your flowers, Pete said as he glanced toward Jake. The man was persistent, Jake had to give him that. It didn't keep him from wanting to haul him back to the livery by his collar, though. Thank you so much, Pete. That's very kind of you. Jake noted hopefully that Beth's voice held less enthusiasm than he was used to. If you gentlemen would excuse me, I've got to get to work. She disappeared through the door of the dress shop, leaving Jake and Pete standing awkwardly in front of the boardwalk, Jake still holding Thaddeus's lead. Jake tipped his hat in Pete's direction, anxious to get as far away from here as possible. Have a good day. He assumed Pete said something similar, but Jake was already halfway to the cafe to tie off Thaddeus and meet Keith for breakfast. Before he even registered the smells of bacon and cinnamon bread, Jake spotted Keith at a table by the window all but cackling and eyeing Jake. He scowled. His boss had taken a seat next to the window surely for this purpose, and he was about to hear all about it. Chapter 6. I'm mighty glad Mac is going to be able to shoe those horses for us, Keith said as they headed back toward the ranch later that day. I don't like being down one horse, much less two. It was a lucky thing he had supplies at his cabin, Jake agreed. I hate to think what straits the town would be in if he hadn't. Jake knew Mac would have done it either way, but he noticed Pete paid him triple what Mac had quoted, just as he'd suspected. They arrived at the Circle H to a group of hands gathered with Mr. Hyatt. Keith eyed the group with concern and a little annoyance. What in the world? The closer they got, they heard Garrett sharing his frustrations. The only time any cattle go missing, he said, is when Carson's gone. I'm just saying it's suspicious. Garrett hadn't seen the men approaching, and Mr. Hyatt nodded back their direction. Got anything to add there, Jake? Jake shook his head. Were more cattle taken, boss? Garrett turned on Jake then. You know good and well cattle were taken because you took them. Only time they go missing is when you're off somewhere. Keith chuckled beside him, his gravelly voice commanding attention. Well, considerin' he was with me all mornin', I'd say he's got a pretty ironclad alibi. He sobered and turned to Mr. Hyatt. How many were taken this time? 6 more, by my count, Mr. Hyatt said. It's small amounts at a time, but there were other groups taken from the Circle R and Forest Underwood's herd. Keith shook his head before addressing the hands. Men, we're going to start rotating in the line shack to see if we can't catch these thieves. I'll take the first shift this week, and we'll rotate out from there. And I'll hear nothing else about it being an inside job. He looked pointedly to Garrett. If we don't work together, they'll get the jump on us for sure. Keith dismissed the men to their duties, leaving just Jake and Mr. Hyatt. Carson, I know you didn't have anything to do with this, but we can't have dissent among the hands. If it continues, Garrett's gonna have to go. Jake understood. Sometimes leading meant having tough conversations. Have you thought any more about the barbed wire we discussed? Jake had brought the idea to Mr. Hyatt a few days ago. I went ahead and ordered it, Mr. Hyatt said. It just feels wrong, but there may be no other way. He looked out over the land. My father and grandfather raised cattle on this very land, the land as big as the sky. I hate the idea of seeing it fenced off and divided. We'll do our best to catch them, Mr. Hyatt. Jake meant it too. This man had given him a chance and he wanted to do right by him. And I hope it goes without saying, but I promise I had nothing to do with it. We know that, Mr. Hyatt told Jake. The truth will come out, it always does. Just trust the Lord and follow his lead. We'll get to the bottom of this. Beth didn't realize what time it was until the clock on the wall struck 5. She'd been so focused on finishing Diamond's dress that she worked clear through lunch, and it was nearly supper now. It didn't help that Kristen Buchanan and Molly Hightower had both come in today to place orders, though, thankfully, those weren't needed until February. As much as she hated to do so, if they'd needed them any sooner, she'd have had to turn them down. She got to a stopping place and tied off her stitch before extinguishing the lamps and heading outside. The air was cold but felt good on Beth's face after the long day indoors. Goodness, she was hungry. She hoped Charlotte made enough to share tonight, as she usually did. Knowing Charlotte, she'd make enough to feed Beth and still take leftovers to the widows in town the next day. Just as she passed the mercantile, Pete stopped her. "Howdy, Beth." "Hi, Pete," she said. "How was your day?" "It was fine." He seemed nervous and ran a hand over his face. "I wondered if you might like to have lunch with me on Friday. That is, if you can get away from the shop. I'd ask for Saturday, but that's a busy day at the livery." Beth hesitated. She liked Pete fine but wasn't sure she felt anything more for him than friendship. But then again, how would she know if she never tried? "Sure, Pete," she said, "that sounds nice." His face lit up and his bushy eyebrows shot almost into his curly black hair in surprise. She almost felt bad, as if she was leading him on, but managed a smile as he said, "Wonderful. I'll be by the shop to pick you up at noon." "Well, I have to get back to work now, but I'll see you Friday." "Have a nice night," she said. He really was a kind man. A girl could certainly do worse. The next day, Beth woke early as the excitement of seeing Carissa wouldn't allow her to sleep in. It had been the longest separation they'd had since childhood, and Beth couldn't wait to throw her arms around her sister's neck. The morning passed at a crawl, and by the time noon rolled around, Beth couldn't put away her things quickly enough. She'd planned to meet Charlotte and Thomas outside the Carmichaels' house as Carissa and Matthew planned to arrive on the 11 o'clock stage, to Hunter's Gap. Matthew said he'd rent them a wagon, and they'd estimated it'd take about an hour to arrive. If they were delayed, Matthew said he'd send a telegram. When she arrived, she'd expected to see the Fosters, but a much larger group had turned out. What in the world? She approached Thomas. "What on earth are all of these men here for, Thomas?" It seemed there were representatives from all the ranches in the area. Jake approached with Keith and Mr. Hyatt. "We're all waitin' for the sheriff," Jake said. "We tried to convince the other ranchers to give them some time to get settled, but everyone's on edge from the rustlin'. They want to make sure Matthew knows about it immediately." Keith shook his head. "I hate it for the missus that they'll arrive from their weddin' trip to an investigation, but that's the life of a lawman." "She understands that," Beth said, but still decided she'd help Carissa get settled since Matthew would be gone. She was sure Carissa would want to rest a little anyway once they arrived. One of the hands from an area ranch pointed down the road and shouted, "Here comes a wagon." Oh glory. Beth hoped they didn't rush them on their way in. Mr. Hyatt seemed to share her sentiment. "All right, everyone. Calm down and let them get here before you start shouting your piece. The sheriff will give us the time we need, let's give him the same courtesy." Everyone nodded and reluctantly agreed. Beth noticed more than one man shifting from one foot to the other and fidgeting with their hats. Jake stood beside Beth and spoke now. "Are you excited to see Carissa?" Beth glanced where the wagon grew closer, amused at what Matthew and Carissa must think at the sight of 20 cowboys gathered outside their house. "I could barely keep myself at work all morning. All I wanted to do was come over here and sit on their porch steps to wait." "I'm sure she's just as anxious to see you," Jake said. "I don't know that I've ever seen two sisters as close as you two." Beth supposed that was true. When you're all each other has for so long, the bond becomes unbreakable. "I know that was incredibly hard for you," Jake said as he brushed a swath of hair from her face, "but I hope you know you're not alone anymore." He'd touched her more readily in the past few weeks than he'd done the entire time they'd been friends. Was everyone right? Did he have feelings for her? Before Beth could respond, the group around them began shouting, and she looked up to see Matthew bringing the wagon to a stop just in front of their house. Thomas stepped forward to offer Carissa a hand down, and Beth noticed a beautiful red-headed girl in the back of the wagon. Beth caught Carissa's eye, furrowing her brow in question, and Carissa nodded, she'd tell her as soon as she could. Meanwhile, they had the group of angry cowboys to worry about. Abigail wasn't sure what she expected when they arrived in Pine Creek, but it sure wasn't an angry crowd of men standing outside the sheriff and Carissa's house. She'd taken the night the Carmichaels had offered her refuge to think and pray. Over breakfast the next morning, she'd told them that if the offer was still good, she'd love to accompany them to Texas. It seemed so clear at the time, but now, eyeing the pack of cowboys standing in their path, she wasn't so sure. Abigail wanted to sink down in the wagon seat to avoid any stares, but Matthew offered his hand and she stood to climb down. She noticed the murmurs died down a bit when she came into view but hoped it was simply being an unfamiliar face in a small town. She held her shoulders back and head high like the New Orleans debutante should have been, and took a deep breath. She could do this. She thanked Matthew for the hand down and walked to stand beside Carissa, who'd embraced a pretty, blonde woman. This must be Beth. Carissa pulled back and introduced Abigail. Abigail, this is my sister Beth. Beth, meet Abigail. She's a new friend we met in Charleston who we felt might find a home in Pine Creek just as we did. Beth nodded, seeming to understand. Welcome, Abigail. She surprised Abigail by hugging her as well. You're among friends here. The women who'd lived in her circle growing up didn't just go around hugging others they barely knew. In fact, she couldn't remember being hugged by her own mother much as a child, it simply wasn't done. As unexpected tears threatened Abigail's eyes at the show of affection, she was distracted by the group of men who'd begun shouting again. Carissa leaned into Beth. What in the world is going on? Beth shook her head. Cattle rustlers, she motioned back to a small group of men off to the side who weren't trying to talk over the others. All the ranches around here have lost increasing numbers of cattle and, while Mr. Hyatt tried to convince everyone to give you some time to get settled, they insisted on coming today. A handsome cowboy with blonde hair mostly covered by his Stetson approached from the fray and took some of the suitcases from the back. Welcome back, Carissa. I imagine Matthew'll be busy for some time, so why don't you let me take your bags into the house? Thank you, Jake, Carissa said, we'd be thankful. I'll put them in the front parlor and let you get to them when you get a moment, he said. Carissa nodded and turned her attention toward a gray-haired man with glasses and a kind smile. She hugged him as well before introducing Abigail. Abigail, this is Thomas Foster and that, she pointed to a matronly-looking woman just behind him, is his wife Charlotte. Thomas is the reverend here in Pine Creek, and they're the couple that took us in when we arrived. Abigail was surprised to be hugged by Charlotte as well. Charlotte looked her in the eyes and said, Welcome, dear. We're so glad you're here. No one seemed the least bit suspicious that she'd arrived out of the blue. What kind of place was this? Matthew came over then from where he'd been talking with a few of the ranch owners and kissed Carissa on the cheek. I'm going to have to go deal with this, honey. I'm sorry. She nodded and he turned back to the group in an authoritative voice. All right, gentlemen. Let's head back to the jail and we'll discuss this further. The men grumbled a little but all turned to disperse. The cowboy named Jake had just come out of the house after his second load of luggage, and Matthew shook his hand. Thank you, Jake. You comin'? I reckon so. Jake looked back at Beth and winked before they headed to the jail, and Abigail wondered if the two were a couple. Charlotte spoke then, Well, I don't know about you but I'm famished. Why don't we all head back to our place for lunch and then we can get things in order? Abigail, where are your things, dear? Before Abigail could comment she only had the one small bag, Carissa spoke, I believe Jake took them inside along with ours. She turned to Beth. She's looking for some work and a place to stay. Do you happen to know if anyone has rooms available? Beth laughed and shook her head at Carissa before turning to Abigail. Since my dear sister has married and left me, it just so happens there's room in the cottage, she turned to Carissa, a fact she knew full well. I did but I hated to offer you up for a roommate without your consent. I'll confess, I hoped it would work out this way. Beth put an arm through Abigail's, Come, let's get you settled. Say, do you sew, by any chance? Abigail nodded. It's one of the few useful skills I was taught as a child. She hadn't even been able to find a dress shop or tailor in Charleston, despite searching long and hard. After she'd shown a particular affinity for embroidery as a teen, her governess decided she needed to learn to make some things for function as well as beauty. Ms. Matilda Rochester might have been a tough old bird, but she'd given her that gift. Beth's eyes widened with delight. Then, my dear, this is going to work out splendidly. Jake opened the door to the sheriff's office, where he and Matthew joined the group of disgruntled cowboys. The roar of discussion died down at the loud creak of the door for an instant before immediately turning on Matthew. I've lost 18 head of beef, Carmichael. My brand new barbed wire fencing was cut. If I don't have a good herd for the drive this year, I won't be able to pay my mortgage or taxes. Jake noticed Keith and Mr. Hyatt stayed silent through the chaos, relaxed at his spot leaning against the windowsill. He couldn't blame the other men, though. Ranching was their livelihood and the rustlers threatened it. Jake was doing his best to reform his ways, but he'd been known to fly off the handle more than a few times, so he couldn't blame the men. He loved the Circle H nearly as much as he'd loved his own family land, and he knew exactly what it felt like to lose it. All right, Matthew said as he motioned for everyone to be silent. One at a time. He pointed at Harold Barstow from the Hanging Bee. Harold, how many head have you lost, and when did you first notice them missing? The seasoned cowboy dragged a hand over his face and graying beard. The first bunch went missin' just after you and the missus left on your trip, Sheriff, he said. I thought it might have been a wild animal but found no tracks or sign of attack. The second bunch went a few days later, and all in all I've lost about 20 beeves. Matthew nodded, making a note in the notepad he kept at his desk. He looked up at Mr. Hyatt then. What about you, Julius? About the same, Sheriff. We've lost 24 head that we know of, and it's been over a couple of nights starting just about the time you left. Jake hadn't thought about it before, but whoever it is had either known Matthew was going out of town or had excellent luck. His money was on the former. Matthew met his eye and nodded. He was thinking the same thing. Matthew continued speaking with the ranch owners and foremen. Timothy Griggs from the Double G had lost 14, Forrest Underwood was down 22 plus a cut fence, and Wyatt Randolph from the Circle R was missing close to 30 head and facing foreclosure if he didn't turn a good profit this year. Everyone's story was similar. The first time it happened had been just after Matthew and Carissa left, with small bunches going missing at a time. Matthew sat back and thought for a moment. Well, gentlemen, he said, it looks like we may be dealing with an inside job or one that's very good at hiding. The men started to murmur again, and Matthew held up a hand. They're camped close enough that they can come back and retrieve more cattle, and it seems like they knew I'd be gone. Now, in some ways this is worse because it means there might be a thief among your men, but it also might make them easier to catch. I'll be rounding to each of your ranches within the week. In the meantime, I want you to notice anything that may be out of place that you hadn't noticed before. Like what, Sheriff? Mr. Hyatt asked. Footprints in areas men weren't supposed to be, fence posts that look like they've been tampered with, even cattle that look like they might have been injured or spooked. Anything could be a clue as to just what exactly we're dealing with. And come to me immediately, day or night, if you find you have more go missing. The group nodded, seemingly satisfied the sheriff was taking this seriously. They began to file out, but Jake, Keith and Mr. Hyatt stayed behind. Jake eyed Matthew, you really think it's an inside job? Matthew paused, I'm not in the business of accusing innocent men, but it seems mighty suspicious they've been able to systematically pilfer small numbers without getting caught. He turned to Keith, the Circle H has a line shack, right? Keith nodded. I'm on shift this week. Matthew walked behind a desk and pulled out a map of the area Uncle Tom had drawn up when he was sheriff. Each ranch was marked, as well as land that wasn't yet claimed. The men gathered around the map. Pine Creek runs mostly through deeded land, Matthew said, and I doubt they're hiding the cattle on any land that is frequently traversed. That leaves some of these claims that haven't yet been bought, but I can't imagine they're held anywhere there's no body of water. Jake began to understand what Matthew was getting at. So, if it really is an inside job, we should be able to find over 100 cattle around one of these ponds. He pointed at a few spots on the map, or in this stretch of the creek north of town that's not deeded. Exactly, Matthew said. The men discussed the likelihood of their hiding in specific spots until the door to the jail opened and Carissa came in carrying a basket of something that reminded Jake how long it had been since breakfast. Oh, she said, I didn't realize you still had men here. I noticed a group riding out toward the ranches and thought I'd bring you some lunch, Matthew. Matthew stepped out from behind the desk and kissed his wife. Thank you, honey. Most did leave, but Jake, Keith and Julius have been thinking through some possibilities with me. Mr. Hyatt tipped his head at Carissa, but we were just leaving, Mrs. Carmichael. And let me say, I'm sorry for the way you were welcomed back to town. It was truly and wholly unnecessary. Carissa shook her head. I completely understand, Mr. Hyatt. It's part of the life of a sheriff, after all. She winked at the group before handing Matthew the basket and taking on a more serious tone. I do hope this gets resolved quickly. I know how devastating cattle rustling can be to the ranching community. Appreciate that, ma'am, Mr. Hyatt said as he and Keith headed for the door. Carissa turned to Jake. Jake, Charlotte wanted me to extend an invitation to dinner to you tonight at 6 if you're free. She turned to Matthew. She didn't figure I'd feel much like cooking, so we're just making it a party. Jake grinned as he returned his Stetson to its rightful perch atop his head. Thank you, Carissa. I'm usually off around 5, so I'd love to join the party. He followed his bosses out onto the boardwalk and down the steps, untying Thaddeus and hoisting himself into the saddle. Mr. Hyatt looked at both Jake and Keith. Well, gentlemen, let's go home. They set out down the road, and Jake realized that for the first time since the ranch had been taken away from his family, he felt like he had exactly that, home. They crested the small hill where the wooded areas and more frequent houses stopped and wide open ranch land began. He took in its beauty. Yes, this was home and he'd do anything he could to protect it from a threat, from within or without. Chapter 7. And you're sure Mrs. Grady would be willing to hire someone she's never met? Beth smiled and put a hand on Abigail's shoulder. We have been so swamped lately that she'd probably hire anyone with a pulse so long as they knew how to thread a needle. Abigail truly was an answer to prayer. They stood in the small cottage Beth and Carissa had shared for so long. The two-room structure held one bedroom and a living area with a few chairs and a small area to prepare food. Most days, Beth took her meals with Thomas and Charlotte, but there were times she returned from the dress shop too late and just ate at home. The outside was charming, whitewashed the same color as the parsonage with a swing hanging from the tree out front. The inside was simple, decorated with a blue rug, gauzy white curtains, and a dark green gingham tablecloth. Beth tried to keep flowers or greenery in a vase on the table like Charlotte did, but she frequently forgot to change it, and ended up with brown, dying plants. It was nothing fancy, but it was the first real home they ever had. Carissa came back to the cottage then with fresh towels from the main house and sheets for the cot they'd brought in for Abigail. When Carissa lived there, she and Beth had shared the large bed, but since Abigail didn't know her well, Beth thought it might be more comfortable for her to have her own space. I think that's everything, Carissa said before turning to Abigail. Beth's loaning you some dresses and underthings until you can make some more. I'm bringing those boots and a heavier coat over this evening. Can you think of anything else you might need? Abigail shook her head, and Beth thought she looked a little overwhelmed. I can't imagine I'd need anything else for weeks. You've all been more than generous. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. How much have you told Abigail about our story? Beth's question was to Carissa, but Abigail's wide eyes gave her the answer she sought. Carissa answered anyway, very little. I thought we might tell her together. Beth turned to Abigail. Have you ever heard of the Jones gang? Abigail nodded, brows furrowed in confusion. The father and sons? Yes, they were rather well known around New Orleans. Their capture and trial was on the front page of the paper for a week. They were rather well known in most cities with large banks and any sort of illegal activity, Beth said. To everyone else, Marcus Jones was known as an outlaw, thief, murderer, and terrorizer of women. We just knew him as father. Abigail gasped and sat down on the bed. You mean, you? She looked from Beth to Carissa and back again. We're Marcus Jones's daughters, and most of the rest of the gang were our brothers, Beth said. Abigail raised her eyebrows in shock before gasping again in realization. So you're the daughters who testified against them in court? I remember reading your descriptions in the papers and thinking how brave you both were. I can't believe they didn't get a photo of you. Matthew wouldn't allow it, Carissa said. We left Dallas immediately after the trial, and no reporters knew exactly where we were at the time since the gang was arrested in Lehigh. I'm sure they do now, but apparently it's a new news cycle and they haven't bothered to come find us. So you see, Beth said, we know a thing or two about running from our pasts, and we won't judge you for it. Abigail drew in a few shaky breaths before raising her head a little higher. My father was Hiram Hunter. Why did that sound familiar? Wait, Beth said, the shipping tycoon? Yes, Abigail said with a sniff, apparently he was more than a shipping tycoon. He was responsible for one of the largest whiskey and arms running rings to operate during the war. I didn't know that until a few weeks before he died. However, did you find out? Carissa asked. I overheard him and his business partner discussing it. Daddy apparently had quit whiskey running after the war, but Nigel Garrison had another job he wanted him to finance. Since the slaves had been set free, Nigel had a plan to capture as many as he could and sell them to the West Indies. Carissa shook her head. And he wanted your father to finance it? Yes, Abigail said. From the sound of it, Nigel had lost a good deal of money gambling and didn't have much left. If he wanted to make real money with his new venture, he needed to ship hundreds or thousands of freed slaves. Apparently, it would have been expensive. How horrible, Beth said, raising a hand to her mouth. My father thought so too, and he threatened Nigel that he'd turn himself into the authorities if he contacted him again. She stopped and took a shuddering breath. Daddy was dead 2 weeks later. They said it was an accidental boiler explosion aboard one of his ships, but I don't believe for a moment it was an accident. So you left to get away from Nigel? Beth guessed. Abigail nodded. The day before Daddy's funeral, one of Nigel's maids snuck over to our house and told me that Nigel was planning to marry me to take the inheritance my father left me. My mother passed when I was young and he had no other heirs. The maid didn't know whether he planned to kill me after, but being married to Nigel Garrison is a fate worse than death. Beth pulled Abigail into a tight hug. I'm so sorry, Abigail. That must have been terrifying for you. It was, but I knew I had to leave. I packed a small bag and sold a necklace to a jeweler down the street for money for train fare. I hopped off the train in Charleston, though I was supposed to ride on to Richmond. I figured if Nigel found out which train I'd boarded, he wouldn't look in Charleston. I had been trying to find a job somewhere when Matthew and Carissa found me. Tears streamed down Beth's face at the horror Abigail had experienced. The Jones girls had their share of things to be angry with their father about, but they'd always known exactly who he was. Abigail spent her whole life thinking Hiram Hunter was one person, only to be betrayed by him. She took her hand. You're safe here, Abigail. Charlotte entered the cottage then and stopped at the sight of 3 teary women before her. Compassion spread across her face. Girls, she said gently, whenever you're ready, supper will be on the table shortly. Beth wiped her eyes and cleaned her face from the wash basin, leaving the cottage with Carissa to give Abigail a few minutes to compose herself. The sisters found Charlotte in the kitchen and began setting the table, Beth telling both Carissa and Charlotte about the flowers Pete had been leaving her and about the lunch he asked her to on Friday. Do you like him? Carissa asked. He's kind and thoughtful and handsome, Beth said. What's not to like? She wondered if she told herself she had feelings for the man enough times if she'd actually start to believe it herself. A throat cleared behind her. She and Carissa spun around to find Matthew and Jake standing in the doorway of the dining room. Matthew looked embarrassed, and Jake's eyes were narrowed, his face an alarming shade of crimson. She was going out with him? Pete? Jake could have kicked something and might have if he'd been alone. He'd been waiting for the right time to tell her how he felt, but he might have just missed his chance. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the war raging inside him as Thomas and Abigail came into the dining room and took their seats at the table. Carissa and Matthew took the 2 seats on the opposite side of the table with Thomas and Charlotte taking their normal spots at the head and foot of the table. Abigail took the seat nearest Charlotte on this side, an extra chair having been brought out to accommodate the odd number. That meant the only seat left was next to Beth. Great. If anyone in the world could tell when he was putting on a front, it was her. He settled in his seat and did his best to keep his eyes on the food. Dinner conversation centered around Matthew and Carissa's trip and Beth's preparations for the Christmas festival. Jake spoke little and only when he was spoken to. Abigail offered to help Beth with the decorations, and Beth visibly relaxed as some of the burden she'd been carrying around for the past week lifted. If nothing else, he was grateful she finally had some help. Matthew, tell us, Thomas said, did you get to speak with your father while in South Carolina? Yes, sir, Matthew said as he wiped his face with his napkin. It truly went better than I could have hoped. I won't say we're back to where we were, but we went fishing, and I helped him with some work around the homestead like I did before I left for the war. It's not perfect, but I could see glimpses of the man he was before my brother died. He's a wounded man. I can understand, so there's grace for that. And he loved Carissa, he took her hand, but of course, who wouldn't? She smiled at him as Thomas spoke. Healing and restoration of relationships take time. Praise the Lord you're on that path. Charlotte and I have been praying to that end. Thank you, Thomas, Matthew said. And the whole family was thrilled about our news. Charlotte grinned, and what news is that? Matthew nodded at Carissa, who looked ready to burst. We're having a baby. Charlotte squealed and pushed her chair back from the table to come around and hug the couple, tears flowing down her cheeks while pure joy radiated from her face. Thomas's eyes looked misty as he said, congratulations. Despite his anger, Jake could only be happy for the couple that loved one another so much. Had he not been such a dolt and waited so long, he and Beth could have been close behind. His mood soured again. Everyone seemed to be finished, so Charlotte offered the group a celebratory tea in the parlor before they headed home. Beth offered to clean up, and Jake started to head toward the parlor when Beth stopped him. Jake, would you help me, please? Not sure what to say, he nodded. The dining room cleared and soon, he and Beth were all alone. Beth chattered on about the day and how grateful she was for Abigail's help, Jake barely adding in a grunt when a response is expected. If he didn't know her better, he'd think she hadn't noticed his gruff responses, but her normal chattiness amplified when she was nervous. She'd noticed. If nothing else, he hoped he could avoid his temper getting the best of him to make him say something he'd regret. After about 5 minutes, though, Beth seemed to have enough of his monosyllabic grunts. Jake, she said as she put down the silverware she held with a clatter, out with it. What is it you want to say to me? That's it. I wouldn't think it would matter what I have to say now that you're courting Pete. He knew he was being immature, but it just tumbled out. For your information, Jake Carson, I'm not courting Pete. He's taking me to lunch. And I might not be if someone else had asked me first. She spat out the last word before stomping toward the kitchen door and slamming it behind her. He sat down and put his head in his hands. He'd made a real mess of this one. He heard footsteps behind him and felt a hand on his shoulder. Thomas spoke, well, that went well. Jake sighed. I don't know what made me say it. I just got so angry at the idea of her with Pete. Is it the fact that it's Pete or the fact that it's not you? Probably the second, Jake said. Pete's not a bad guy. If I thought he wouldn't treat her right, I wouldn't have let him talk to her in the first place. Thomas sat across from him. But you have feelings for her too. It wasn't a question. They sat in silence for a bit before Thomas continued, Jake, who is God to you? He hadn't been expecting that. He thought for a moment. He's my creator and savior. He's forgiving and merciful. He's the reason I try to act morally and upright, to honor him. Thomas nodded. You know, Jake, in some ways, I'm a lot like you. Jake narrowed his eyes. Really? He thought back to all the times he'd acted or spoke without thinking, like he'd just done with Beth. You're hot-headed and rash? Thomas smiled. No, but I am prideful and have a tendency to try to earn the worth I've already been given in the Lord. I also speak out of turn occasionally and hurt the woman I love most. Jake, you wouldn't court Beth before because you didn't think you were worthy as a deputy. Now, you're training to be a foreman and you're still sabotaging yourself. Why do you think that is? I guess I keep waiting for it to be the right time. The time won't ever be perfect, Jake, Thomas said. But have you sought the Lord's guidance on the matter? I guess not. Jake sat back and thought for a moment. Thomas, do you think me losing my land, everything that happened, was to get me here? I don't believe God made your parents die and your land get taken as part of some big divine plot, but I have no doubt the Lord has used it for good in your life, just like Romans says. Thomas smiled before adding, He might not only strengthen your faith through this, but you just might get the girl, too. You think so? Thomas paused. Why don't you go on home tonight and spend the time talking with the Lord and asking His direction for you and Beth? Give her some time to cool off and seek some divine wisdom herself. Then, when cooler heads prevail, you can talk to her. Jake stood. That sounds like a good idea, he said. Thank you, Thomas. Anytime, son. Beth heard a knock at the cottage door and opened it to see her sister standing there. Why must men be so thick-headed? Beth asked in greeting. If he wanted to take me to lunch himself, he should have just asked me. Carissa sighed. Sometimes men need a little push that their affections will be returned, and other times, they can just be thick-headed. She chuckled and pulled Beth into a hug. I just came by to check on you and let you know we're headed home. I'm fine, Beth said, just frustrated. I know you are, Bethy. But just remember that Jake's tendency to react out of passion when something's important to him is also one of the things you love about him. I guess it is, Beth said. When it translates to joy and fun and humor, it's infectious. It's just when its evil twin rears its head that I have a problem. Carissa chuckled. One thing Rachel told me when Matthew and I got married is that there will be times qualities you appreciate about someone will have a side you don't like so much. You have to take both sides of the coin because they ultimately both create the person you love. Does Matthew have qualities like that? Beth could barely believe there was anything not to like about her brother-in-law. Carissa laughed aloud. Of course he does, he's human. For example, I feel incredibly safe and secure with Matthew. I know he'd protect me with his life, and I appreciate that he loves me enough to constantly be on the lookout for our safety. But occasionally, like on this wedding trip, we have to reach a compromise where he's satisfied with the level of care I take for my own safety without me feeling like he treats me like a child. Carissa paused for a moment. I imagine it's something that we'll have to compromise on for the rest of our lives, but that's love, compromise and choosing the other person over and over, faults and all. Beth grinned, how do you know so much when you've only been married 2 months? Maybe I'm wise beyond my years, Carissa teased. Or maybe I just have smart friends who give good advice. Thank you, Kitty. I needed that, Beth said. I missed you. I missed you too, Bethy. Matthew's voice sounded from behind Carissa, ready to go, darlin'? I'm coming, she turned back to Beth. Go easy on him, okay? I will. Chapter 8. Dear Carissa and Beth. I'm sorry, I haven't written. Honestly, prison is everything I thought it would be, tough, hard, and long, but I'm grateful. I'm finally serving the penance for the wrongs I've perpetrated, and truthfully, life with Father all these years has been a prison of its own. At least with this one, I don't believe I'm tipping the scales further against myself. I'm happy you both seem settled in Pine Creek. It was my greatest wish for both of you, and maybe one day when I've served my sentence, I can come and see the life you've built for yourselves. You both would make Mama proud. Cade. Carissa and Beth sat in the dress shop the next day, reading the letter that had arrived from Cade. It was the first time they'd heard from him since he was sentenced, and Beth wasn't sure how she'd feel when she received one. She still had nightmares on occasion in which her father was alive again and found them, but she practiced telling herself 3 truths every time they woke her. He's gone. It's over. He's not coming back. I don't know what to say, Carissa struggled to get the words out. I knew he'd gone to prison, but I suppose this makes it feel so much more real. So final. But it's not final, Kitty. Cade got a light sentence. He'll be out before we know it and can meet his niece or nephew. Beth watched her sister put a hand to her stomach and smile. Cade's sentence was 5 years, but Matthew thought there was a good chance he'd get out early due to his cooperation with helping recapture the rest of their brothers. The bell over the door twinkled and Abigail breezed in, the auburn of her hair brilliant in the morning sunlight. She must have noticed the tear splotches on both their faces as her eyes widened in alarm. "Oh dear, what's happened?" "We received a letter from our brother Cade. He's in the state penitentiary serving out his sentence," Carissa said. Abigail's brow furrowed and Beth answered the question she imagined Abigail struggled to formulate. "Cade was the only of our brothers to get a prison sentence rather than hanging. He's Carissa's twin and only joined the gang in the first place to protect us. He's the one who shot our father and, when 3 of the group orchestrated an escape during the trial, he helped the marshals recapture our other brothers before turning himself into the marshals." Abigail's eyebrows shot up. "Oh goodness, I don't think the articles made much mention of him." Beth sighed. "In light of Bronson, Bear and Eddie escaping, I suppose Cade's story was much less newsworthy." "The marshals did their best to keep him out of the public eye as well," Carissa said. Matthew's old boss, Nathan Green, had compassion for Cade and wanted him to be able to live a somewhat normal life once he serves his sentence. The only way he can do that is if his face is mostly forgotten. Of course, they couldn't keep his existence completely silent, but they didn't mention him when asked for quotes, and his help recapturing the rest of the gang isn't a matter of public record. "That was very kind." Abigail paused a moment. "So the men who escaped weren't your brothers?" "No," Beth said. "Bronson Thornton and Bear and Eddie Smith had joined the gang a few years earlier. There's talk they'd already planned some sort of coup, but father was killed and they went to trial before they had the chance. The marshals weren't sure if they had a standing arrangement with their accomplices or if they somehow communicated to them from custody, but, as I'm sure you've read, they came into the trial after sentencing and started shooting. Guilty men were brought to justice that day, but 3 innocent people lost their lives. The relief of justice being served, the grief of lives taken, the hope of seeing Cade again, the taste of freedom from fear. It seemed so much of Beth's life was lived in the tension of joy and pain, but it was there, in the midst of the tension, that she felt God nearest. I'm so sorry you all had to go through that, Abigail said. I can't imagine how terrifying it was. Do the marshals know where the men are now? Carissa spoke then. Matthew received a wire a few weeks ago that they might be headed up to Canada, but the source wasn't certain. If they cross the border, they'll be under the jurisdiction of the Mounties, so the marshals won't continue to pursue them. Hopefully, they are far, far away from here, Abigail said. Beth stood. We can only pray. She walked behind the counter to her to-do list for the day. On a happier note, Abigail, are you up for some sewing? Are you sure Mrs. Grady won't mind? She hasn't actually hired me yet. She stopped in this morning right after I got here, Beth said. She told me to put you to work, and she'll be back over to meet you as soon as she and Oliver finish up with Dr. Light. Beth had explained all about the accident and why Mrs. Grady was out of commission to Abigail yesterday. The woman in question walked through the door a few moments later, and Beth introduced her to Abigail. Abigail Hunter, meet Mrs. Grady, your new boss. It's nice to meet you, ma'am, Abigail said. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I won't let you down. Mrs. Grady waved as if she had no fear of that. No worries for ye, lass. The last time I took a chance on a girl who needed one got me the best employee I've ever had. She smiled at Beth before turning back to Abigail. As long as you're a hard worker and a steady hand, we can teach ye anything ye don't already know. How's Oliver doing? Beth had been praying for him daily since the accident. He's a tough lad, he'll make it, Mrs. Grady said. He's stubborn like his dear pa, rest his soul. The sheriff's coming out this afternoon to speak with him about what happened. Beth just realized she hadn't told Carissa about the accident. I know Matthew's been so busy with the cattle rustling since you arrived, she told Carissa. Did someone come by yesterday to tell him about the fire? Carissa nodded. He didn't tell me until we got home last night, but Mayor Kincaid stopped by his office yesterday afternoon. He told him what had happened and asked him to investigate further. Mrs. Grady nodded. He said he's not ruling out an accident, mind ye, but he wants to be thorough. She looked at Carissa. Good man, your husband. Carissa smiled softly and nodded. Thank you, Mrs. Grady. And he'll make a good father once the wee one comes, she said with a wink. Carissa's eyes widened, and she looked at Beth, who shook her head. I didn't say anything. Mrs. Grady laughed. Child, I've 5 children and 7 grandchildren meself. I know a pregnant lass when I see one. Ye're positively glowin', though ye also look like ye might lose your breakfast at any moment. Carissa covered her face with her hand. Guilty. Mrs. Grady crossed the room and gave her a hug. Congratulations, dearie. Ye're about to embark on one of God's great journeys in life. Carissa thanked the woman before heading to the mercantile to catch up with Rachel while Beth and Abigail returned to the task at hand. Yes, Beth thought as she opened her sewing box, and 2 very different men appeared in her mind's eye. We both just might be. Jake finished up early in the pastures for the day and approached the barn to give Thaddeus a good rub-down and brushing, before seeing if Keith had anything else for him to do. As he opened the barn door, he cocked his head back with a sigh. If Garrett had done his barn duty at all today, he'd done it poorly. The smell of manure walloped him, flies swarming in the stalls. He guessed the tack hadn't been cleaned either. Honestly, Jake wasn't sure why Mr. Hyatt kept Garrett and Junior around, but knew he had a strong policy about not firing a man, unless he absolutely had to. It inspired loyalty in men like Jake. A simple mistake wouldn't get you fired, but he feared Mr. Hyatt got taken advantage of as well. He swallowed the anger that would have overtaken him not too long ago. He wasn't that man anymore. At least, he didn't want to be. Still, it took him a few deep breaths to calm down before making his way further in. The barn had definitely not been cleaned today, and, if his memory of the schedule was correct, yesterday had been Junior's day to do it. Great, the horses had been standing in their own mess for 2 days when not in the pasture. Not a tragedy since they spent so much time grazing, but it was a recipe for infection, something Jake wanted to avoid. He tied Thaddeus's lead rope to a tree just outside the large, wooden structure. It was 2 stories high with the loft as the second story acting as a place to store hay. With the ranch as large as it was, the barn went back 10 stalls deep on both sides, the other end taken up with a utility room that functioned as a tool shed and tack room. Jake grabbed a pitchfork that had been left leaning against the wall, as well as the wheelbarrow they kept for cleaning stables, and went to work. He was almost done when Hitch and Daniel came in with their horses. Howdy, Jake, Daniel said, his stocky frame filling the doorway. I didn't think you had barn duty today. Finished early, Jake replied, his annoyance still warring with his desire to become the man the Lord wanted him to be. Daniel narrowed his eyes before shrugging his shoulders. Need any help? The corner of Jake's mouth quirked up. The kid was all right. Sure, you can help me muck out the stalls. Daniel nodded before taking up the wheelbarrow and wheeling it out to the swath of land where they dropped the barn mess, until it broke down into compost Mrs. Hyatt could use for her garden. Hitch unsaddled his horse, Daniel's, and Thaddeus. He gave them a good rub down and brushing, necessary after a long day in the saddle. The lanky young man didn't talk much, but he was a hard worker and Jake could appreciate that. When he finished, he climbed up to the loft and tossed down some more hay for Jake to add back into the stalls. The greenhorns were learning. Daniel came back and joined Jake in adding fresh hay in each of the occupied stalls before both young men stopped and looked around. Is that everything, Jake? I think so, thanks for all y'all's help, Jake said. It would have taken a whole lot longer without you. Daniel glanced at Hitch and rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. Listen, Jake, we just want to let you know we're mighty pleased you're talking over for Keith. I know you know there was some grumblin', just wanted you to know it's not from us. Jake nodded and tipped his hat. I appreciate that. Daniel and Hitch left the barn and headed toward the bunkhouse just as Keith slipped out of the utility room. He must have arrived through the back door. Yep, Keith said with a grin, we made the right choice. What do you mean? I mean, not only did you do above and beyond what was expected of ya, you taught them boys a lesson in ranchin' that I don't think they'll be forgettin' anytime soon. Keith clapped him on the shoulder. You're a good man, Jake, and you're gonna be a good foreman. Jake nodded, a brick in his stomach at the thought that he might let Keith and Mr. Hyatt down. I'll sure do the best I can, sir. Son, Keith said, I know you've been knocked down a time or two, but remember, the Lord led ya here for a reason. It's time ya start trustin' His plan rather than doubtin' yourself. Now, ya comin' to supper? That was twice in 1 week he'd been told he needed to rely less on his own strength and find his worth in the Lord's. Thanks, Keith. If you don't mind, I think I'll go down to the creek for a little while. Keith nodded, seeming to understand that Jake needed some time alone and in prayer. I'll ask Slim to save ya some grub. That Friday, Beth had almost forgotten about her date with Pete until Abigail asked her if she needed to freshen up. Beth startled and glanced at the clock. It was already nearly noon and she hadn't looked in a mirror all morning. Goodness, I'm glad you said something. She tied off the thread she was stitching on Diamond's dress and ran to the small wash basin and mirror Mrs. Grady kept in the back room. She had only just finished smoothing down the hair that threatened to come loose of her long braid when she heard the bell over the door sound, and Abigail gave a greeting to Pete. Beth made her way back to the front and was shocked at the sight. She'd expected Pete to be dressed like he normally was on a workday, but today he had on clothes more akin to Sunday best than that of a liveryman. He'd even smoothed down his normally flyaway black hair. Good afternoon, Pete, she said. Don't you look nice? Pete blushed and smiled back. You look right pretty yourself, Miss Beth. Abigail grinned and waved at Beth. Have fun, you too. Pete held the door for Abigail, and she stepped out into the bright sunshine. The sun as it was, she barely needed a coat but grabbed her shawl anyway as she left. How has your week been? Good, he answered. We don't stay as busy in the winter as we do the other seasons, but it gives us a chance to round on farmers who have wagons or buggies that need fixin', but can't bring them into town. Oh, what a nice service, Beth said. I didn't realize you did that. Pete nodded. It's not something all liveries do, but we started doing it a few years ago, and the farmers and ranchers really seem to appreciate it. I can imagine it'd be quite difficult to bring a broken rig into town, if it's even possible. They reached the cafe, and he slipped in front of her to open the door. Thank you, she said as they made their way to a table. So what about you, he said, have you enjoyed having the help of Miss Hunter? She has been a godsend, Beth said. I don't know how I'd have gotten everything for the festival done without her. Because of her help, we're ready to start decorating Main Street tomorrow. Do you need any help? Pete asked. I'd be happy to help you hang things or set up the tree. Beth smiled, thank you so much, but I think we've about got it covered. We're cutting the tree this afternoon, and Mr. Hyatt's lending us his wagon to bring it into town. The school children will meet tomorrow morning and help me decorate. That sounds right nice, Pete said. He looked a little disappointed. I suppose Jake's helpin' you cut the tree? Beth hesitated for 2 reasons. 1, she didn't want to hurt Pete's feelings, and 2, she and Jake had made these plans before their fight at the Foster's house. She assumed he'd still show, but couldn't be sure. She decided to go with the truth, that's the plan. She'd find out at closing today whether or not that plan would actually happen, but didn't truly doubt Jake would keep his word. The rest of their lunch continued with pleasant small talk, but Beth couldn't help but believe her heart wasn't in it. Pete seemed to notice but was too much of a gentleman to say anything. He walked her back to the dress shop and opened the door but didn't follow her inside. Have a good day, Miss Beth. His eyes looked sad, resigned maybe, and Beth felt absolutely terrible. Here, she'd hurt this kind man's feelings, but she couldn't fake interest she didn't feel. It wouldn't be fair to anyone, herself included. She sat down in her chair across from Abigail, who looked up from her sewing and raised her eyebrows. Well? Beth leaned forward and put her head in her hands. I don't know what's wrong with me. What do you mean? Beth groaned. A perfectly kind and handsome man is interested in courting me, and the entire time all I could think about was Jake. Abigail smiled. How long have you and Jake been friends? We met the day Carissa and I arrived in Pine Creek, and he's been one of my dearest friends since shortly after. Her friend's eyes went back to her sewing, but Beth could almost see the wheels turning in her mind. Have you ever let Jake know that you're interested in him as more than a friend? I can't do that, Beth gasped. It's not proper, and I'd be far too humiliated if he didn't reciprocate. Besides, what would it do to our friendship if things didn't work out? Forget what's proper, Abigail said, and any fool could see he reciprocates just fine. You really think so? Beth asked. Everyone's always said he does, but he's never made any mention of courting or love at all. Has he ever mentioned another woman? Beth thought for a moment. No, I don't suppose he's courted anyone since we moved here. Then there's your answer, Abigail laughed. A handsome man like that doesn't avoid women unless there's one more important to him. Goodness knows he's had opportunity, I'm sure. Beth smirked, thinking about the few months Diamond tried to attach herself to Jake like a barnacle to a ship in harbor. He'd come in the dress shop more than once trying to hide from her while out on his rounds. Oh, he's had plenty of that. Look, Beth, I'm not telling you to march over to his ranch and tell him how you feel today, but giving him a little encouragement that any advance he makes might be welcomed might build his confidence a little. Carissa said something similar, and I suppose you're both right, Beth said. He's supposed to come get me at 4 today to go find a Christmas tree for the festival. I'll see if I can think of something before then. Jake looked at the time and inwardly cringed. It was time to face the music. He hadn't seen Beth since he let his jealousy get the better of him. Not to mention, she'd had her lunch with Pete today, something he thought of soundly as he chopped firewood for the bunkhouse earlier. In fact, he'd had so much extra energy to work off that he'd chopped enough for the main house too. He dreaded it, but he'd promised to take her to cut down the town's Christmas tree. He let Keith know he was headed out and took the wagon Mr. Hyatt had offered them, thankful for his boss's generosity. He reached town and the dress shop just as Abigail left for the day. He saw her wave inside to Beth as the woman in question stepped outside and locked the door of the shop. She looked up and glanced around, spotting him coming down the road. She waved tentatively but didn't look as angry as she had a few nights ago. Had she forgiven him? He brought the wagon to a stop, and before he'd even pulled his hand off the brake, she'd climbed up in the seat next to him and smiled. Hi Jake, thanks for helping me today. I really appreciate it. Jake paused for a second, taken aback by the change in her disposition since the last time he'd seen her. Howdy, Beth, he stammered, I was gonna come around and help you up. I know, she shrugged, I'm just anxious to get going. Anxious to get going or anxious to get it over with? Either way, they needed to clear the air. Beth, that is. He realized he had no idea what he wanted to say. Jake, it's fine, she put her hand on his arm and he involuntarily glanced at it, thinking how good it felt there. I'm not angry. I overreacted too, and I'm sorry. Jake flicked the reins and led the team toward the patch of evergreens that had first perfect for Christmas trees. I'm sorry too, Beth. I was out of line. All is forgiven, she said. She looked like she wanted to say more but thought better of it. He decided it was safer to discuss the trees. So what is it exactly you're looking for in a tree this year? Well, she said thoughtfully, it needs to be tall enough to draw some attention but not so tall that children can't decorate most of it from a stepladder. So maybe 8 feet with low bottom branches? Exactly. They rode in a comfortable silence for a bit, setting off to the south of town. Jake knew a spot he thought would have some nice ones but was now wishing he'd checked it out beforehand. The wagon bounced over the ground once they left the road, and he noticed Beth grab the wagon seat a time or two to avoid getting tossed off. It'll be a smoother ride on the way back because of the weight of the tree, he said. But if you feel unsteady, you're welcome to hold on to me. I don't think I'm going anywhere. He winked and gestured to his 6-foot, 3-inch frame. I'm sure you aren't, Beth said and took hold of his arm. Her touch was light, but the way his insides lit up, You'd think she was one of those snakes that wrapped around and squeezed. His heart started beating faster, and he had to consciously relax his shoulders. She sure did feel good there. He wished they could sit like that forever, but it wasn't long before he pulled the wagon to a stop at the edge of the patch of trees. Before they dismounted, the sharp scent of pine and fir trees trickled through the air. A rabbit and a few squirrels scattered as they approached, crunching fallen leaves in their wake. Beth jumped down, and he stifled a chuckle. She'd certainly do things her way. He pointed to a tall fir toward the back of the group. What about this one? She approached it and examined the tree from every angle as though she were picking out the perfect fabric for a dress. She was taking this seriously, and he was content to watch for as long as it took. I don't think so, she said. The branches are too far apart, and we don't want the ornaments to be too sparse.
Oh.
What about that one? She inspected tree after tree until she started to look discouraged. Surely, we'll find one. We just have to. Jake hadn't been paying too much attention to the trees, more to the woman perusing them, but he glanced around now and spotted one tucked back under some larger pines she might have missed. He pointed at it. What about that one over there? She turned and followed his gaze before rushing to examine the tree. Oh Jake, it's perfect. She apparently didn't realize he'd approached behind her and turned so quickly she slammed into him. He laughed and steadied her arms before catching her gaze. He caught a moment of hesitation in her eyes before she stood on her toes and kissed him on the cheek. He almost had to steady himself from the shock as she pulled away. It wasn't the first time she'd ever kissed him on the cheek, but the look in her eyes was different this time. The blood rushed through his body and he was certain she could hear his heart pounding in his chest.
Ah.
Blast it. He leaned forward slowly, looking for any sign she wouldn't welcome his coming any closer, but when his eyes locked on hers, he saw nothing but anticipation. He pulled her to him and kissed her like a man in love. She reached her arms to circle his neck, and his brain told him he needed to stop before he did something he'd regret. He relished the contact one moment more before he lifted his head, keeping her firmly in his embrace. As both their breathing steadied, she brought her head to his chest. They stood there for a few minutes, Jake unable to believe what had just happened. He'd kissed other women, sure, but this was an entirely different experience. It felt like lightning and sunshine all rolled into one. He felt her tense, and he pulled back so he could see her face. Beth, I don't regret kissing you for one moment. But if you do, we can pretend this never happened. Her eyes misted.
Oh no.
Please don't let her cry. I don't regret it, Jake, she said. Then why do you look like you're about to get all teary? He wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. I'm not really sure, she said as a tear spilled over. I guess I just haven't been sure how you felt about me for a while now. It took everything he had not to smack himself upside the head. That's my fault, he said. I waited so long to tell you because I had my worth wrapped up in all the wrong things. Thomas talked to me the other night after dinner. He helped me see that my pride had kept me from pursuing you the way I wanted to, but more importantly, it kept me from fully accepting God's pursuit of me. Then, Keith said something similar at the ranch and, I've spent the last few days doing little else but workin' cattle and talkin' to the Almighty. She smiled even as another tear trailed down her cheek. I'm so glad, Jake. He wiped the tear from her eye before reluctantly releasing her from his hold. Now, how about we get this tree back before it gets dark? That sounds good. He jogged back to the wagon to grab the saw, and the pair worked together to fell the small tree. Before long, they had it tied up, and Jake hoisted it onto his shoulder to toss in the wagon. He reached her side of the wagon this time before Beth had a chance to hop up into her seat and held a hand out for her to hoist herself up. Milady. She giggled and took his hand. Why thank you, kind sir. As he climbed up, he looked over to where Beth sat staring out at the forest. Penny for your thoughts? I guess I'm just wondering where we go from here, she said. Where do you want to go from here, he asked. Will you be angry if I say I'm still figuring it out? Don't get me wrong, I have feelings for you, Jake, bigger feelings than I know exactly what to do with. She looked at her boots now. Jake knew exactly what that felt like. How about this? Why don't we both pray about it for a few days and see where the Lord directs us? He halted the team and reached out to her chin, gently guiding it toward him. Beth, I've loved you for what feels like every minute I've known you, to be clear. But I don't want to jump ahead of the Lord on this. I want to do this right. Beth smiled and nodded. I think that's a good idea. Are you sure we can't get out to Hispaniola without Garrison's help? Bear had asked this question 20 times if he'd asked it once, and Bronson was tempted to lay him out as they made their camp just outside Richmond. For the last time, Bronson ground out, "We don't have any money, we don't have any other connections, we don't have any other options. I know, I just don't think we're ever gonna find this Hunter gal. It's like she disappeared into the air." They knew she'd gotten on the train in New Orleans bound for Richmond, but whether she'd actually gotten here was an entirely different story. Bronson gathered kindling and firewood, hoping their matches weren't soaked from the storm they'd gotten caught in on the way from the train station. He really didn't want to fool with Flint. Let's think like a girl on the run. If you were smart, what would you do? Bronson asked. I don't know that I'd get off at the last stop, Bear said, clearly not catching Bronson's dig. But he had a point. Bronson thought for a moment. We took the same line. What cities did we go through? Montgomery, Atlanta, Charleston, and Richmond, Bear said. At least he was good for something. I think we can rule out Montgomery, it's too close to New Orleans for her to want to stop there. So that leaves Atlanta and Charleston. Bear nodded. You think she'd stop in Atlanta? No, Bronson said, Sherman did a number on Atlanta, and it's still pretty well wrecked. I can't see a young lady seeking a shelter there. Then that leaves Charleston, Bear said. That leaves Charleston. We'll search Richmond a little longer, but if we find no trace of her, let's head back south. Jake couldn't believe what had just happened. They'd set up the tree in the center of town before he dropped her off at the parsonage. Now, as he headed back down the dusty road to the Circle H, he couldn't wipe the grin off his face. He'd kissed her and she'd returned the kiss with gusto. He was glad he'd suggested taking a few days to pray about their relationship, but he also couldn't deny the impatience he felt to see her again. He'd been praying about what to do where Beth was concerned for months, but now he had validation of her feelings toward him as direction. Thank you, Lord, he prayed aloud as he turned off the main road down the long drive to the ranch. Let me honor you and respect Beth. Show me what steps to take next. He was jolted out of his conversation with the Almighty by a gunshot near the main house. Gunshots were fairly commonplace around a ranch in Texas, as anything from a wolf to a snake could be on the business end of the gun, but since it was so close to the main house, he hustled the team forward anyway. The main house came into view, as did a large group of the ranch's hands, Keith and Mr. Hyatt. What in the world had happened now? More cattle missing? Or something worse? Keith was calm while addressing the hands, but his gun pointed in the air told Jake who'd fired the shot. He pulled the brake on the wagon and hopped down to see what was going on. He'd unhitched the team in a moment. He approached as Keith shook his head. I'm not saying we suspect anyone here, he said as he sent a pointed look at Garrett. I'm just saying it's missing, thought. What's missing? Jake asked Mr. Hyatt as he came to stand beside his boss. Some money from the safe in my office, he answered, and some of Lillian's jewelry. None of it's particularly valuable, but it's special to her and the cash is troubling. Hitch spoke up then. When did she notice it missin', boss? The group turned to Mr. Hyatt. Only this morning. I left the safe door unlocked after I took a deposit to the bank yesterday, so I partially blame myself. It ain't your fault, boss, Slim said. Whatever Yellow Belly took that money and the Mrs. Jewelry deserves midnight rounds and line shack duty for a month OS Sundays. Or just send in a fare, the sheriff, Junior added. Jake thought the man looked entirely too relaxed when someone had apparently broken into the boss's house, but he wouldn't start throwing around accusations. I appreciate that, Slim, Mr. Hyatt said. But before we talk about the consequences, we need to determine who took the jewelry. Now, as Keith said, we're not accusing any of you, but did anyone see anyone you didn't recognize? Perhaps, after I took Mrs. Hyatt into town this morning for her visit with Mrs. Buchanan? Garrett narrowed his eyes at Jake. I saw Carson up at the house when I came in from check-in the creek for frozen spots. Jake thought back, trying to remember why he'd have been at the house this morning, but realized he went out to work on the fences at breakfast, and didn't come back until it was time to go get Beth. In fact, in all his anxiety about seeing her, he'd even skipped lunch. He ignored Garrett entirely and spoke to Keith. I've been working on the fence all day until about 3 when I went into town to get the Christmas tree. Keith looked back at Garrett. Any chance it was someone else you saw? Nope, Garrett said. It was Carson. But we can settle this right quick by doing a search of the bunkhouse. The corner of his mouth turned up and the hair on Jake's neck stood. Garrett was up to no good. Slim spoke on his behalf. Now you no good, and well, Jake wouldn't steal from the boss. Sides, I can vouch he was in the north pasture all mornin'. Then they won't find anything in the bunkhouse, Junior said, will they? Jake rolled his eyes. Go ahead and search my stuff, Keith. He eyed Garrett. I've got nothing to hide. Keith and Mr. Hyatt moved toward the bunkhouse, and Garrett muttered something to Junior. Both men chuckled, and Jake was more suspicious than ever. About 5 minutes later, Keith appeared in the door of the bunkhouse with a grim look on his face. Jake, can you come here for a moment? Jake walked toward Keith, wondering what the man needed. And why did he look like someone had just kicked his dog? Keith held up a bottle of whiskey and what looked like some of the fancier jewelry Mrs. Hyatt sometimes wore. Found this under your mattress, Jake, he said. Any idea how it got there? Jake's eyes widened, and he shook his head. This couldn't be happening. No, sir. He turned to Mr. Hyatt. I'd never steal from you, boss. Mr. Hyatt shook his head. I don't know what to believe right now, Jake. I'd have never thought so, but the evidence is right here. Jake's stomach nodded at the look of disappointment in his eyes. We sent Billy for the sheriff when I first noticed the money was gone. I imagine the boy'll be back soon. Billy's parents owned a small farm down the road, and he'd been there this morning mulching another layer on Mrs. Hyatt's garden for the winter. I don't know what to say, Jake, Keith said. His voice was almost shaky. Jake stayed silent, not sure what else he could do. Hopefully, Matthew would be able to help sort out who'd planted the stolen goods under his mattress. He'd bet all the money he had on Garrett, but with no proof, he was right back where he started, looking guilty. Jake heard the sound of a horse approaching then and turned to see Matthew's Mount Granger headed their way at a hard canter. Matthew pulled the horse up and tied him off on the porch rail before walking over to where Mr. Hyatt, Keith, and Jake stood at the door of the bunkhouse. What seems to be the trouble, Mr. Hyatt? Seems we have a thief in our midst, Sheriff, Mr. Hyatt responded. Only this time they stole money and some of Lillian's jewelry. Matthew took the jewelry from Keith and turned back to Mr. Hyatt. This the jewelry in question? Yes, sir. What about the money? Matthew asked. All gone, Keith said. Carson? Matthew turned to Jake, his confusion clear. Jake? Jake sighed. They found the jewelry under my mattress when they searched the bunkhouse. I'm guessing, Matthew said, you're claiming you didn't put it there? That's correct. Jake didn't know how he was going to get out of this one. Even he had to agree it looked bad. Just when he thought life was finally going right. Matthew turned back to Mr. Hyatt and Keith. You both know my relationship with Mr. Carson. I'll vouch for his character any day of the week. He turned back to Jake, but you know what I have to do. Jake nodded. He'd known it was coming as soon as they mentioned they'd sent for Matthew. He looked at the man he'd probably call his best friend. You gonna need to use the cuffs? Matthew shook his head. No, I think I can trust you to ride back to town of your own accord. He turned back to the group of ranch hands, still gathered in front of the house. Can one of you saddle Thaddeus? Allow me, Sheriff, Garrett said. He looked pleased as punch with himself, and it took all of Jake's self-control not to run the man down and lay him out. Matthew saw the look in Jake's eye. Easy, Jake. We're going to get to the bottom of this, but to do that I need you to not get brought up on assault charges, too. Jake let out a breath, wishing he could tell Garrett not to touch his horse, but it was probably better not to fly off the handle. He closed his eyes and asked God for strength as he turned back to the men who'd given him a chance at the Circle H. I'll cooperate with the investigation, but I promise I didn't do this. If that's true, Mr. Hyatt said, and I hope it is, the truth will come out and we'll pray to that end. Jake nodded. Matthew took another search around the bunkhouse but came up with nothing, and Jake's situation looked grimmer and grimmer by the moment. Garrett led Thaddeus out from the barn. He'd wiped the grin from his face, but his eyes still shone with victory. Jake took his horse's reins from the rogue and mounted. Matthew asked Mr. Hyatt a few more questions and took some notes on his notepad before untying Granger and motioning for Jake to follow. As he and Matthew headed back toward town to the jailhouse, Matthew questioned Jake about what happened. So, Slim vouched that you'd been out in the field all day? Yes, Jake said. I'd been working on putting up the new fencing Mr. Hyatt ordered for the north pasture. And then you came to get the wagon around what, 3 o'clock? Matthew was clearly trying to piece together the puzzle. Yes, I picked up Beth at 4, and we went to get the Christmas tree for the festival. Beth. What would she say when she found out he'd been arrested? Would he see the same look of disappointment in her eyes he'd seen in Keith's? It'd hurt something fierce from his boss, but he wasn't sure he could take it from her. They rode quietly for a moment, and Jake could almost hear his friend's wheels turning. Where was Garrett during that time? Jake wasn't sure. He was supposed to have been spreading hay for the herd with Junior, but they usually bully Daniel or Hitch into doing it for them. And they let them? Don't Daniel and Hitch have their own chores? They do, Jake said, but Garrett and Junior told them this is how it works on ranches. The younger hands do what the more experienced ones tell them. They're both pretty green, so, whether they believe them or not, they usually just do as they're told. Plus, no matter who does it, the work on a ranch needs to be done. They'd reached town by then, and Jake's instincts told him to hide before he remembered he wasn't cuffed. No one in town would know the former deputy was being arrested until Garrett and Junior got to town and ran their mouths. Get Thaddeus tied off and I'll take him back to the ranch later, Matthew said. I plan to go back out there tomorrow and have a good look around. We're gonna get to the bottom of this, Jake. You'll be absolved if I have anything to say about it. Jake nodded and walked like a man going to his execution up the steps to the boardwalk in front of the jail. He followed Matthew into the jail and took his place in one of the cells, thinking about how many times he'd cleaned that very space as deputy. The irony. I'm serious, Jake, Matthew said as he shut the cell door and turned the key. I'm going to figure this out. I know you'll try, Matthew. Just, if you can help it, try not to tell. Jake. Beth appeared in the doorway of the jail and dropped the box she was carrying, a box full of what looked to be Christmas decorations. Could it really have just been a few hours ago they'd kissed in the woods? He leaned his head on the bars of his cell and let out a groan. Chapter 10. Beth turned to her brother-in-law, in utter disbelief at what she saw. Matthew, what are you doing? Matthew glanced at Jake, who nodded, his head never leaving the bars of his cell. Beth, Matthew said gently, as though soothing a spooked mare. Jake's been arrested for theft at the Circle H, but know that I'm doing everything I can to prove his innocence. Some evidence was found under his mattress at the bunkhouse, but we believe it was planted. She listened for one moment more as Matthew explained what happened, but she made the mistake of glancing back at Jake. Seeing him behind bars was just about her undoing. She knew it was coming before it surfaced, the memory of someone else she'd loved behind bars, their oldest brother Gilbert. He'd stolen some small tools and canned goods from a local mercantile. It wasn't the first time he'd done it, and he was already 15, so the sheriff of the town took him to jail to try and teach him a lesson. Beth and Carissa had been in town with Mama buying dry goods, but for once, their father was there too. It was before he had a posse and did most of his work alone, so his face wasn't as recognizable from smaller crimes. They hadn't made father post any bail, but you'd have thought they had from the way he laid into Gilbert when they got home. He'd said if Gilbert was too stupid not to get caught, he'd have to come out on the road with him and learn how to do it right. It was the last time she ever saw Gilbert show any fear, as when he and their father returned, his blue eyes were as stone cold as their father's, and what little empathy he'd ever possessed was gone. Beth was jolted back to the present. This wasn't Gilbert, it was Jake. The man who'd been one of her closest friends for 2 years. The man she thought she might love. She pierced Matthew with all her pent-up frustration. If you believe he's innocent, then why is he behind bars? She knew she was shouting but couldn't seem to help herself. It was like she'd left her body and was observing the whole thing from afar. Jake lifted his head and spoke then. Beth, darlin', calm down dash. Don't tell me to calm down. She turned her ire on Jake. You're in jail, and he says you're innocent. Why? We believe someone framed him, Matthew said, and Beth had the fleeting thought that he just said that. Some jewelry and money were stolen from the Hyatts and, until we can prove it, he's got to behind bars. We have to do this right, Beth. That didn't make her feel one lick better. You, she pointed at Matthew, need to fix this fast or let an innocent man go free. And you, her finger swung to the man she'd kissed only hours ago, never ever has a woman calmed down because a man told her to. She turned on her heel and stormed out of the jail, slamming the door behind her. Somewhere in the logical part of her brain, she knew she was being childish. She knew she overreacted, but some combination of the child she'd been and the very womanly emotions she felt for Jake converged into an explosion of anger and accusation. She stepped off the boardwalk step, still seeing red, when she almost ran right into Thomas. Whoa, there, he said, where are you off to in such a hurry? Seeing Thomas brought on an entirely new reaction to the stress, and she wrapped her arms around the only real father she'd ever known and sobbed into his chest. He stiffened for a moment, no doubt surprised by her sudden display of emotion, but quickly wrapped his arms around her and let her cry. Bethy? Carissa's alarmed voice pierced through Beth's sobs, and she glanced up to see her sister hurrying toward them carrying a basket. Her sister glanced at Thomas with worried eyes and back at Beth. What's happened? Beth did her best to get control of her thoughts and her voice. Jake's been arrested. Her sobs threatened to take over again, but she steeled herself and used every bit of willpower in her to continue. He and Matthew think he was framed for some theft out at the Circle H. She'd hiccuped her way through but thought she'd gotten it out well enough. Oh Beth, Carissa set down her basket and took a step toward Beth. I'm so sorry. But if Matthew says he thinks he was framed, then I know he'll work night and day to prove his innocence. Beth nodded. I know, it's just, Jake finally got to live his dream of ranching and he was doing so well and now. Thomas patted her back gently. Beth, do you believe the Lord will fight for Jake, just as he fought for you and Carissa? Why, yes. Beth took deep breaths to try and control her trembling. Then trust him, Thomas said gently. And trust Matthew. I have no doubt he'll see this settled. I know you're right, she looked at Thomas. Will you go in and see him? Pray with him. I think he'd appreciate it. Her head had started to cool from the anger, but her gut filled with the tightness of humiliation. She hadn't helped the situation one bit. Absolutely, Thomas said as he released her and headed up the steps. Go on home, now. Charlotte and Abigail are baking scones for the children to enjoy tomorrow while you decorate. I think it'll make you feel better to help them. Beth nodded and turned to Carissa. Will you tell Matthew I'm sorry for how I reacted? I'll apologize to him myself, I just can't go back in there tonight. Seeing Jake behind bars like that, it reminded me of Dash. Gilbert, Carissa finished, realization dawning in her eyes. Of course, Bethy. She folded Beth in the soul-deep hug only a big sister can give and wiped a few stray tears off Beth's cheek. Get some rest, okay? I will. Beth set off down the street but turned back to watch both Thomas and Carissa go inside the jail. Lord, Beth prayed, I trust you, but even you use others to do your work sometimes. Show me a way to help prove Jake's innocence. Jake's head popped up when he saw the door open and failed to hide his disappointment that it hadn't been Beth walking through the door. It might have been the next best thing, though. Tough evening, Jake? Thomas's eyes were filled with compassion, something Jake always appreciated about the man. I've had better. Matthew rose from his desk to take the basket from Carissa and give her a kiss. I'm sorry I missed dinner, darlin' thought. That's okay, she said. I'd have brought more if I knew you had company. She turned to Jake. I'm sorry, do you want me to go over to the cafe and get you something? Jake shook his head. I don't think I could eat anything anyway. Did you see Beth? Is she all right? Yes, Carissa replied. She's who told us what happened. She turned to her husband then. She said she's sorry for the way she spoke to you. It just triggered something in her when she saw Jake behind bars. Matthew waved it away. All is forgiven. Carissa smiled at her husband before turning to Jake. When we were young, our oldest brother was arrested for stealing. It was the only time we ever saw any of them behind bars, but when we went with Father and Mama to pick him up, it was like the only good parts of our brother were gone. He left the next day with Father. Up to that point Father had operated alone, and they formed the Jones gang. He never looked back. I think Beth always associated the breakdown of what little normalcy we ever had with that moment Gilbert was behind bars. Jake groaned and shut his eyes. I just wish I could go talk to her. Carissa hesitated. I'd offer to go get her, but I think she needs a little time to breathe. She'll come back when she's ready. Jake understood but feared this whole mess was going to ruin everything. Thomas stepped forward. She did ask me to pray with you, though. It was like the man read his mind. If she'd done that, she couldn't hate him. Could she? He didn't think anyone knew about their kiss this afternoon, but the twinkle in Thomas's eyes made him wonder. I'd like that, Thomas. The group gathered in a makeshift circle and prayed over Jake. Lord, Thomas prayed, we know Jake is innocent, and we know you know exactly how to prove him so. Guide Matthew in the investigation, bring the guilty parties to justice, and give Jake peace in the process. And, Lord, grant the same peace to Beth that she may trust you with Jake the way she trusted you with herself and Carissa not so long ago. Amen. When Beth arrived at the parsonage a few minutes later, Charlotte took one look at her face and asked, Beth, dear, what's wrong? Jake's been falsely accused of a crime and Matthew had to arrest him. Beth didn't break down into tears this time, and she supposed that was a small blessing. Oh my goodness, Charlotte said as she wiped her flour-covered hands on her apron. Here, have some tea and tell us what happened. I'll get it, Abigail said. You two sit down. Beth noticed her auburn hair had some flour splotched throughout. Had she not felt like every bit of her was drained this evening, she might have laughed. Abigail bustled in the kitchen as Beth and Charlotte sat at the table. When she arrived with 3 steaming cups of tea, Beth took one, took a sip, and prayed it would steady her anxious thoughts. Thank you, Beth said as Abigail Saturday. I'm not exactly sure what all happened, but Jake and Matthew believe some evidence was planted in Jake's bed at the ranch. Apparently, some jewelry and money were stolen from their home. Oh, poor Lillian, Charlotte said. How terrifying. Absolutely, Beth said. The Hyatts noticed it missing, and at some point, I guess they searched the bunkhouse. The jewelry was found among Jake's things, but not the money. Goodness, Charlotte said as she covered Beth's hand with her own, I know that had to be difficult for you to see him that way. Charlotte didn't know about the situation with Gilbert, but she knew enough of their childhood that Beth supposed her gift of discernment filled in holes. I didn't react as I wish I had, but Carissa and Thomas are there now, praying over Jake and Matthew both. The Lord will fight for you, Beth, Charlotte said. How many times have we claimed that very thing? They sat around the kitchen table and talked for a few minutes more until Thomas came through the door and pressed a kiss to Charlotte's head. He looked to Beth. He's at peace and he understands. He's not angry with you, neither of them are. Beth nodded and yawned, thankful for that at least. I think I'll turn in. I'd have liked to help you both bake, but I think I'm just too tired. We'll need to be up early tomorrow to meet the children for decorating Main Street anyway. Abigail stood too. The scones are almost finished, they just need to come out of the oven. She turned to Charlotte. Are you all right if I head home with Beth? Yes, dear. Charlotte said. You two get some rest. She came around and enveloped Beth in a motherly hug. I'm praying for you both this evening. As she and Abigail walked back to the cottage, Beth thought about how everyone treated her as though she were Jake's sweetheart, even though no one knew about their kiss today. Were her feelings that obvious? She supposed they were, to everyone but her until recently. What could she do to help Jake? She thought through different possibilities until it hit her that the ladies' sewing circle was at the Circle H tomorrow, as it was Lillian's turn to host. Would they cancel? No, it'd be near impossible to get word to everyone on this short notice. What are you thinking, Beth? Beth turned to Abigail, eyes wide. What do you mean? I mean that even though I haven't known you that long, I can tell you're planning something. What is it? You know how we're supposed to visit the Circle H tomorrow afternoon for the sewing circle? Yes, Abigail said with narrowed eyes. They approached the door to their cottage and Beth followed Abigail inside. Matthew said the jewelry was found under Jake's mattress in the bunkhouse. And you want to search the bunkhouse, I suppose? Beth grinned, just happy to think of a way she might help. Exactly. Beth, Abigail said as they readied themselves for bed, if we're dealing with criminals willing to frame Jake, what do you think will happen to you if they catch you? That, my friend, is where you come in. Chapter 11. The next morning, Beth and Abigail rose before the sun even hinted at the sky to organize Christmas decorations. Beth figured the organization would make it simpler for the children to know where things were supposed to go. She'd spoken with the children's teacher, Sally White, and they'd meet her beside the spot she'd chosen for the Christmas tree at 9. Thankfully, the tree was already in place, a fact that only served to bring Jake to the forefront of her mind. She tried her best to focus on the task at hand, and before she knew it, the clock in their cottage read 8 o'clock, and it was time to head that way. Beyond simply organizing, she wanted to lay out all the decorations as well. So we've got the bunting and garland, Beth said. She'd seen things decorated with garland before, but hadn't realized how complicated it would be to cut branches off the fir trees, allow them to dry a little, and then shape them. It was a task she never desired to repeat. The tree's already up and Sally is bringing the ornaments. The lanterns and candles won't go up until Christmas Eve. She mentally ticked through the rest of her list. What was she forgetting? Abigail held up the ribbon they'd procured at the last minute. Where did you say the ribbon's going?
Ah.
The ribbon. It had been more than a little trouble to get it here in time, but John had come through for them. Half is going around the tree and half will go with the bunting and garland to decorate the boardwalk posts and railing. Abigail nodded. Then I think we have everything. I'll run over to the main house and get the scones Charlotte and I baked last night. Thank you for all your help, Abigail, Beth said. I truly don't think I could have done it without you. Beth meant every word. If Abigail hadn't finished up the bunting while Beth twisted garland, she didn't think she'd have ever finished. Happy to do it, Abigail said. As a child, I always wanted to help deck the halls for Christmas, but I was never allowed to help. The staff did it all. This has been a bit of Christmas wish fulfillment for me. She winked. Did you tell me the store owners were making their own wreaths? That's what they tell me, Beth said. The banker's wife Velma, Mrs. Light, Rachel from the Mercantile, Mrs. Grady and some of the other women were thrilled to do it, but I'm sure some of the male-owned businesses will need one of the extras Carissa made. Your sister thinks of everything, doesn't she? Pretty much, Beth said. Beth hadn't wanted to bother Carissa with too much of the preparation, but when she'd asked her to make a wreath for the door of the jailhouse and shared her vision for Main Street, Carissa insisted she make some extras in case others hadn't gotten around to it. Worst case scenario, they could always mount them on the posts surrounding the bit of boardwalk that would serve as the stage. Thomas knocked on the cottage door and offered to help Beth load their boxes into the wagon he just hitched while Abigail ran inside to get the scones. A few minutes later and they were off. Beth drove the team, something she didn't do often but always enjoyed. It made her feel useful, empowered even, to have control over something as mighty as a team of horses. When the women arrived to the stretch of street housing the mercantile and clinic on one side and post office, bank, and jail on the other, Beth pulled the brake and halted the team. She looked around to get her bearings about her one last time before they laid out the decorations in their spots. She turned to Abigail. "If you'll take the bunting and lay out 3 sets in front of each of the central businesses, I'll set out the garland and ribbon in front of the posts." Their tasks went quickly, and by the time they'd emptied all the boxes in the wagon, Beth looked at her watch and realized she still had a bit of time before the children arrived with Miss White. "Is that everything?" Abigail asked as she approached. "I think so," Beth said, taking another glance in the wagon. Abigail glanced around to the decorations they'd laid out. "Why don't we go ahead and hang the bunting, garland, and ribbon on one storefront as an example to the children when they come?" "You're a genius," Beth said. "Let's do that." They decorated the boardwalk in front of the clinic, and Beth was pleased to see Mrs. Light already had a beautiful wreath in place. Beth stood back and looked at the overall effect, perfect. Just then, they heard the Cordon boys approaching with Nancy Riley from one direction and the whole passel of Wilhite children from the other. Miss White stepped out of the boarding house, and the group converged at the tree, booing and awing over its size and all the decorations laid out. Other children approached from various directions, and Beth gave them a moment to gather before she welcomed them. "Good morning, children," Beth said. "Are you ready to get started?" The chorus of a yes made her smile, and she set the younger children to work on the tree while the older students decorated the boardwalk after Beth and Abigail's example. Beth glanced toward Carissa's home, just behind the jail, and spied the door open as her sister emerged. She told Beth she hoped to come this morning as she didn't have much chance to see all her former pupils anymore, but the pregnancy had her fairly ill most mornings and she couldn't promise she'd make it. Carissa approached, looking a little pale but in otherwise good spirits. "Merry Christmas, everyone," she called, and children ran to hug their former teacher. Beth approached her when they'd gone back to work and got her own hug from Carissa. "I'm glad you made it." "Me too," Carissa said. "I'm starting to feel a little better but still need to take it one day at a time." "Do you think you'll make the ladies' sewing circle today?" Beth wasn't sure if she hoped the answer was yes or no with what she and Abigail had planned. "I think so," Carissa replied. "I was a little surprised it wasn't cancelled, but I suppose it would have been hard to get word to some of the farm wives." "That was my thought as well." Beth wasn't sure whether to share her plans with Carissa now or wait until they were on their way. She decided to wait, lest Carissa feel the need to tell Matthew, who was certain to thwart their intentions. The decorating went quickly with many hands making light work. Beth and Abigail had done their best to make everything simple but beautiful, and as Beth turned in a circle to take everything in, she thought they'd succeeded. The bunting hung from the boardwalk roofs, low enough to be visible but not so low they became a nuisance. Ribbon and garland accented the posts in front of each business while wreaths now adorned every door. The tree was decorated with a mix of ribbon, homemade ornaments, and small votives that would hold candles on Christmas Eve. "Oh, Beth," Carissa said as she turned to take it all in, "it's beautiful. You two really did an incredible job. When Ginger gets back, she won't know what to do with herself." She turned to Beth and winked, "But I think you might have just won yourself a yearly job." Beth had to admit, it did look festive. She glanced over to where Miss White had gathered the children around the wagon and passed out the scones. The scene was perfect. The only thing missing was the man behind bars. "What are you hoping to find when you go out to the Circle H today?" Matthew paused and thought before answering Jake's question. "I can't help but think it's all related. The explosion at the smithy, the cattle rustling, the missing money and jewelry. I'm not sure what I'm looking for just yet, but I'll try to just follow my gut and trust that the Lord will lead me in the right direction." "Pay close attention to Garrett and Junior," Jake said. "Neither one of them like me much." "I will," Matthew said. "I assume they've moved anything that might incriminate them, but I'm hoping they were sloppy about it. I didn't get a chance to check the bunkhouse as thoroughly as I would have liked last time as I was a mite worried I'd have to slap you with an assault charge if I didn't get you away from Garrett." I'm hoping to find a clue they left. I'm sorry about that, Jake said. Some days I think I've finally gotten my temper in check, but other days, he shook his head and looked back up at Matthew. So you really think it's all part of one big scheme? I'll admit, the thought crossed my mind, but I just couldn't piece together how one group would accomplish it all. You said the Circle H's cattle went missing around the same time as the explosion, right? Yep, I came back from helping put the fire out and heard what had happened, Jake said. Matthew narrowed his eyes like he was trying to fit together a puzzle. It doesn't make sense that someone would have set up the explosion as a diversion when I was already out of town and nobody from the Circle H but you was in town. That's the part I'm trying to figure out. Why bother? Realization hit Jake like a ton of bricks. I wasn't supposed to be in town that day, it was supposed to be a run Keith did, but he sent me instead. They just told me about Keith retiring and me taking over for him. One of my jobs that day was to stop by the smithy and ask Mac about something, but I got upset seeing Beth with Pete at the mercantile and plumb forgot until just now. But it was never supposed to be me who went, it was supposed to be Keith. You don't think they were trying to get to Keith, do you? That makes more sense than any of my previous dead-end theories, Matthew said. And if I can find any evidence of that at the ranch or the smithy, it'd go a long way to prove your innocence. Jake sighed, let me know what you find. There wasn't much he could do from a jail cell. After Beth ran out last night, he'd barely slept, though that may have had more to do with the drafty cell and the fact that he hadn't eaten dinner. Carissa brought over a breakfast spread fit for a king this morning, not a prisoner. He supposed she was doing her best to show her support the only way she knew how. But really, she wasn't the sister he needed to see. I knew it, Carissa said as she cut her eyes at Beth. I knew you were too calm this morning. Out with it, what's your plan? Beth guided the team down the long drive to the Circle H, and turned back to her sister. Toward the end of the gathering when everyone starts to move about and have refreshments, I'm going to head out to the bunkhouse and do a little searching myself. If I time it right, I'll meet you and Abigail outside right as you're getting ready to leave. No one has to know. Would it help if I told you all the ways this plan could go wrong, or are you committed at this point? Carissa knew her sister well. It's happening, Kitty. And you can either act like you know nothing about it or help. Turn the situation around, what if it was Matthew behind bars? Carissa sighed. Fine. She turned to Abigail, you knew about this too? Abigail smiled but looked a little guilty. Beth felt bad for getting her caught in the middle. The team led the wagon the rest of the way down the drive, and she pulled the brake in the front yard. The large white farmhouse was beautiful. Beth had always admired the land whenever she'd visited. Now, if only she could help clear Jake's name and she might just live in the foreman's cottage not far from the main house. She smiled at the thought. Good morning, girls. Mrs. Lillian Hyatt was a kind woman, and Beth could see her becoming a dear friend if all worked out the way she hoped it would. Good morning, Lillian, Beth called back to the short, gray-haired woman whose smile had the power to calm even the most anxious of hearts. Thank you so much for having us today. It's my pleasure, dears, she said as she offered a hand to Carissa as she stepped down. Some of the ladies are already here, so feel free to join them in the parlor. She looked behind Carissa to where Abigail climbed down from the wagon bed. No Charlotte, today? No, Beth said. She caught a cold this week and just needed a day of rest and not to be out in the cold. I understand, Lillian replied. I'll send some goodies home with you. Tell her we hope she feels better soon. The girls thanked Lillian and followed her into the main house, Beth spying the bunkhouse sitting not far from the barn. Perfect. If she was seen going that direction, she could say she wanted to see the horses. Beth greeted the ladies who already sat in a circle in the parlor. Minerva and Diamond were already seated and working on their projects. Holly Barstow, Katie Griggs, Sally White and her mother Harriet, and Kristen Buchanan were there as well. She noticed some regulars missing, like Mrs. Grady, Molly Hightower, Ginger Halstead, who was still out of town, and Charlotte. Rachel came sometimes, but the mercantile did a good deal of business on Saturdays, so she wasn't able to attend often. Other women in town either didn't sew or couldn't get away on Saturdays. Beth put aside her thoughts of what might lay in the bunkhouse and tried to focus on the conversation so as not to arouse suspicion. "I'm just saying," Minerva Kincaid said with a raised eyebrow. "I've wondered about that boy since he arrived here. I know Tom vouched for him, but one can never really know about a person, can they?" "Of course. She was talking about Jake." "Mother," Diamond said, "nothing has been proven. This could all be a horrible misunderstanding." She glanced at Beth then with an apologetic look. "Isn't everyone innocent until proven otherwise?" "Diamond? Defending Jake?" Wow, Mrs. Grady was right. She had changed. "Yes, dear," Lillian said. "And truly, Mr. Hyatt and I aren't sure what to think, but both of us feel Jake could not have done this." She turned a gentle but pointed look at Beth. "The Lord will bring forth the truth." Carissa seemed to sense Beth's anxiety and changed the subject. "Well, ladies, if you haven't been to town today, Beth, Abigail, Sally, and the school children did a fantastic job on the decorations." "Oh, Mother and I did see them on the way here today," Diamond said. "They were absolutely beautiful, and I can't wait for the festival." "Thank you," Beth said. "I couldn't have done it without Abigail." "Yes, dear," Minerva Kincaid said. "What a lucky thing you arrived when you did." She narrowed her eyes at Abigail as she tied off a stitch. "What did you say brought you here again?" Abigail hesitated, and Beth almost jumped in to rescue her friend, but she recovered. "I needed a fresh start, ma'am. Meeting Carissa and Matthew in Charleston was truly a divine intervention." "Yes, I'm sure," Minerva replied. "I'm sure you can understand our confusion. We don't get many young women coming through here alone. Why, the only other time I can remember is when Carissa and Beth showed up." Her implication was clear. "And it's such a blessing that God brought them here," Lillian said as the other women watched the exchange with wide eyes. Minerva took the gentle rebuke and dropped the subject. The rest of the circle went along well enough, but Beth couldn't help but glance at the clock often. If she didn't get out to the bunkhouse before the hands came in for lunch, she'd miss her chance. Thankfully, Lillian announced refreshments being served, and the women rose from their sewing projects. "Lillian, may I use the necessary?" Beth couldn't think of any other way to get outside without arousing suspicion. "Of course, dear. You know where it is." Beth stepped out the back door before looking over her shoulder and pivoting toward the bunkhouse. She was grateful the parlor didn't have windows facing this direction or they'd surely see her. She reached the bunkhouse and listened at the door. Silence, good. She turned the latch and eased inside, her eyes taking a moment to adjust to the lower lighting. The windows in here were much more sparse than the main house. Where first? Jake's things? No, she knew she wouldn't find anything there unless it was planted. Who were the men Jake said hadn't liked his appointment to foreman? Right, Garrett and Junior. She didn't know either well, as they didn't come into town much, favoring Hunter's Gap and its nightlife over the quiet of Pine Creek. They never came to church either. She wasn't sure which of the bunks belonged to whom, other than a few of Jake's clothes that she recognized, so she figured she'd better check them all. Each man seemed to have an area to himself with a few drawers, a trunk, and a bed. She wasn't sure, but she thought this was a nicer setup than most bunkhouses. Windows were set off the floor a little higher than normal, and a wood stove sat toward the back under the chimney with firewood stacked under it and to one side. The other held a small counter space with pots, pans and cooking utensils stuck haphazardly in a large box underneath. A large wash basin sat off to the side. The beds were all made, some better than others. She wondered if it was a requirement of working here, keeping the bunkhouse tidy. She set to work going through the belongings and trying to put things back the way she found them but blew out a frustrated breath when she came up with nothing. Voices sounded outside the bunkhouse, and she spotted hands coming this way from a small cracked window cut into the side of the wooden structure. Without thinking, she dove under one of the beds, thankful the hand's old quilt reached almost to the floor and would cover her. The door opened and she heard boots scuff against the floor. She pushed as far back into the wall as she could, trying not to think about the last time anyone had cleaned under these beds. "I'll be out in a second, Keith, I just need to grab my gloves." That sounded like Garrett, though she'd only heard him speak a few times. A muffled voice sounded outside, and what sounded like two pairs of boots entered the bunkhouse. She wasn't sure who the second was, but was fairly sure the first was Garrett. Please, let this not be his bed. Why didn't she go under Jake's? At least she knew no one was going to lie down on it. The mattress above her creaked with Garrett's weight as he sat down, the other man still standing in the middle of the floor. Was that Junior? She could see Garrett's hand from a space at the head of the bed that the quilt didn't cover and prayed he wouldn't look in her direction. Garrett reached down and dug his gloves out of his bag, as well as a flask. That's odd, they weren't supposed to have any alcohol on premises at the Circle H, Mr. Hyatt didn't allow it. She heard him take a swig as the pungent odor of whiskey accosted her nostrils, and he returned the flask to his bag. "One more minute, Junior," Garrett said. "My sock's wet too, let me change it." He removed his boots and threw his sock behind his bag, inches from Beth's head. If she'd found the whiskey smell offensive, this was simply vile. Holding her breath so as not to gag, Beth prayed they'd leave soon or Abigail and Carissa would come up with something. Abigail craned her neck toward the bunkhouse and started twisting her hair, a nervous habit her governess had tried hard to break her of. Where was Beth? The ranch hands were back in from the pastures and she saw no sign of Beth anywhere. Was she still in the bunkhouse? Abigail caught Carissa's eye around Mrs. Hyatt, who was busy showing Carissa her herb garden. "And these here are thyme, mint, and lavender. They'll all come back this spring, provided we don't have too long of a freeze. I use them for teas and tinctures around here to ward off colds and infections." Abigail could tell Carissa was as nervous as she was but trying not to show it. Carissa knew all Mrs. Hyatt was telling her. According to Beth, there were few who could coax such bounty from the earth as Carissa, but she listened respectfully, if for no other reason than to stall their leaving. Mrs. Hyatt led Carissa over to a group of greens that'd survived the frost so far as Abigail spotted a familiar horse coming up the drive. She narrowed her eyes and put a hand at her forehead to block some of the sun. Matthew. Thank goodness. Part of her knew they'd be in trouble for trying to form their own investigation, but a much bigger part of her was thankful to have him here. He'd know what to do. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Hyatt," he called from atop Granger. Abigail saw Carissa visibly relax as she saw her husband approach. Seemed Abigail wasn't the only one who thought Beth might have gotten herself in a sticky situation. She couldn't help but wish she'd brought her derringer, though what she planned to do with it she didn't know. Ever since she'd left New Orleans, having the small bit of security in her pocket brought her some peace. She wasn't even sure if she'd be capable of using it to kill someone, but, thinking back to the men in Charleston, she knew she could injure someone if the need arose. Matthew's eyes narrowed as he glanced from Carissa to Abigail, no doubt wondering where Beth was, but said nothing. "Afternoon, Sheriff." Mrs. Hyatt waved to Matthew. "Shall I go fetch Mr. Hyatt for you?" "Yes, ma'am. If it isn't too much trouble." She scurried off as Matthew dismounted Granger. "Where's Beth?" Carissa's face betrayed both her guilt and anxiety. "She's in the bunkhouse." Abigail saw Matthew's jaw tighten, but he stayed calm as he glanced around and noticed 3 of the hands coming out of the barn. He tensed further. "Where are Garrett and Junior?" Carissa shook her head. "We don't know. Beth was supposed to be quick. She was just going to look around, but I'm afraid she might be stuck." Matthew blew out a breath as Mr. and Mrs. Hyatt approached. He turned to the ranch owner and asked, "Julius, do you mind if I have another look in the bunkhouse?" "Of course," Mr. Hyatt said. "Would you like me to clear it out for you?" "Yes, please." Mr. Hyatt approached the bunkhouse, opened the door, and spoke to someone inside. Carissa gasped as the men Abigail presumed were Garrett and Junior exited the building. Carissa schooled her features, and Abigail hoped Mrs. Hyatt hadn't noticed. Matthew stalked off toward the bunkhouse without a look at either of them and entered as Mr. Hyatt walked back to their group and the hands, headed for the barn. Good, maybe Matthew could get Beth out of there. Beth had never prayed so hard in her life as she had in the few minutes Garrett and Junior lounged in the bunkhouse, her nose burning at the pungent odor of Garrett's socks mere inches from her head. The door opened, and she heard Mr. Hyatt's voice asking the men to go help the other hands with cleaning tack and mucking stalls in the barn, that the sheriff wanted to search the bunkhouse again. She heard the door shut and Garrett pulled his boots back on with a string of curses that might have made Beth blush, if she hadn't grown up the way she did. She heard Matthew enter and relaxed, but didn't move lest he had someone with him. "Beth," he growled quietly, "where are you?" She hadn't heard her brother-in-law that angry since the trial in Dallas. "I'm right here," she whispered back. She started to shimmy out of her hiding spot under Garrett's bed when she felt a board shift under her hand. That was odd. She continued to move toward Matthew, keeping a hand on the shifting board. She had a hunch. "Matthew, come here and look at this." He approached and she pointed to the board that was clearly loose. He lifted it and she fought the disappointment that hit her when she saw nothing in the opening. It was a clear opening, though, and an excellent hiding spot should someone need one. "Nothing," he said, before turning to her with fury in his eyes. "Beth, what were you thinking? Do you know what could have happened to you?" "I know, Matthew, and I'm sorry, but I just can't shake the feeling we're missing something. Garrett has whiskey in his bag, and I know they're not allowed to drink. That doesn't make him a thief, Beth." "I know, but it does make him untrustworthy." "Why couldn't he see?" Matthew sighed. "I don't trust him either, but you can't just take the law into your own hands. You could have gotten seriously hurt, and now we have to get you out of here without being seen." "I have an idea," Beth said. She'd been thinking while hiding under the bed. "There's a window over here in the corner that faces the pasture, not the main house. I can climb out of it and duck down behind the blackberry bushes to join the women." "Where does Mrs. Hyatt think you are?" Matthew had clearly lost his patience with her escapade, but she thought she saw a bit of amusement sparkling in his eyes. "The necessary." Matthew shook his head. "I'll help you get out the window, but you're on your own after that. I've got a bunkhouse to search." Beth nodded gratefully. "I'll be careful, I promise." He opened the window and took a look around before giving her a leg up like he might to help her mount a horse. Beth pushed her foot over the side and caught a foothold in a notch on the side of the building. She lost her footing and landed with a thud on her backside, but no one seemed to be around to see it. She looked up at Matthew and flashed her most charming smile, the one that had gotten her out of a punishment or two with Mama as a child. He shook his head again and shut the window. Beth scrambled to her feet and snuck around the row of blackberry bushes to the outhouse and felt her pounding heart slow. She'd made it. "Beth, there you are," Mrs. Hyatt said as she approached their group. "Are you feeling all right, dear?" "Yes, I'm fine," Beth said as she eyed her sister and Abigail. Both were visibly relieved at the sight of her. "Lillian, thank you so much for having us today. We'll get out of your hair, but we'll see you tomorrow at church?" "Of course, dear." She leaned in toward Beth and glanced at Mr. Hyatt, who had headed toward the barn where the hands worked. "And I don't believe for a second that Jake did this, and neither does Mr. Hyatt. The truth will come out, dear. Just trust the Lord." Tears misted in Beth's eyes. "Thank you, Lillian. You girls have a safe trip back, all right?" They assured Lillian they would and climbed into the wagon to head back for town. Beth filled the others in on the loose board and hiding spot she'd found. "It doesn't prove anything," Carissa said. "But it is suspicious. Now, if only they could figure out what may have once been hidden there, they could clear Jake's name and put the real thief behind bars." Chapter 12. Dear Carissa and Beth. I didn't plan on writing again so soon, but I wanted to tell you about a pastor who's been coming to the prison. He started handing out Bibles but let us know that he'd be happy to talk to any of us that had any questions. For some reason, I felt like I needed to talk to him. Maybe it just makes me feel close to y'all and Mama, but we have had some good conversations since. He has that same peace about him that you always had and has been walking me through some of the verses Mama taught us when we were little. He keeps telling me that no one is too far gone to save, but I'm not sure I believe him. He says when he comes back next week, we're going to talk about a man named Saul on the road to a place called Damascus. I'm not sure what all that means, but he seems to think it'll mean something to me. I told him about you too, and he suggested I write you and ask you to pray for me. He says even if I don't believe in it, sometimes knowing someone is praying for you can make a difference. I don't know about all that, but I told him I would. Anyway, I need to wrap this up, but I'll write again soon. Cade. Beth put her hand on Carissa's free one as her sister wiped her eyes. She looked at Beth. The Lord may finally be answering our prayers. It certainly looks like it, Thomas said. They sat in the parlor at the parsonage where Carissa had read the letter from Cade aloud. Abigail and Charlotte were there too. Beth looked out the window. When had the sun begun to set? They'd arrived from the Circle H, and she'd confessed to Thomas and Charlotte all that transpired. They were clearly worried for her but thankful she'd gotten out safely. Thomas had hugged her and asked her to promise not to pursue any more vigilante justice and let Matthew handle it. She couldn't promise him that, but she did tell him she'd stay safe and be smart. He'd seemed somewhat satisfied with that. She thought back to the letter. I'm not sure who this pastor is, Beth said, but I want to send him a thank you note and care package. Carissa chuckled even as she dried the tears that still fell. I'm just so thankful. She looked at Thomas. Does it seem like he's softening? It does, Thomas nodded, though it may not happen quickly. You girls and your mother have sown the seeds of truth in Cade for many years. This man is watering them. Who will reap the harvest and when is a question only the Almighty can answer, but we can keep praying for Cade's salvation. Beth noticed Abigail had been silent through the exchange. It wasn't odd for her to fade into the background, but her friend looked troubled. What's on your mind, Abigail? I just keep thinking about my father, Abigail said. I don't think he ever had any sort of relationship with the Lord, though our family made a good show of it, attending services every week. She looked at her hands, but Beth heard her sniff. I think it was more for the purposes of being seen than anything. How did you come to know the Lord? Beth asked. The only reason I have any understanding of Scripture is a governess I had, Ms. Matilda Rochester. Abigail wiped an errant tear before continuing. She might be the toughest woman I ever met, but she was around more than both my parents combined. Beth could see how deeply lonely Abigail must have felt growing up. Where is she now? Abigail shook her head. She passed away shortly after I turned 16. She'd stopped working as my governess 2 years prior but stayed in my father's employ as my companion and chaperone. She and I prayed often that Daddy would come to a real faith in the Lord. Charlotte put a hand on her shoulder. We don't know what his last thoughts were. Many a man has come to know Jesus on his deathbed. Abigail wiped her cheek. I can only pray he did. Thomas spoke then. You said your father stopped his illegal activities after the war and refused to join this Nigel Garrison again. Perhaps he was under conviction. Maybe, Abigail said. That, or my mother's death made him realize what a mess he'd be leaving for me if he went to prison. Despite it all, he was always good to me when he was around. Greed has driven many to do things they never wanted to do, Thomas said. And once you're in, sin takes you deeper than you ever thought yourself capable of. He gestured to Cade's letter in Carissa's hands, but no man is beyond God's reach. Beth moved in to give her friend a hug. You were a light to him, regardless. Abigail sniffed again and nodded. Thank you all. She glanced toward the door. If you don't mind, I think I'll go on to bed. Carissa stood and hugged Abigail as well. I'll get going too. No doubt Matthew's wondering where I am. Thomas chuckled. Oh, I'm sure he suspects. Beth gave Abigail some time alone in the cottage as she helped Charlotte prepare some dishes for Sunday lunch the next day. By the time she made it to bed, her friend was sound asleep. She was where? Jake couldn't believe what Matthew had just told him. She could have gotten caught, and who knows what would have happened. He couldn't think about what might have happened if Garrett and Junior found her there. His gut tightened, and his fists clenched at his sides. It was Sunday, not normally a day Matthew worked unless he was needed, But he brought Jake breakfast this morning and told him what happened at the Circle H. She knows it was stupid, Matthew said. And I told Carissa last night that if Beth comes up with any more schemes, she's to tell me right away. Jake ran a hand over his face. I haven't wanted to push her, but can you ask her to come see me after church today? He needed to assure himself she was safe as much as he needed to ask her not to put herself in danger again. Matthew nodded as he opened the door and stepped out. I will. Jake sat down and put his face in his hands. This whole thing was a mess. Maybe he should just tell Beth to forget about him and move on. The old familiar thought that she deserved better crept up again, but he couldn't deny it. He opened the Bible Thomas brought him and opened to the passage in Matthew that Thomas marked. Are not 2 sparrows sold for a farthing? And one of them shall not fall on the ground without your Father. But the very hairs of your head are all numbered. Fear ye not therefore, ye are of more value than many sparrows. Jake bowed his head. Lord, he prayed aloud, thankful he was alone. I feel completely unworthy of Beth, but you say my worth isn't in my job or the money I make. It's not even in my freedom or my reputation. It's in you. Remind me, Lord, 'cause I forget a lot. Remind me that my worth is in you. He prayed and read for a while more and, before he knew it, the door opened and Beth arrived with a covered dish in her hands. He thought she looked like a schoolgirl who'd been caught doing something naughty, no doubt anticipating a scolding for putting herself in such danger yesterday. She handed the dish through an opening in the cell door, and he set it on the bench. Beth, he started but didn't get the chance to say anything else before she burst into tears. I'm so sorry, she sobbed. I told myself I'd be strong, and I have been, but seeing you here, she paused. I know you didn't do it, Jake. I just know Garrett set you up. Jake put his hands through the bars and took her awkwardly in his arms, as close as he could her with the bars in place. I know, darlin', I know. They stood that way for a few moments, and Jake breathed in the scent he'd come to associate with Beth. She smelled like vanilla and lavender, and it was more intoxicating to him as any whiskey could ever hope to be. Mercy, he loved this woman. Beth, Jake said as he reluctantly pulled back to see her face, I know you thought you were tryin' to help going out to the Circle H. I know, Jake, and I'm sorry. I just couldn't sit by and do nothing. He nodded, knowing exactly how she felt. But still, his gut tightened at what could have happened. I need you to promise me, darlin'. Promise me you won't go doing anything foolish to try and free me. Matthew's working hard on the case, and I'm helping him as much as I can from here, but I won't be able to focus if I'm worried you've run off to the bunkhouse again. If Garrett or Junior so much as looked at her wrong. I won't go back to the bunkhouse, Beth said, but did Matthew tell you what I found? He said there was a loose floorboard? Jake still wasn't sure how that could help them. But Jake, don't you see? Beth's cheeks flushed and betrayed her excitement. If there's a hiding spot, they might have had something to hide. If we can find out what that is. Beth, Jake nearly groaned, you just promised you wouldn't go back there. This woman was going to be the death of him. I won't, she said, her eyes alight with frustration. But Matthew can, and now he knows one more place to search. He nodded. It made sense but was still far too little to act on. He reached up and smoothed the hair away from her face that had fallen as she embraced him through the bars. I just want you to be safe. The fire that had threatened to flare in her eyes when he'd rebuked her dimmed as her face softened. I know you do, Jake. Jake grinned. Now, tell me how the decoratin for the festival ended up. Did you have enough help? She brightened. We did. The children were such a help, and it looks just beautiful. I'm glad, and I can't wait to get out of here so I can spin you around on the dance floor. Her smile fell a little. Do you really think you'll be out by then? He thought he saw both hope and caution in her eyes. Matthew says he thinks it's a good possibility but won't tell me why just yet, Jake said. I'm hoping Julius believes me and won't press charges. Lillian seems to think he does, Beth said. Jake sighed, hoping that was true. Have you been praying about what happened Friday? Had it really only been 2 days? I have, Beth said as her cheeks flushed a pretty shade of pink. I'd be honored to be your girl, Jake Carson. Jake didn't think he could grin any wider if someone just told him he owned all the ranch land in Texas. I know we said we'd take some more time, but I've had little else to do in here but pray, and I know beyond any doubt you're the woman I want by my side, whatever may come. He hesitated before adding, but I also understand the complications of everything right now. He looked around the jail cell. I won't hold it against you if you have any doubts. Cowboy, Beth said with a wink, I don't think I've ever been more sure of anything in my whole life. Jake couldn't help it. He pulled her as close as he could with the bars between them. He couldn't care less that the embrace was a little awkward. He loved Beth Jones, and while he wasn't quite ready to tell her that, he wanted to show her. He lowered his mouth to hers and held one hand on her shoulder and the other in her hair. It was soft and sweet, but the fireworks going off in his chest were anything but. He savored the taste of her mouth one moment more before pulling back. I'm gonna get out of here, soon, Beth Jones. He kept hold of her as best he could. And when I do, I want to be the only guy you dance with for the rest of your days. She giggled. I'm not so sure I can promise that. He narrowed his eyes at her, heart in his stomach. And why is that? Because, she winked. Matthew and Carissa may be having a little boy and you best believe he'll be dancing with me at the festival next year. He laughed and pulled her in close again. He needed to kiss her again as much as he needed to breathe. He moved back toward her mouth just as a throat cleared in the doorway, and Beth jumped backwards from the start. He let out a low growl at whoever had interrupted the moment and embarrassed Beth, but he found Matthew and Carissa standing on the landing, both with Cheshire Cat grins splitting their faces. Well, Beth stammered, I hope you enjoy your lunch. She scurried toward the front of the jail. I'm sure he will, Matthew said as he tipped his hat at his sister-in-law. Carissa stifled a giggle behind her Bible. Jake rolled his eyes at the pair and sat down on his cot in the jail cell, ready to dig into whatever Beth had brought him. Honestly, it could be hardtack and beans, and he thought it'd be the most delicious meal he'd ever eaten. Chapter 13. Bronson was almost ready to give up. They'd searched Richmond and had no better luck there than anywhere else. Charleston was their last chance and so far, no one had seen hide nor hair of the girl. He'd have thought someone would have remembered the unusual hair color, but it seemed no one did. Bronson, can we stop for today? Bear whined, maybe go get a drink? The man might have been a hardened criminal, but he could also act like a toddler at times. If he wasn't useful for his brute strength, Bronson wouldn't keep him around. Bronson motioned toward a tavern down the street where a few of their girls stood just outside the door, enticing men to see what else the place held. His expression was hopeful. Bronson growled. Fine. He could use a tall glass of whatever watered-down swill the saloon owner was peddling this evening and maybe even one of the girls. They tied off their horses, and Bronson tipped his hat at one of the soiled doves as they passed by.
Yeah.
Stopping for the day was looking better and better already. The doors swung back into place as he took in the room. His grandmother would have called Hal's Tavern a den of iniquity, but, as Bronson took in the smell of smoke, liquor and cheap perfume, he'd call it just what the doctor ordered. They made their way through the cigar-fueled haze, and took a table toward the back where Bronson could still keep an eye on the door. As many enemies as they'd made, he could never be too careful. That's something he learned from Marcus Jones. A blonde-haired vixen with a mighty low-cut red dress floated his way and put a hand on his back. What can I get for you boys? Whiskey, he said as he pulled her into his lap, and you'd suit nicely too. She giggled and popped up. He'd noticed that most saloon girls over the years had smiles that didn't reach their eyes. They looked happy enough to sell drinks, but their faces showed the wear and tear of a sum of bad choices and tough luck. He figured if he looked in the mirror more often, he'd probably see the same thing. Bear ordered the same, and the blonde brought their drinks shortly. Bronson figured he had nothing to lose, so he pulled out the picture Nigel had given them of Abigail. Say, miss, you wouldn't happen to have seen this woman, would you? Curly, red hair? You know what, she said as she pointed at the picture, I might have. One sec, sugar. She called Hal and another girl over to look at the picture. Does this look like that girl from a few weeks ago? He says she has red hair like that gal did. Bronson perked up. The timeline would be about right. Hal studied it a moment before bringing it under the light of one of the hanging lanterns. I think so, Missy. He turned to Bronson. What do you want her for? She's the daughter of a business associate who ran off, Bronson said. We aim to bring her back home safely. No use sharing that her father was actually dead. Well, I'd bet the tavern this is her, but she done gone, the man said. She didn't actually come in here but passed through the alley. Some of my patrons and I thought she might like to come in, seeing as she was all alone and one had seen her down the street inquiring about employment. Offered her a job, and she was mighty rude about it. Bronson's fists tightened. He didn't care one whit about Abigail Hunter, but if they'd killed her, they'd never get to Hispaniola. He narrowed his eyes at Hal and his hand went to the pistol at his waist. He knew he looked every bit the outlaw he was. What do you mean she's gone? Hal visibly shrunk behind one of the women. Coward. That is, a sheriff and his wife came out of the restaurant next door and took her with them. A sheriff? Yes, sir, he wasn't from around here. Maybe on a trip? I don't know, but he was tall and his wife had brown hair and the bluest eyes you ever saw. Bronson saw Bear stiffen as the unspoken question passed between them. Surely not. You say sheriff, you sure he wasn't a U.S. Marshal? Hal turned to Missy, who spoke up then. No, I'm sure he said sheriff. I was standin' on the boardwalk welcomin' customers when it all went down. He came out and shot up in the air. She fanned herself with a giggle. He was just about the most handsome man I'd ever seen. Even in just the dusk and lamplights you could tell. Bronson ground his teeth. Get to the point, woman. And the wife? Oh, she was pretty enough I guess. Plain dress and cloak, though. He resisted the urge to roll his eyes. You hear a name? Yes, actually. I remember thinkin' it was a shame he was married and thought I might look him up if I ever passed through the town, he said. This woman was infuriating. Well, spit it out. She rolled her eyes and looked bored. He said he was the sheriff of Pine Creek, Texas. Bear groaned beside him. Of course he was. And his name was? Bronson wasn't sure why he was asking when he was sure he knew. Matthew Carmichael, the woman said with a grin and glance at the other women. But don't ask me to remember his wife's name, I couldn't tell ya. Monday morning, Beth tied off a stitch in Diamond's dress and stood to stretch her shoulders and back. Diamond's dress was almost finished save for a few details on the bodice, but Beth knew she could finish those today. Now that the decorations were up for the festival, she could focus on finishing the dress and maybe have at least one maternity dress for Carissa done by Christmas. With Abigail working on some of the smaller projects, she found she actually had time to do some designing, and Mrs. Grady had agreed to let her make a few samples after Christmas to hang in the shop window. Her plan was to design things with the beauty she admired in the catalogs from back east but the functionality necessary for life out west. She'd had ideas swirling around in her head for months but never the time to sit and get them sketched out. The bell above the door sounded, and Beth looked up to see Jake striding through the door, a grin on his face the size of Texas. Jake. She launched herself into his arms, glad she hadn't been still holding Diamond's dress, or it'd surely be in the floor. She held on to him for a moment before saying anything else, content to feel his strong arms around her. They let you go? They did at that, he said. Seems the Hyatts have decided not to press charges since there's no other evidence to condemn me. He turned serious for a moment. That, and the fact that another 10 head of cattle were taken while I was in jail, and they really need me to help finish the fencing and find the rustlers. Mr. Hyatt thinks the two are related, and it was enough to prove to him that I couldn't have been involved, not that he thought I'd been in the first place. She pulled back to take him in. Oh, that few days he'd been in jail felt like 10 years. So you're all clear? Well, he said, that's the thing. In order to truly prove my innocence, we have to figure out who framed me. I'm sure it was Garrett, but Matthew can't do anything about it without proof. Mr. Hyatt told me that it'd be to my best interest to find some proof. How can I help? Beth would do anything she could to ensure he remained free. Jake's eyes darkened and he put one hand on each shoulder. You will stay far away from this, Beth. I'm serious, I don't want you in any danger. She could count on one hand the number of times she'd seen him this angry. All right, Jake. I'll do my best. He sighed. Woman, you're going to give me gray hair before I turn 30. She stood up on her toes and kissed him on the cheek, trying to reassure him. She'd truly do her best to stay out of trouble, but she couldn't promise him she'd stop trying to clear his name. She trusted Matthew and would concede she'd been irresponsible searching the bunkhouse on her own, but something in her gut told her they were missing something and she loved Jake too much to sit back and do nothing. Love. So this was what it felt like. It was an odd feeling. She'd always mistaken infatuation with love, the feeling in your stomach when a handsome man looked your way, the shivers when he held your hand, the desire to spend every moment with him. She felt those things for Jake, sure, but this was deeper. It was an innate desire to put his good above her own, the reality that life would be much bleaker without him in it. He pulled her against him once more, and Beth thought she felt a tremble run through him. He kissed her head and said, "Please be careful." "I will, Jake. I'm not looking for trouble." Abigail piped up from her chair in the back, "I'll help keep her from pursuing any more crazy schemes." Until that moment, Beth had forgotten her friend was there. "Course, you know better than I do that she does what she wants, but at least I can be a voice of reason." She winked at Beth. Jake chuckled, "I'm not sure how much I trust the two of you, but in any event, I've got to get back to the ranch. Keith brought Thaddeus up and he's waitin' on me." He returned his Stetson to his head and left with a last gaze at Beth. The look in his eyes sent warmth all the way to her toes, and she thought she'd remember it forever. "So," Abigail said as she took a place beside Beth, "I'm guessing it's fair to say y'all are courting now?" Beth returned the wink Abigail had given her earlier. "You could say that." Chapter 14. Jake could hardly believe his eyes. It had been 2 days since the Hyatts had decided to drop the charges, and he'd been working closely with Keith and Matthew to try and catch the thieves and cattle rustlers. Matthew had a gut feeling the two were related, and Jake couldn't say he disagreed, especially now. All three men knelt behind a mess of brush, fallen logs, and overgrowth in the woods about a mile north of the Circle H. They'd followed the creek to the north until they came across tracks of both men and cattle. The tracks appeared to have been covered to this point, but the rustlers hadn't bothered much past the property line. There, plain as day, were Garrett and Junior sitting on their tails drinking from silver flasks atop the crest of a hill. There were others here too. He recognized a few hands from the Hanging Bee and the Circle R, and maybe a few of Forrest Underwood's men. Keith caught his eye and motioned for him to look past the men and into the valley below. Cattle. And lots of them. There were at least 80 head grazing in the valley as a few other men spread hay along the ground. Jake couldn't see clearly enough, but he'd bet everything he had that the cattle boasted every brand in the area, including the Circle H's. Matthew motioned for the men to pull back, careful to stay low until they got out of sight. These woods were so overgrown there was little fear of the thieves seeing them, but they walked softly so as to not make any noise. Once they were out of earshot, Jake let out the breath he'd been holding. "I can't believe it." "Really?" Keith said. "They were my first suspects." "Well,
Yeah.
I can believe it of Garrett and Junior, but there were at least 6 other hands from surrounding ranches if they're even all here." Matthew nodded. "I imagine there are a few more. My hunch is they're waiting for the early spring cattle drives since there's nothing to do with them until then, and they'll want to keep adding weight. Once they reach market, they'll likely all go their separate ways." He turned to Keith. "You told me the ranches here drive to market in Fort Worth, right?" Keith nodded. "Yep, I can't think of an outfit that doesn't. Some of the smaller ranches bunch up together and split their resources, but we go our own since we have so many cattle. We take them to the stockyards in Fort Worth, and they send them on to Chicago." Jake thought for a moment. "Do you think they're plannin' to drive them north to Plano? It'd keep us out of their path." "That," Keith said, or up into Oklahoma so as to not draw attention to the familiar brands. Makes sense, Jake said before turning to Matthew. So what's the plan? Gonna round up a posse tonight and go get him? Matthew chuckled. You know I can't do that. Jake sighed. I know, so do you need to wire Dallas? Yes, I'll wire both the U.S. Marshals and the Texas Rangers to see which one can get here the quickest. He pierced Jake with a hard stare. It's going to be a few days, understand? Don't get some wild hair for vigilante justice. I won't, Jake said. The whole situation had Jake's blood boiling, but he had Beth to think about now. Running in there, gun drawn, would have been his first instinct a while back, but Uncle Tom's training as deputy and the knowledge he had a reason to stay alive meant he saw things differently. It's funny, though, that's basically the same thing I told Beth. Keith let out a barking laugh. Speaking of your pretty little miss, you got yourself a ring yet? You better not wait too long on that, boy. I've made my intentions known, Jake said as Matthew barely stifled his laughter. He shot a glare at his friend but couldn't put any real fire behind it. And that's all I'll say on the matter. Untying their horses and mounting, they headed back in the direction of the Circle H as the sun set over the trees. Keith had calmed down by then. All I gotta say is there's plenty of room in the foreman's cabin for a wife and a couple rugrats. Matthew didn't even try to stifle his laughter this time as the men crossed onto Circle H property. Jake thought back to the conversation he'd had with John yesterday about ordering a ring and pictured coming home every day to Beth, in what was currently Keith's cabin. He breathed a prayer of thanks that they'd finally be able to move forward arresting the rustlers, and he hoped nothing else would stand in their way. The next day, Beth woke to a stark chill in the air. It had been cold for weeks, but Texas had a tendency to run cold one day and hot the next, sometimes just from morning to evening. Once the temperature hit cold enough to see your breath and the frost crunched under your boots, there was no going back until spring. She heard the door shut quickly and the clang of wood on metal. Abigail must already be up and feeding the dwindling wood stove. Beth rose from the bed and pulled on her warmest wool dress and socks before making her way to the small kitchen to help. Good morning, Beth said. Abigail was indeed stoking the wood. She added another to the pile before she rose, shutting the door. Thank you for doing that, it warms up pretty quick with the cottage being so small. My pleasure, Abigail said. Can you believe the festival starts in just 2 more days? Beth truly couldn't. On one hand, it feels like a lifetime has passed since Ginger Halstead asked me to create all those decorations, but on the other, it feels like yesterday. She thought of all that had happened since then. Abigail arrived. She and Jake took their relationship from friends to much deeper. Jake had been arrested and let go, the cattle rustlers, and Carissa's baby grew in her sister's belly more every day. Abigail cocked her head to the side as if she could read Beth's thoughts. Do you ever wonder why so many good things happen right alongside the bad things? It seems unfair in some ways. I suppose much of what makes life special lies in that tension, don't you think? Beth paused, noting that she'd had this very thought not long ago. I remember a sermon Thomas preached not long before you got here about this very thing. It was premised on why bad things happen to good people, but looking at it in the light of recent events, I have to wonder if it couldn't be applied elsewhere. What do you mean? Well, Beth said as she went to their room to grab her Bible, I believe the passage he was preaching from was in Hebrews. She flipped until she found the marker she'd added. Here it is. Hebrews 11, verse 1 says, Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. It's a good verse, Abigail said, but I'm afraid I'm not following. He said that it's an exercise in faith every time something difficult comes in the life of a believer. If we had only good things, we'd never depend on the Lord. And if we had only bad things, most of us would probably be driven to some heavy questioning. I remember thinking that, with as many hard things as happened in my childhood, I had Mama and Carissa and Cade for a while. They'd kept me from succumbing to the feelings of unfairness, but they also strengthened my faith enough that when Father came home in a rage or we had to leave someplace again, I stopped relying as much on them and instead on the Lord. That was the only way I was ever able to let go of the anger and forgive our Father. Abigail looked thoughtful and Beth hoped she'd communicated it correctly. Her friend sighed, I suppose I've been doing the same thing, haven't I? I've been so angry at my father, at Nigel, at my whole life in New Orleans being a sham. I've been afraid, too, not trusting that the Lord brought me here and will continue to guide me. I suppose my faith hasn't been very strong. I've been focusing on the hard parts and not on the blessings. I don't think we ignore the difficulties, Beth said. I think it's important to allow ourselves to feel hurt or scared or angry when we need to. I just think that recognizing the push and pull of all our emotions and experiences will give us a fuller life, a realer faith. Focusing too much on the good keeps us from letting the Lord give us comfort, and focusing too much on the bad turns us bitter. I think the tension of those two things may be one of the Lord's greatest blessings for us. You may be right, Abigail said. Beth glanced at the clock and jumped up. Oh goodness, I didn't realize we talked so long. The store opens in 10 minutes. Beth and Abigail rushed out the door, each with a biscuit and ham from last night, and rushed into town. They made it just in time and met Diamond and Minerva Kincaid at the door. Good morning, ladies, Beth said. Diamond, I think you're going to love your dress. Diamond beamed. I can't wait. Beth unlocked the door and took Diamond's dress down from the hanging rack in the back. As she approached, both women let out a gasp, and Beth felt the warm rush of pride she always did when she pleased someone with a dress. Beth, you've outdone yourself, Diamond said. I don't think I've ever seen a gown so beautiful. Beth grinned. The deep green should be perfect with your coloring, and the accents of white make it festive but not necessarily beholden to Christmas. It's truly a perfect winter gown, Mrs. Kincaid said. I have to admit it, Beth. I wasn't sure you could pull this one off, but it's exactly what we were hoping for. Thank you. Diamond held the dress up to herself in the mirror as Mrs. Kincaid paid Beth the agreed-upon price with a hefty bonus for pulling it off so quickly. The bell above the door sounded, and Mrs. Grady strolled in for the first time in a few days. Diamond took notice when the shop owner arrived, and Beth noticed her turn and give the woman a wide smile. Mrs. Grady approached Diamond and looked at her reflection in the mirror. I have to tell ye, lass, Mrs. Grady said in her Irish lilt, you'll be the prettiest girl there, at least to one young man. Though, she winked at Mrs. Kincaid, I think he could be wearin' a gunny sack and still pull that off. Beth stifled a giggle and watched Mrs. Kincaid for a moment. Her shoulders tensed but softened when she caught sight of her daughter's reflection in the mirror and obvious glee. Maybe Diamond wouldn't be the only Kincaid woman turning over a new leaf. Let me wrap that up for you, Diamond, Abigail said. She took the dress and carefully folded it into the dress box to protect it on their walk home. Once she handed off the box to the Kincaid women, they left and it was just the three of them alone in the shop. Well lasses, Mrs. Grady said as she looked around at the shop, I came here to see if ye needed any help, knowin' this time is busy, but I think ye got things well under control. Abigail, ye're more of an asset than ye know, and a quick study at that. I'm mighty thankful ye showed up on the doorstep of our little town. She turned to Beth then. And my dear Beth, ye made me proud since the moment ye stitched your first hem, and I aim to show ye how grateful I am for ye. She pulled out the ledgers from a basket behind the counter and looked to be doing a quick tally in her head. Business has never been better, dearie, and I believe I have ye to thank for that. Now, I know ye love designing, and I mean to give ye the time to do that too, but I've been wondering, would ye be willin' to pray about talking over the store one day? Beth gasped. Take over the store? Mrs. Grady, I don't know what to say. You don't have to answer right now, lass. Just pray on it. I imagine ye'll want to talk it over with that cowboy o' yours anyway. She winked, and Beth felt a blush rise on her cheeks. Mrs. Grady continued, fact is, my daughters and daughters-in-law aren't interested in sewing the way ye are, and they don't have the talent ye do anyway. I know you'll need to adjust when ye marry that Carson boy and start poppin' out babies, but if I could run this store with a passel o' wee ones, I know ye can too if ye have help. Beth was suddenly hit with a picture of blonde-haired, blue-eyed children running around the store as Jake strolled in, a few more lines around his eyes and some gray in his hair but still as handsome as ever. She was jolted back into reality by Abigail gently elbowing her in the side. Thank you, Mrs. Grady. Yes, let me think and pray on it, and I'll let you know soon. No rush, dearie. I'm not going anywhere soon, but nothing would make me happier than to see you running this place. Mrs. Grady finished up a few things she'd needed to take care of in the dress shop and left with a hug to both Beth and Abigail. I leave the place in your capable hands, lasses. Chapter 15. All the ranch owners from the area gathered in the parlor at the Circle H that morning as Matthew and Keith told them of the camp they'd found just north of Mr. Hyatt's land. Harold Barstow of the Hanging Bee turned redder than Jake had ever seen him as he shot from his chair, nearly turning it over in the process. Then what are you waitin' for, Sheriff? Go arrest them. Timothy Griggs nodded his assent, but Wyatt Randolph and Forrest Underwood just narrowed their eyes and took everything in. Now, wait a minute, Harold, Keith said. The sheriff's got a good plan, and you'd do well to hear it. Harold blustered a moment more before taking his seat again. Gentlemen, Matthew said, I understand this is your livelihood. Believe me, I know how important this is, but we have to do this right if we have any hope of nailing them all and potentially connecting the rustling to the explosion at the smithy, and framing Jake. Forrest Underwood sat up quickly, his eyebrows disappearing in his thick gray hair. You sayin' you think the rustlers are the ones who set that up? I'm not sure yet, Matthew said, but my gut says yes, and I aim to find out for sure. He leveled Harold with a stare, but that can only happen if you men keep quiet and follow the plan. Harold nodded and Matthew continued. Most of the men involved frequent the saloons in Hunter's Gap on Fridays and Saturdays, right? The men nodded as Forrest added, and as many days, the week as they can to boot. Good, their predictability will be their downfall. With as cold as it's been, they'll need all hands on deck Saturday to make sure the cattle have enough hay and the creek didn't freeze overnight, but their exploits from the night before will have them sloppy. I'm going to bring the posse of Texas Rangers with me Saturday afternoon for a stakeout. Keith, Jake and I have scouted a few optimal hiding spots in the area that provide visibility for us, but they won't be able to see us. And then you'll move in and arrest them? Harold asked. We will, Matthew replied. We'll wait until we believe most of the group is there, and then we'll take the whole operation out at once. It's the only way to ensure justice is done. He glanced at Timothy Griggs from the Double G. We called you all here because each of you had cattle stolen and each of you had hands involved. He paused and turned to Timothy Griggs from the Lazy G. Timothy, as I've watched them, I believe Ben Hatfield is in way over his head. Timothy sighed, I was afraid Ben was involved. He's young, follows whatever the others tell him. That was my thought too, Matthew said, but we might use that to our advantage and his. If he'll tell us what we want to know during questioning, mainly what the overall plan was and whether they had anything to do with the fire, we might strike a deal for a reduced sentence. They continued discussing the plan for another hour or so until Jake noted the time. We best wrap it up, gentlemen. The hands will be in from the north pastures soon, and we don't want them to see all of you here. He and Keith had set them to work putting up fencing in the furthest corner of land from the big house so the other cattlemen might come and go undetected. The men tipped their hats and mounted their horses to head back home. As they got out of sight, Matthew looked at Keith, Jake and Mr. Hyatt. That went better than I expected. It did at that, Keith said. I'm glad we brought them in. We may need them at some point. Jake turned to Matthew. Did you still want us to come look at those maps and see if there's any spots we're missin' around their camp? I'd appreciate that, Matthew said. You two know the land better than I do, so it'll help as we nail down the details. We need to get out to the barn to make a couple repairs, but we'll come by this afternoon. I'm actually headed out to the Hanging Bee right now, Matthew said, but I'll stop by on my way back through, and we can ride in if that works. Sounds good, Sheriff. That afternoon, the women finished all their work for the day, so Abigail told Beth to take the last few hours off. Are you sure you can handle things? Beth asked. I'm sure, go on. What's something you love to do but haven't had a chance to recently? Beth considered heading to the parsonage and baking a cake but then had an idea. I'll rent Gypsy from the livery and take a ride down to a pretty spot at the creek. It seems to have warmed up just a bit from this morning and I brought my heavy coat and gloves with me. She hadn't done that in ages and missed the gentle calm the creek brought her. Being in the woods did wonders for her soul as well. Nature had a funny way of doing that. As a child, even if her entire life was chaotic, she could find solace if she could get outside for a while by herself, an effect she'd often put to the test when she stormed out after an argument with one of her siblings. It was harder when they'd stayed in cities, but thankfully, those times had been fewer and further between as she got older. Do you think Pete holds any grudges? Beth hadn't thought of that, but no, she was sure he didn't. If he does, that's between him and the Lord. Abigail nodded. You're right, have fun. Beth made her way toward the livery and found Pete's youngest brother Ray there anyway. She had to admit to feeling a little relieved. She hadn't wronged Pete, but things might still be a little awkward. Hi Ray, she said, is Gypsy available today? She is, Miss Beth. How long you need her for? Ray was a gangly 16-year-old boy on the verge of manhood. He'd been a surprise to his parents, as Pete had been nearly a grown man when he was born, but a blessing nonetheless. Ray's arms and legs were a bit too long for the rest of him, and his face hadn't completely lost its boyish charm just yet. Just the afternoon, thank you. She handed him the amount due, and he tacked Gypsy. Thank you, Ray, she said as he gave her a leg up. I'll see you later. He waved.
Goodbye.
And took up his pitchfork again to muck out the stalls. Beth and Gypsy trotted by the parsonage on the way out of town. The trailhead she and Carissa always used was about a mile past the parsonage property, moving toward most of the area's ranchland. There was once a marker nailed to one of the pines by the road, but English ivy had grown over it yet again. No matter how many times they tried to clear it, the invasive flora continued to wind its way back in. Thomas had once compared it to sinful influences in our lives and the power they give the enemy, if we continue to allow them access to our minds and hearts. As she approached the trailhead, she spotted 3 men riding to town on horseback. They closed in, and she realized it was Jake, Matthew, and Keith. She waved hello as they nudged their horses into a canter and reached her quickly. Is everything all right? Matthew looked concerned. She waved away his worry. Oh yes, sorry to have startled you. I was going to take a ride down the trail to the creek. The shop was slow this afternoon, and Abigail is holding down the fort just fine. Jake narrowed his eyes at her, his chocolate brown eyes betraying his thoughts to anyone who knew him as well as she did. She rolled her eyes. I'm telling you the truth, Jake. I'm not riding out to the ranch to try and do my own investigating. Today, anyway. She noticed Jake glance at Keith, who looked from Beth to Jake with a boyish grin on his face. Well son, whatcha waitin' for? Go on with your girl. Jake's lips stretched into a grin. Well ma'am, with your history I just may have to ask to accompany you. So you don't go all Pinkerton agent on us again, you know. He winked and she was of half a mind to tell him to take a hike, but the other half very much wanted his company on the ride. Fine, but I may push you in the creek. Keith guffawed and barely composed himself enough to say.
Yeah.
Carson, she's exactly what you need. Jake motioned for her to lead the way down the trail before looking back at Keith. Don't I know it? Jake couldn't believe his good luck. He knew Keith would fill him in on the details later and chose to focus on enjoying this time with Beth rather than feeling guilty for not accompanying the men to check out the maps. Matthew said he'd bring them out to the ranch tomorrow anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem. Beth jolted Jake from his thoughts. Have y'all made any headway on the investigation? His gut clenched. He should have known she'd ask, but wasn't sure how much to tell her. We have some leads, he said, and I think we'll be ready to make some arrests when the Texas Rangers arrive. There, he hadn't lied, but he didn't think it was necessary she knew the whole truth just yet. She was silent for a moment, the only sound being a light breeze in the tall pines. You know more than you're telling me. He sighed. Of course she'd hear it in his voice. I do, but honestly, I don't know how much I should tell anyone right now, so I'm just erring on the side of caution. I can understand that, she said, and his whole body relaxed. Have they reinstated you to your previous position? They have, he said, and felt the pride fill his chest, unfamiliar until recently. With what we know now, Mr. Hyatt is confident I was never to blame and restored me to foreman apprentice. She turned back, and he glimpsed her smile. That's wonderful, Jake. Congratulations. His heart skipped at her praise, and he felt he could move a mountain if called upon to do so at that moment. Thank you, he said. It's been pretty busy putting up the new fencing and making sure the cattle have adequate food and water access, but at least it's not calving season yet. This may be a silly question, but what does calving season entail? Jake shifted in his saddle. Ranching was his dream, and it made it even better to share it with Beth. Well, every ranch will do it differently, but they'll calve in the early spring and it basically means a lot of waiting. We try to let nature take its course, which means we'll lose a few. But we try to be on hand in case any of the births aren't going as planned. I'm sure we'll have to pull a few, but most of the mamas, especially the more experienced ones, will be just fine. Down here, we don't have to worry as much about them getting dropped into snow, but up north they have to watch more closely to keep them from freezing. What happens to the calves once they're born? Beth's interest warmed Jake to his core. They'll stay with their mama to nurse for a while, and in the late summer we'll wean them before driving the cattle to market. What he didn't say is that he'd get a bonus after the cattle drive and then Keith would retire. If a man was planning on asking a girl for her hand, that'd be the time to do it. She jolted him out of his head with another question. Will the calves get sold to other ranches? We'll keep most of the heifers, he said, back in his element, until they're either ready to breed or take to market. For the bulls, we keep a few for breeding purposes and to rent out to other ranches in the area, but we have to keep them mostly separate so we try not to keep too many. That makes sense, Beth said as they reached the bank of Pine Creek. She dismounted and tied Gypsy to a tree. Do you think you'll try to buy your own land one day or be a lifelong foreman like Keith? You know, Jake said as he tied off Thaddeus next to Gillespie, I've always thought I wanted to own my own land again, but I realized what I really love is working the cattle. Training under Keith has made me rethink buying my own land. As foreman, I am in control of the daily operations of the ranch, but the numbers aren't my problem. I can spend more time in the saddle as opposed to sitting behind a desk with ledgers up to my eyeballs. Beth giggled, somehow I can't picture you behind a desk. It's not my favorite part of the job, I'll tell you that. Plus, I like teaching the green cowboys like Daniel and Hitch about ranching. He hesitated. Would you be happy as a foreman's wife forever? If you'd rather have our own land, we could talk about it. Some anxiety curdled in his gut, but he pushed it down. They had to be able to have these conversations if he was going to marry her, and he fully planned to marry her. I want whatever you want, Jake. She took his hand as they stood on the rocky bank and took in the sway of the evergreens and the sound of the creek lapping over the rocks. If you want your own land, I want you to have it. But if you'd rather be a foreman, I think it'd be nice if you didn't have to worry about the extra things. His entire body relaxed. I'm so glad you feel that way, Beth. He squeezed her hand and noticed she looked like she had more to say. What is it? I'm not sure where to start, she said. I guess I'll just come out and say it. Mrs. Grady offered to let me train to take over the dress shop one day. She's not ready to retire yet, but she will be before long. She's already letting me create some of my designs starting in the spring and says she'll send some to friends in New York and Philadelphia, to see. Jake saw the sparkle in her eyes and knew he couldn't be anything but supportive. Still, the nagging doubt that had filled his head for 2 years as a deputy reared its ugly head. What would she want with a cowboy like him? He steeled himself for the words he may regret down the road but brought forth the biggest smile he could muster and said, "That's amazing, Beth." She narrowed her eyes at him like she could read his mind and knew he wasn't being completely truthful but decided to let it go. I haven't decided what I'll do yet, but it was an honor to be asked. He felt like a cad. Beth, if you want to do this, we'll make it work. We'll get you your own horse and you can ride it into town, and when we start having children, we'll get a buggy or wagon, whatever you want. Beth smiled, the annoyance and hurt in her eyes fading. You really wouldn't mind me working after we get married? I know Carissa isn't, but I don't know, I just don't think I want to give it up. Jake pulled her into his arms and lowered his forehead to meet hers. I've lived 2 years not doing what I believe I'm called to and letting it chip away at my soul until I wasn't sure I had any left. I'm not going to let that happen to you. If you want a sewing room at the house so you don't have to spend as much time in town, I'll build you one. He fought down his insecurities and asked the Lord to fight them on his behalf. And if you do it for a while and want to take a break while our kids are small, you can do that too. The point is, I support you. Beth's eyes filled with tears, but he didn't think they were from sadness or he'd be scratching his head and scrambling to fix whatever he'd said wrong. Thank you, she said, the mist turning her blue eyes glassy. How did I get so lucky? You deserve it all, Beth. He knew the old, familiar ache that he wasn't good enough for her would rear itself again tonight, but he had the tools now to fight. His worth was in Christ. Anything good about him was the Lord's work, and he couldn't disparage that. He lowered his mouth to hers, allowing himself a moment to taste her sweetness. He pulled back, wishing for a moment this was all over so they could go ahead and marry. He knew if he asked her now she'd probably say yes, but she deserved better than a rushed courtship and no ring proposal. He'd considered going ahead and ordering a ring from John but didn't love the idea of the long engagement they'd have before he was able to move into the foreman cabin. I didn't know if I'd ever have this, Beth said as she turned back toward the creek. I wanted what I saw in Thomas and Charlotte, in Rachel and John, and now in Matthew and Carissa. I wanted someone who both loved and respected me. He motioned for them to sit on a log close by and she continued. My parents, there was no love or respect there. Mama lost respect for Father quickly after they married and only stayed because of us. Father never loved anyone but himself. Jake's jaw tensed, but he worked to keep his touch on her hand gentle. Any time she talked about Marcus Jones, he felt a rush of anger toward the man. It didn't matter that he was lying in the ground. Jake thought he'd lost some of his hot-headedness over time, but when it came to Beth's father, had he been standing in front of him, Jake would love nothing more than to lay him out. Beth continued, seemingly unaware of the emotions Jake worked so hard to conceal. I didn't have the same childhood Cade and Carissa, or really any of my siblings, had. Cade protected us both whenever he could, and Carissa protected me. They took it often, but until I was older I didn't even know it was happening. Carissa or Cade would send me outside when Father came home in a rage, and Cade got really good at sensing his moods when he was home. Mama would try to send us all away from the house, but when that didn't work, Cade usually stepped in. Jake let go of Beth's hand and pulled her into the shelter of his arm. He felt her shudder. He reached the other arm around to close her in a hug, and she relaxed against him. When your brother gets out of prison, Jake said, remind me to shake his hand. It seems I have a good deal to thank him for. He'd known all of this, of course. She'd talked about it a little over the years, and he learned more about her childhood than any man would want to learn about the woman he loved during the investigation and trial. But somehow, hearing it from her made it harder. Feeling her tremble from pain and what he imagined were unshed tears made him want to ride into battle on her behalf, a battle that was long over. I just hope he can find the courage to settle here. It might be easier if he went further west, but he has family here, people who love him. I hope he does too, Jake said. Any idea what he'll want to do for a job? I could put in a word for him with Mr. Hyatt. By that time I'll have a few years under my belt. I'm not sure, she said. He was always fascinated by the blacksmiths in any town we went to and would spend all day standing in the corner of the smithy, just watching. I'm sure he tried their patience, but, to my knowledge, no one ever kicked him out. He'd come home some days talking about how he'd gotten to pump the bellows all day long. Maybe they could sense he was just a hurting child in need of guidance and love. Probably, Beth said. I suppose we all were. Jake tightened his hold around her and breathed in the familiar scent of her hair, wishing with all his might he could go back and put Marcus Jones in his place before he ever got the chance to destroy his family. They sat that way for a moment longer before Jake glanced up and noticed how little light they had left. When had that happened? We'd better get back before they wonder what happened to us. He extended a hand to help her up the rock bank and gave her a leg up on Gypsy. He looked back at Beth and winked. Think I might wrangle a dinner invitation from Charlotte? Chapter 16. Jake had indeed wrangled a dinner invitation that night. The next day Beth stayed in a near blush thinking about the kiss they'd shared down at the creek and later as he'd bid her goodnight. They were sweet, chaste, but an unfamiliar giddiness overtook her at the thought of more. "Oh Beth," Abigail said in a sing-song voice as she waved a hand in front of Beth's face the next day at the dress shop. Beth looked up and saw both Abigail and Carissa there with grins on their faces and knowing looks in their eyes. When had Carissa gotten there? As I was saying, Abigail continued, Mrs. Grady came in this morning while Beth was out picking up fabric and told me they're going to start work rebuilding the smithy after the fire. The suppliers Mac ordered his new equipment from heard about the fire and rushed his order. With the festival on Sunday, they decided to wait until next week to start, but John already has a schedule laid out so that no man has to be away from his job for more than a day so the building won't get too crowded. Carissa glanced back at Beth with a smirk before saying, why don't they just do it like a barn raising on a Saturday? I asked the same question, Abigail said. And Mrs. Grady said building a smithy requires a little more precision and skill than a barn raising. Someone named Jedediah Griggs is drawing up the plans, she said. It'll make it easier for Mac and the other men to follow. Jedediah is Timothy Griggs' son and an architect in Dallas, Carissa replied. Timothy must have wired him and asked for his help. Beth wondered how Oliver was doing. Is Oliver going to be able to help? He's doing much better physically, but he's not sure he wants to continue his apprenticeship, Abigail said. Carissa gasped. What? Apparently, blacksmithing had never really been his passion, Abigail said, but he pursued it because Mac had offered him the job. He didn't know what else to do. Mrs. Grady was the one who really pushed Oliver toward the apprenticeship, Beth elaborated. He was feeling a little lost, and she thought it'd be a good opportunity. I can understand why he wouldn't want to continue but do feel bad for Mac. Carissa had a strange look on her face. What are you over there plotting? I'm not plotting anything, Carissa said. I just happen to know another young man who has wanted to be a blacksmith since the first time he saw a forge. Realization hit Beth and hope spurred but then quickly dwindled. Do you think Mac would be willing to wait on him? Abigail looked between the sisters and asked, wait on who? Cade's dream was always to be a blacksmith, Carissa said. Whenever we stayed in towns or cities growing up, he'd always find the smithy. I think he spent nearly as many hours with a bellows in his hand as one would during an apprenticeship just watching and wanting to help. She looked back at Beth. I'm not holding my breath, but once it's common knowledge Oliver isn't returning, I may ask Matthew to mention it to Mac and see what he says. It's worth a shot, Beth said. So, Carissa said, changing the subject, what's this I hear about you and a certain cowboy going on a ride down to the creek yesterday? A lady never kisses and tells, Beth said with a wink. Carissa clapped her hands. Finally. It's about time you two found your way together. Oh Bethy, I'm so happy for you. Thanks, Kitty. I'm pretty happy for me too. Bronson slapped Bear upside the head as they approached the saloon in Hunter's Gap. Stop looking so dang guilty. You're gonna rouse suspicion. The idiot had his coat buttoned up nearly over his nose and hat pulled down nearly to meet it. He glanced around every few seconds, eyes darting all around. He wouldn't have looked more shifty if he'd been wearing a sign that said outlaw. Bear unbuttoned his coat a little and pulled his hat up, but his shoulders didn't relax. I'm sorry, Bronson, it's just that the sheriff here knows what we look like. What am I supposed to do? You're supposed to calm down and not draw attention to yourself. Bronson rolled his eyes. Maybe he could ditch Bear when they got to Hispaniola, though the man's stature and lack of brains did make him useful. He lowered his voice as they entered the noisy saloon, the sound of the band drowning out other conversations. We're just here long enough to get a drink and some information. When we were in Lehigh with Jones, I remember hearing a couple of hands from ranches around Pine Creek talking. I'm hoping even more will be here, since Hunter's Gap is closer. Maybe one of them knows where Abigail is. He put a hand to his pocket to feel the outline of her photo. Yep, soon they'd deliver her to Nigel and be on their way. They took a seat at a table near a group of rowdy cowpokes who were half in the bag and talked loud enough for them to eavesdrop. Bronson listened for a while before realizing they were just arguing over a card game. He did his best to listen in on a few more conversations, but the band was too loud to hear much of anything. The cowpokes stood and made their way out, and Bronson was nearly ready to throw in the towel when another group of 4 men walked in. They looked spent, like they'd had a full day of work and were ready to let loose a little. Maybe this would be their lucky night. The men took the recently vacated table behind them. Bronson listened for a moment and realized he'd gotten very lucky indeed. Whatever they were talking about, they didn't want to get caught. "I'm tellin' Dia Garrett," one of them said, "I think they're gettin' suspicious." "Shut up, Junior. Hyatt doesn't know anything, and anything Keith and Carson think they know is just a theory. Unless they find the herd, they won't be able to prove a thing." Bronson and Bear exchanged a look. Cattle rustlers, they're kind of people. But since the sheriff's been out so much, you don't think he might have found something? Bronson turned to the group and did his best to look non-threatening. "Howdy boys, I couldn't help but overhear a bit of your conversation." The men's eyes went wide as saucers, and the one named Garrett said, "I don't know what you think you heard, mister." Bronson put his hand up. "Simmer down, boy. I think I can help you. But first, the sheriff you're speaking of wouldn't be Sheriff Matthew Carmichael, would it?" Garrett narrowed his eyes, "And if it is?" Bronson grinned. "If it is, and you help me get what I'm looking for, I'll help you avoid the watchful eyes of the good lawman Carmichael." "What are you looking for?" Garrett didn't look like he trusted Bronson yet, but it didn't matter. He pulled the picture of Abigail out of his pocket and dangled it in front of Garrett, not letting him see it clearly just yet. "We're looking for a pretty redhead we heard might have come to this area, and we'd be mighty grateful to anyone who could help point us in the direction of her whereabouts." He flicked the picture back and forth in his hand like a playing card. "Might even be grateful enough to help some small-time cattle rustlers get their haul out of town undetected." Garrett narrowed his eyes. "Why should we trust you?" Bronson decided to hedge his bets and hands. "You boys ever heard o' the Jones gang?" Friday morning, Beth hurried up the boardwalk from the dress shop to the mercantile. They'd run out of a few colors of thread and were expecting a shipment of fabric this week, not to mention Beth had a craving for some of the orange marmalade they kept in the store in the summer. Oranges were completely out of season by now, but Rachel tried to keep some back for her, knowing her love for it. "Morning Rachel, John." "Morning, Beth." Rachel came out from behind the counter to hug Beth, and little Emma followed her mother to greet their guest. She waved a shy hello from behind Rachel's skirts, and Beth knelt down. "Hi, Emma. Are you just busting for Christmas to arrive?" Emma's face brightened and Rachel laughed. She's doubly thrilled because John's parents are coming into town, and she knows she'll be the object of all the attention. Emma smiled sweetly, and Beth thought about how not too long from now, this would be Matthew and Carissa's little one. By the time the baby reached Emma's age, would they have a little cousin to play with? Beth felt her face flush at the thought. "I've seen that face before," Rachel said. "Carissa had the exact same one not long before she and Matthew got engaged." Beth's blush reached new heights, and she couldn't have kept the smile off her face if she tried. "Jake and I are courting." "Huh, I knew it." Beth wasn't sure where the voice had come from, but it hadn't been Rachel. Beth's eyes widened, but Rachel just rolled her eyes and gestured toward a back corner of the store. Paul Grant and Otis Harrison have taken up refuge inside the store for their gossip sessions since it's too chilly outside. She spoke loudly, and Beth put her hand to her mouth to stifle a laugh. Mr. Grant replied, "We ain't gossipin', Rachel, just talkin'." John approached from the stockrooms, shaking his head. "If that's what you want to call it, Paul." Rachel lowered her voice and turned back to Beth. "I'm so happy for you, Beth. I know Carissa is thrilled. I'm a little surprised she hasn't told you." Rachel was one of Carissa's dearest friends. "I've only seen her in passing the last few days." Matthew says she's on the upswing from her nausea and exhaustion but has been keeping busy getting things settled around the house. Plus, Carissa knows how to keep a secret. Rachel winked, and Beth thought about just how many secrets her sister had been called upon to keep in her life. Well, thankfully she doesn't have to keep this one anymore. Beth looked down at her list. Did you happen to get that second shipment of fabric unloaded? She'd been in yesterday to pick up half the order, but the rest had been buried under a pile of packages. It hadn't been an immediate need, so Beth took the half they could get to with a promise to return the next day. Rachel crossed back behind the desk where Emma had returned to play with a wooden block set. She pulled out a package addressed to Grady's dress shop. Yes, and I put it right up front for you. Was that everything? I think so, Beth said. I can't think of anything else we ordered. I also need a few things from the sewing section, so I'll get this on the way out. Do you need any help? Although, you probably know that section better than I do at this point. Probably so, Beth said with a chuckle, but if you happen to have saved any more of the orange marmalade, I've got a hankering for it. Next year, I think I'll have Mrs. Butler make triple her normal batch and just keep it all on hand for you. But yes, I think I have a few jars left. Beth found what she needed and headed back down the boardwalk, balancing the basket of marmalade and sewing supplies atop the package of fabric. She didn't realize anyone had come up behind her until they put a hand on her shoulder and she jumped, dropping the package but grabbing the basket handle just before it hit the ground. Beth, Jake said as he held his hands out to steady her, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. That's all right, Jake, she said. I was just wool gathering and didn't hear you come up. He bent to retrieve her dropped package. I'm glad I caught you. I was going to swing by the dress shop on my way back to the ranch. I wondered if I might come by after dinner tonight. I'd love to take a walk, but it's getting colder by the minute, it seems. That'd be nice, Beth said. But why don't you just come on to dinner too? Charlotte is forever telling me to invite you, and she always cooks enough for an army. I'd love to, but I don't want to overstay my welcome, Jake said. Don't even worry about it, Beth assured him. Charlotte loves having guests. Then I'll be there. Look, I hate to run, but I've got to get to Matthew's office. He sent one of the Collier boys out with a message for me to come pick up some maps at the office as he had to ride out to Widow Hammond's place. I want to get back and finish fencing the north pasture today. It took everything in her not to ask what the maps were for, but she'd promised him she'd try and stay out of it. Well, I'll see you tonight then. He leaned down and kissed her cheek before helping her readjust her package and basket. See you tonight. The rest of the day passed at a snail's pace as Beth anticipated seeing Jake again. Everyone in town knew they were courting, but from the way Jake talked and how long they'd known each other, no one expected it'd be long before there was a wedding in the works. Beth looked at her hand and wondered what it would feel like to wear Jake's ring. Would she feel different? Being with Jake had brought forth plenty of feelings she didn't know what to do with, but it had also brought a sense of security unlike any she'd ever known. It was funny, what with all the external turmoil they'd faced, she'd feel that way, but she did. Jake had been one of her dearest friends for 2 years, and in that time, she'd learned she could trust him with her future and her heart. She'd been half in love with him since soon after they met, but it had grown over time into something deeper, even though she hadn't admitted it to herself. You're awfully quiet over there, Abigail said with a knowing look. Penny for your thoughts? I was just thinking about how I've been in love with Jake much longer than I would have admitted a month ago. Abigail's curiosity was written all over her face. Carissa told me you two have been skirting around each other for a while. Why do you think you're just now getting together? I think the timing wasn't right, to begin with. Jake had just had his family land taken from him shortly after his mother passed away, and moved to Pine Creek to be a sheriff's deputy, all within a few months. He was angry at the world and his circumstances and the Lord too. I felt an initial attraction to him, but there was a clear warning in my spirit to just be his friend for a time, and encouragement. I'm sure there were other women interested in him, did he give them a glance? Beth chuckled. No, much to Diamond's chagrin at the time. She used to be much more like her mother than not. I've heard that, Abigail said. Seems her relationship with Oliver Grady has had a positive influence on her. Love can do that, Beth said. I've certainly grown in my faith and maturity through my friendship with Jake, but I don't know that I've ever seen someone grow so much in such a short span of time as he has. What do you mean? Beth wondered how to phrase it. Jake's always been a good man. He's kind, gentle, loyal, and incredibly passionate about protecting those he loves. But he's always had a hot-headedness about him. When I met him, and for over a year after, he'd resigned himself to the idea that he'd never be able to live out his dream of being a rancher. He was angry, understandably so, but it was more than just anger. Had he not surrendered fully to the guidance of the Lord, it would have simply sown bitterness. And that's not fertile ground for a relationship, Abigail finished. No, so while I think I've always had strong feelings for Jake, I feel like the Lord shielded me from them for a while. Does that make sense? It does, Abigail replied. When do you think the shift happened? I don't know if it was one moment, but I started seeing a marked difference after Carissa and I were kidnapped. Jake told me after that he'd never been more afraid or angry in his entire life, but that Thomas and Matthew both told him to channel that into prayer. It wasn't immediate. He still has his hot-headed moments, but I guess that's what Carissa meant when she told me not to hold the good parts of someone's personality against them, when the other side of the coin doesn't suit you. Abigail cocked her head, a few pieces of her auburn hair falling out of her loose bun. She pushed them behind her ear and said, "That's good advice." I wasn't sure exactly what she meant when she said it, but Jake's passion is one of the things I love most about him. The Lord has molded that passion into productive things, but I can't hold it against him when it occasionally takes a turn I didn't ask for. It's not fair. Beth felt like she was reasoning all this out in the moment, the realization dawning on her like the sun creeping over the trees in the morning. They sat in silence for a bit, Beth mulling over their conversation. Finally, they gathered their things at 4 o'clock and made their way back to the parsonage. Abigail went to freshen up in the cottage, while Beth headed to the kitchen where she was sure to find Charlotte elbow-deep in dinner preparations. The parsonage kitchen would always be a comforting place for Beth. It was light and airy with pretty, blue and green calico curtains. Charlotte kept fresh-cut flowers in a jar through the spring and summer, but in the winter she opted for creative cuts of greenery. Beth hadn't seen anything like it before, but in Charlotte's kitchen, they fit. "Hello darling," Charlotte said as Beth entered. "I'd hug you but..." She held up flower-covered hands. Beth giggled. "That's fine, Charlotte. I just wanted to let you know there will be one more for dinner if that's all right with you. I invited Jake." "Oh, how perfect," Charlotte said. "I invited Carissa and Matthew as well. I saw Carissa at the mercantile today and the poor girl was covered in nearly 3 layers of dust. Apparently, Mr. and Mrs. Carson hadn't used their upstairs rooms in years, so they were tidy but hadn't had a good scrubbing in some time. Carissa's been hard at work rectifying that and starting to think about the baby's room." Beth had never seen Charlotte so thrilled as she was when she talked about Carissa's baby. Beth knew the feeling. She walked over to where Charlotte kept the extra aprons and pulled one down. "How can I help?" Chapter 17. Jake woke with a splitting headache and eyes that wouldn't quite focus. Where was he? He felt the rough bark of a tree at his back and the cramping in his arms from their unnatural angle behind him. He tried to lean up and realized he was secured to a tree somewhere, but he couldn't quite figure out where. His vision started to clear, and he took in the scene around him. He didn't know what time it was but knew it was afternoon by the angle of the sun. Maybe 3 or 4 o'clock. The pines swaying in the cold breeze didn't tell him much, nor did the gentle trickle of the creek somewhere behind him. Where had he been? Oh right, he'd been installing more of the new fence in the north pasture for Mr. Hyatt. He hadn't even come in for lunch today because he was determined to finish by the time he went to meet Beth. Beth. He groaned. He was supposed to meet her for supper and knew if he didn't show, she'd likely come looking for him. Slow down, he told himself, they'll go for Matthew before she'd turn out on her own. He heard another groan just behind him and a similar struggle with rope. Was someone else tied at his back? He heard shuffling and a gasp of pain. Jake decided to hedge his bets. Who's there? Jake? Blast it. They'd gotten Matthew too. Are you all right? I'm fine, gonna have a killer headache though. You? The last thing I remember, Matthew said, is going to Widow Hammond's place because Wyatt Collier came by and said she'd fallen. I knocked but there was no answer, so I went in and got grabbed by some men and a bag thrown over my head. I assume they sent Wyatt into town to get me. I know there were at least two, but apparently one had laudanum because I remember a rag getting shoved under my nose and smelling it. I must have fought because my nose is bleeding. That, or they got in a cheap shot. I don't think they drugged me, just knocked me upside the head when I was working on the fence in the north pasture. What do you think they want with us? If we are where I think we are, I'd say it's a pretty safe bet we've been impeding the rustlers' plans a little too much. Jake lay his head back on the tree, forgetting his injury and wincing when the pain reminded him of it. That's what I was afraid of. But Jake, Matthew began, something else happened. With the bag over my head I couldn't see, but just as I was fading out, I thought I heard a familiar voice. I can't be sure though. I hope I'm wrong. Whose voice did you hear? Jake couldn't imagine who else might be involved in the rustling ring. One of the ranch owners? Someone in town? Bronson Thornton. Where in the world could they be? Beth wrung her hands and looked out the window into the clear, dark night. She stood in the parlor with Charlotte, Abigail and Carissa, fearing the worst of the absent Jake and Matthew. Jake knew they ate dinner at 6, and in the past, he'd always sent word when he got held up. She turned and looked at Carissa, sitting in the parlor, her face taut. Her sister was trying hard not to show her fear, but it was written all over her features. Her tense shoulders, thin lips, chewing on her nails, all signs of worry for Carissa. I understand you girls are concerned, but I'm sure they just got stuck working, Charlotte said at an attempt at reassurance. Thomas will find out what happened. Thomas had ridden out to Jake's Uncle Tom's house, to the south of town, hoping the former sheriff would have some idea of what to do. When Charlotte got no response, she silently moved into the kitchen to start cleaning up their uneaten dinner. No one had much of an appetite. Beth looked at the clock. They were now 4 hours late, and the feeling in her gut had only intensified with each passing hour. She closed her eyes and prayed Jake would forgive her for what she was about to do. She glanced in the kitchen, Charlotte was busy and wouldn't notice her leave. Carissa caught her eye, and a silent conversation passed between the sisters. Abigail narrowed her eyes, watching the exchange, and Beth jerked her head for them to follow her out the door. As quiet as they could, mindful of every creaky board, they set off into the night. Carissa grabbed a lamp and matches off the porch, but the moon was so bright tonight, Beth hoped they wouldn't need it. Carissa was the first to speak. Do we start at the Circle H? I think so, Beth said in a whisper. I just can't shake the feeling this has to do with the rustlers. Carissa glanced at the house as they set off down the road. Me too. Matthew told me they were close, that the Texas Rangers are arriving tomorrow as backup. I assume that means they found the camp. Abigail spoke for the first time in hours. Wait 1 second. She ran to the cottage and ducked inside, coming out seconds later smoothing down her dress. She reached them and caught her breath. Do we know where their camp is? I might, Carissa said. The last few times I've brought Matthew lunch at the jail, he's been bent over a set of maps. He didn't say what they were specifically, but he'd marked an area north of the Circle H. Can you get us there? Beth asked. I think I can get us close. An hour later, the journey taking much longer on foot than horseback, the girls ducked behind the barn at the Circle H and through the north pasture. Beth prayed they wouldn't come upon any angry bulls tonight. They gave Keith's cabin a wide berth and did their best to avoid any cow patties, thankful for the bright moonlight. Had it been cloudy, there'd be no way they could have made it. They came upon a section of fence that looked like it had been in the process of being put up. Tools and posts were scattered about the ground, and Beth saw a fist-sized rock dropped beside them. Her stomach sank. He'd have never left things like this. Jake told me he was putting up fence out here today, she said, unable to elaborate past the knot in her throat. Thankfully, she didn't need to. Carissa put a hand on her shoulder and picked up a hammer by her foot. We'll find him, Bethy. Beth nodded and steeled herself. There'd be time to fall apart later. Right now, they needed to find their men. Jake heard the frustrated grunt Matthew let out after what he assumed was another unsuccessful attempt at reaching the knife in his boot. Most of the rustlers had sauntered into camp right at dusk and built a fire, but Jake hadn't seen Garrett and Junior yet. Just then, they heard raucous laughter coming from the east. Garrett and Junior had arrived, but they weren't alone. Jake felt his entire body tense as he looked down at the men who'd tried to kill Beth and Carissa. Hot rage flooded his body, and he felt his face redden as his pulse banged against his ribcage. You were right, he whispered to Matthew, who was tied on the opposite side of the tree from the gathering. Bronson and Bear are back. Matthew let out a hard breath, and Jake knew he was feeling much the same. They don't have the girls, do they? The fear in his friend's voice was apparent. Jake shook his head before he remembered Matthew couldn't see him. No, just Garrett and Junior. How in heaven's name did they hitch teams? One of the cowhands from the hanging bee pointed over to Matthew and Jake, and an evil grin spread across Bronson's face. He slowly ambled towards them, and Jake thought he saw him list to the side just a little. Bronson knelt down on the side of the tree so he could see both Jake and Matthew. Hello again, boys. How are those girls, yours? Neither man spoke. Jake accosted with both anger and nausea at the potent smell of whiskey on Bronson's breath. Good, that might work to their advantage. Bronson's smile fell from his face. I asked you boys a question. Now, you gonna answer, or am I gonna have to go find them myself? Jake's vision clouded at the periphery, and he knew if his hands were free, he'd like nothing better than to sink his fist in Bronson's face. Leave them alone, he growled. He speaks, Bronson chuckled. You've got the pretty blonde, huh? It's a shame I didn't get to have any fun with her when we kidnapped Em. Maybe I'll try to rectify that this time. Jake shuddered involuntarily and let out a growl that could only be described as that of a wild animal. He pulled at his bindings to no avail. Calm, Jake, Matthew said. His voice was tense as well. Don't give him what he wants. Oh, my old friend, the marshal, Bronson said. And how's Carissa doing? Don't even say her name, Matthew said. Jake had calmed enough to register the steel in Matthew's voice. He had a fleeting thought that he didn't ever want to be on the receiving end of that tone. Bronson chuckled before spitting in Matthew's face and patting Jake harshly on the cheek. We'll see about that. But in the meantime, I've got bigger fish to fry. He pulled a photo out of his pocket and showed his captives. The moon and fire were bright but not bright enough to make out the woman's features as far away from the flames as they were. Still, Jake thought she looked a lot like Abigail. This here's Abigail Hunter, Bronson said. Some of my new friends over there said she lives in town now. You know where? Jake took a deep breath. At least he didn't know she lived with Beth. Why would we help you? The steel hadn't left Matthew's voice. Bronson sat back and cocked his head. I don't know that you would there, Marshal, but if you don't, I may just go have to find that pretty wife yours and pick up where we left off. Jake knew Matthew was about to lose his hard-fought cool and jumped in. How'd you even get hooked up with these guys anyway? We made a mutually beneficial arrangement. We needed to get Miss Hunter and return her to New Orleans, and maybe kill a meddling marshal in the meantime, and they needed to get a nosy deputy turned cowboy out of their way. So you joined forces, Matthew said. What do you want with Miss Hunter? Seems small time for you. Well now, I can't be tellin' ya everything, but let's just say her father's business associate has plans to take care o' her now that her father's passed. Beth had alluded that Abigail was running from some bad men in New Orleans but hadn't felt it was her place to tell anymore. Jake respected that but now really wished he knew who Bronson and Bear were working for. Neither man responded, and Bronson pulled a flask from his vest pocket and took another swig. An owl hooted in the distance, and the men by the fire grew rowdier by the minute. "I'll be back, boys," Bronson said. "Don't you worry." Chapter 18. Beth, Abigail, and Carissa trudged through the thick forest, wishing it wouldn't give them away to light a lantern. Beth held a hammer she'd taken from the pile of tools and fencing, while Carissa carried a mallet. Beth prayed they wouldn't need to use them, but she felt better with some measure of protection. She turned to Carissa and whispered, "Are you sure we're going the right way?" Carissa nodded and spoke in low, harried tones. "It should be another half-mile ahead if the spot he circled is their camp." If not, they were back to where they started. Heavy footfalls sounded behind them on the dry leaves, fallen from the oak trees that sat among the pines. Beth stopped in her tracks as she listened. Fear raced through her body, settling in her gut. She turned, saying a prayer the trees would block enough moonlight for them to hide or that the Lord would favor them in a fight, as he had with the Israelites. What she didn't expect was to see Keith and what looked to be two other hands from the Circle H, doing their best to sneak through the woods, though barely stifling their footfalls. "Beth," Keith hissed. "What in tarnation are you doing out here? You tryin' to get yourself killed, girl?" "Jake never came for dinner tonight, and neither did Matthew," she said, her tone calm but brooking no argument. "If we wait for the Texas Rangers tomorrow, they could be dead. And just what do you think you're gonna do about it?" Keith eyed the hammer and mallet in her hand. "3 women with a couple of farm tools gonna take on 8 or more men?" "We don't mean to start a fight," Carissa cut in. "We just needed something to defend ourselves should trouble find us." "You're lookin' for trouble, girl," Keith groaned. "I'm looking for my husband," Carissa said with a fire in her voice and glare that Beth had never seen. "Now, we'd welcome you to come with us, but you'll be there as support, not adversary. Otherwise, I'm sure your cabin's warmer than the night air." She turned on her heel and left Keith sputtering behind her. "Oh, course we're comin'," Keith grumbled. "But if I didn't at least try to get you to see reason, both your men would have my hide." Beth put a hand on Keith's shoulder. "Then we're happy to have you." She truly did feel better having a couple of men along, heavy-footed though they were. "This here's Daniel and Hitch, 2-0, the hands from the Circle H," Keith said as he gestured to the tall, broad young man he called Daniel and the shorter, lankier Hitch. "Nice to meet you both," Beth said quietly. "But I could hear y'all coming from a while back, so you've got to step softly or we'll need to leave you here." Both men nodded, and the group moved forward to follow Carissa, this time slower and softer. They caught up to her shortly, and Beth turned to Daniel and whispered, "How is it y'all knew we were out here?" "We didn't at first," he whispered back. "Hitch and I were worried when Jake didn't come back tonight. It's not like him. We decided to go let Keith know in case something was wrong, and right about the time he came out, we saw y'all out in the north pasture and followed you. Garrett has line shack duty, but he wasn't there either. We got suspicious. I didn't realize Matthew was missing too, or I'd have sent one of them to alert Mr. Hyatt. Right now, I'm debating keeping as many men here as we can or sending one for help since I imagine none of you ladies are willing to go." All 3 women shook their heads, Abigail's hand going to the pocket of her dress. Keith signed and turned to Hitch. "I need you to be quiet and quick, boy. Go back to the ranch and tell Mr. Hyatt what's happened. Tell him to send for Tom Carson, and then you and Slim ride to the neighboring ranches to round up a posse. Bring Em back here, and quick." Hitch nodded and took off through the woods, quieter than Beth might have expected. They walked for a moment more until Carissa stopped cold and held up a hand for the others to follow suit. She pointed northeast. There, about 100 yards away, was smoke from a campfire drifting through the tree branches into the night sky. They'd found the camp. They moved close enough to see the camp but far enough away to provide some cover behind some overgrowth. Praise the Lord for English ivy. They ducked behind a rocky outcropping covered in the invasive foliage, Beth peering just over the top. Keith put his hand on her shoulder and pulled her down before raising his own Stetson-clad head just high enough to see what was happening. She saw his eyes narrow and then widen in the moonlight, and he dropped behind the rock. She said a prayer Hitch would find help soon. A terrifyingly familiar voice sounded from the camp. "You sure you don't know where Miss Hunter is, Carson?" Beth turned to Abigail, the shock plain on her friend's face. "'Cause I feel like you're lying to me." She heard the smack of hand on flesh and a low grunt. "And you know how I hate liars." Jake spit out the blood that pooled in his mouth but still didn't respond. It was no use. He'd die before he'd tell Bronson the truth that would lead him to the cottage, and if he said she'd been here but left, at least one of the men here was liable to have seen her in town. He was stuck. Some of the hands from other ranches had been grumbling about the way things were going since Bronson and Bear joined up. Seems they didn't want to be associated with kidnapping and the murder of a lawman and a cowboy. Ben Hatfield from the Double G leaned forward from his perch on a log, head in his hands. Matthew'd been right. The boy didn't belong here. Garrett approached then, his face betraying fear and maybe a little regret at teaming up with these hardened outlaws. He started to speak, but Bronson, full of rage and whiskey at this point, landed a punch to his gut, and Garrett staggered backward. "Don't start with me again, boy." Bronson's eyes burned bright with hatred. What had Garrett done? To his credit, Garrett stood to his full height, still shorter than Bronson. "I just wanted to let you know one of the men heard some movement in the woods that direction." He pointed to the southwest. "Thought you'd want to know." Jake's gut clenched, and something deep inside him told him it was Beth. His brave, foolish girl had come to rescue him but would probably end up getting herself killed in the process. Shouts sounded by the fire, catching their attention. Jake, Bronson, and Garrett turned toward the commotion and spied four of the hands yelling at Junior. "We didn't sign up for this. This ain't how you said it would go. Killin' a lawman's a hangin' offense." Rustling was a hanging offense too, in Texas, but Jake wasn't feeling charitable enough to tell them that. Let them get riled, maybe it'd work to their advantage. Garrett rushed over to the angry cowpokes, all in various stages of drunkenness just as the first punch was thrown. A brawl broke out, fists and curses flying. Bronson made his way toward the group, slowly, as if just interested to spectate. Jake heard a rustle at his side and saw a streak of blonde hair and a blue dress coming his way. "Beth." His heart raced as she approached, a quick glance at Bronson telling him he hadn't noticed her since his back was to them. She reached them and knelt down. "Yell at me later," she hissed. "Do either of you have a knife?" Matthew spoke then, the first time Jake had heard him in hours. "Left boot." "Is Carissa here?" Beth didn't answer as she sliced through the bindings. Bronson turned back with a grin on his face, only to notice Beth. The grin turned to a snarl. Jake watched as Bronson charged closer, pulling his pistol and aiming it at Beth. Jake pulled his last binding with enough force to snap the rope and threw Beth to the ground. His body shielded hers from the shots firing overhead. He waited, expecting to feel the blasting heat of a gunshot wound but felt nothing. He glanced back at Bronson to see the man holding a bloody hand, his pistol on the ground. Matthew had pulled himself free the rest of the way and stood to barrel into Bronson, knocking them both down in the process. Jake spied Bear approaching now and ran to do the same. The entire camp was a flurry of chaos and flying fists. "Beth," he yelled as he blocked a punch from Bear, "run." Beth didn't know what to do. Abigail lowered a small derringer and ran to help her up, just as Garrett ran toward the women with a menacing look on his face, sporting a black eye and busted lip. He must not have seen Abigail's gun, or assumed she'd fired both the bullets it held. At Beth's feet was the hammer she'd taken from the farm. She dropped to retrieve it and swung with all her might at Garrett, a thud informing her she'd made contact. He crumpled to the ground just as blood began to ooze from just above his ear. The heat of adrenaline raced through her. She hoped she hadn't killed him, but she'd do it before she'd let them take her. Still, as she eyed the man at their feet, she hoped she hadn't done any permanent damage. "Not bad," Abigail said as he crumpled in a heap before them. Beth motioned to the derringer in her hand, "Not bad yourself." She couldn't muster any real sense of pride with the way Jake and Matthew still wrestled the men on the ground. Matthew looked to be gaining hold due to Bronson's injured hand, but Jake and Bear still fought at full speed. Matthew shouted then. Beth. Bring me some of the rope. She took as much of it as she could and rushed it to her brother-in-law, who'd finally bested Bronson. As she passed the pistol he'd left on the ground, she kicked it toward Abigail, who scrambled to retrieve it. Matthew had Bronson on his stomach and tied both his feet and hands together in such an unnatural angle that Beth didn't think he'd ever get himself free. He moved over, Beth assumed to help Jake, but realized Jake had knocked Bear unconscious and had already started tying the man in the same fashion Matthew had tied Bronson. Two of the hands sat back to back, Keith tying them together around the chests with rope he'd brought himself. How had she not noticed that? Daniel did the same with two more. All four of them looked like they'd had better days. Two sported black eyes, while blood poured from another's nose. The fourth breathed in shallow like Carissa had after she'd taken a punch to the gut at the hands of their father. One hand, a boy Beth hadn't recognized but couldn't be more than 17, held his hands out to Keith. The look on his face stirred Beth's heart and she thought of the boy Cade had been when he joined their father. She guessed the other two hands had run off. Jake finished tightening the rope around Bear and looked around, piercing Beth with his gaze. He crossed the clearing at a run and stopped just short of crashing into her. Why, how, he sighed and wrapped her in his arms before pulling back and examining every inch of her he could see. His eyes darkened. Are you all right? She turned his face gently to look at his cheek, turning blue already from Bronson's hit and his bruised knuckles from fighting Bear. I think I should be asking you that question. Woman, I told you you were gonna be the death of me. He kissed her gently before pulling her back to his chest. Matthew's voice sounded from where he just finished tying the still unconscious Garrett. Beth, where's Carissa? She could hear the fear in her brother-in-law's voice, but just as she started to answer, the woman in question rode in on Jake's horse Thaddeus, at least 15 men riding in behind her. Pete, Thomas, and Jake's Uncle Tom were among them. How in the world did they get here so fast? And when had Carissa joined them? Carissa swung down off the horse and ran into her husband's arms. Matthew wasn't as banged up as Jake, but he'd sport a few bruises tomorrow. The light began to crest over the valley below, and Beth spied one half of what all this trouble was about in the form of the stolen cattle. The other half stood next to her, red hair falling out of her braid, still holding a death grip on her derringer. Chapter 19. Jake wasn't sure how he'd ever let go of Beth. Seeing her run into the fray as the cowboys fought, the look in Bronson's eyes when he spotted her, he'd never forget it. He pulled her in closer and felt her relax at his side. Uncle Tom, Mr. Hyatt, Pete, Thomas and Keith joined Harold Barstow and Forrest Underwood in securing the rustlers for transport. Slim, Daniel, Hitch and a few other hands from the other ranches had taken off in search of the ones who'd gotten away. Uncle Tom had just finished double-checking the knots holding Garrett's ropes when the man finally woke up. He groaned, and Jake noticed Beth's head pop in that direction before she sighed in what he assumed was relief. The hammer on the ground at her feet might have saved her life, but he was glad Garrett hadn't died from the knock. Beth didn't need that on her conscience. Jake couldn't help but hope the man had a mean headache though. With the one he sported himself, he hoped the whole group of outlaws would be feeling their injuries for a few days. Mr. Hyatt approached them, his face awash with both exhaustion and relief. Carson, you all right, son? I am, sir, Jake said. I thank y'all for comin' when you did. It was our pleasure. Beth glanced up at Mr. Hyatt. If you don't mind me asking, sir, how did the posse get here so fast? Mr. Hyatt grinned and gestured to Thomas as he approached. I'd say you have the Reverend to thank for that. Her eyes widened, and she turned to Thomas. Thomas chuckled. If by that you mean my prayers, the Almighty's hand of provision was all over tonight. Pete was still in the livery, even at that late hour, for me to rent a horse and ride out to Tom's place. When I told him what happened, he insisted on coming with me. Jake caught Pete's eye and nodded his thanks. They might have both been interested in the same girl, but Pete was a good man. Thomas continued. As soon as I explained what had happened, we both felt it necessary to speak with Mr. Hyatt, but by the time we got there, he and Slim had already noticed Jake, Daniel, and Hitch missing, so they rode to a couple other ranches to gather some men. I just felt it in my gut, Mr. Hyatt said. Something wasn't right and we needed help, praying the Lord would show us how. Right about the time the men came in with Harold and Forrest, the Reverend and Tom rode in with Pete, explaining that Matthew was missing too and sharing their suspicions. Just as we tacked up a few more mounts, Hitch came barreling in from the north pasture. We followed him almost all the way in, but it was Mrs. Carmichael that led us all the way. Beth turned to her sister in surprise. Carissa smiled. I wasn't going to put the baby in danger by running out into the chaos, she said as Matthew tightened his arm around her and kissed her head. But I wanted to make sure the posse knew right where to go and what they were riding into. As I said, Thomas added, the Lord had us well in hand today. Matthew let go of Carissa long enough to help Tom and Keith lift Bear onto one horse and Bronson on another. Matthew turned to Tom, you think you could ride back and intercept the Texas Rangers who are supposed to arrive this morning? If it's all right with Mr. Hyatt, I'd like to use the stalls at the Circle H as makeshift jail cells. There isn't room at the jail for this many prisoners. I'm happy to lend our stables to see these men behind bars, Mr. Hyatt said. Tom nodded and mounted his horse. I'll have them there as soon as I can. Oh, and Tom, Matthew said. Wyatt Collier came to me yesterday and told me the widow Hammond had fallen. Her house is where I was when I was captured. Can someone go check on her and find Wyatt? I want to ask him a few questions. Will do, Tom said. He glanced at the bound men. I hope they brought more than one prisoner wagon. The group mounted what horses were left and made their way back through the woods to the Circle H with Beth, Carissa, and Abigail riding double with Jake, Matthew and Keith. Jake didn't mind one bit. They made good time considering half their men walked, leading horses that carried prisoners. They arrived at the ranch to find Daniel, Hitch, and Slim had already tied the two escaped rustlers from Forrest Underwood's ranch to trees just outside the barn. Jake thought they looked mighty pleased with themselves. The posse transferred the prisoners to the barn, and Matthew asked for something to wrap up Bronson's wounded hand. Jake hadn't realized Abigail carried a derringer, but it might just have saved all their lives today. Abigail had never been more exhausted in her entire life, but she knew she couldn't go home yet. The Rangers would no doubt want to question her. She didn't know how men Nigel sent could have joined up with the cattle rustlers, but Jake had filled them in on their way back. Her shoulders burned with the tension she carried. Should she just leave? Give her statement and go before she caused these good people any more grief? But where would she go? Beth and Carissa approached then, putting gentle hands on her shoulders. None of this is your fault, Carissa said. Abigail's eyes widened. How did you? Because we've been where you are, Beth said. Our father rode into a church picnic full of innocent people looking for us, firing off guns and nearly giving Minerva Kincaid a heart attack. You don't think we felt guilty? I wondered if they wouldn't all be better off if we left. Thankfully, Carissa had more faith in our town than I did. They rallied around us, Carissa added. And they'll do the same for you. Abigail felt the tears pool in her eyes. But Nigel, he won't stop. He'll dash. Beth cut her off. Trust in the Lord, Abigail. He has been faithful to you this far, he'll be faithful again. Abigail nodded, unable to speak past the lump in her throat. She'd stay here, at least for now. These people were home. The Texas Rangers arrived, and Beth was almost as relieved seeing this group locked up in the prisoner wagons as she had been seeing her brothers behind bars. Before they left, they questioned Jake, Matthew, Keith, Mr. Hyatt and the ranch owners, Beth, Carissa and Abigail. Abigail was last, and Beth could almost see her frayed nerves as she told her story to the lawmen. Matthew stood with her, and for that, Beth was thankful. She thought back to all the interviews she'd given lawmen about her father and brothers. Having a friendly face nearby for support made all the difference. Abigail finished giving her statement and made her way inside to the porch to where Lillian Hyatt had laid out a spread of biscuits, pastries, jams and jellies, and fresh cider. Beth and Carissa sat in rocking chairs, nursing cups of cider. Carissa saw her approach first. "All done?" "For now," Abigail said. "They said they'd have to pass on my testimony to the U.S. Marshals since Nigel falls outside their jurisdiction. I'm to expect another round of questioning, but Matthew says he'll keep me apprised of the situation." "Good," Carissa said before turning to Lillian. "Thank you so much for this, Lillian. I think we'll head home now." "Get some rest, dear," Lillian said. They found Thomas talking to Mr. Hyatt, Jake and Keith. He'd said he would bring them home when they were ready. Mr. Hyatt offered his wagon so they'd be more comfortable, an offer they gratefully accepted. Keith and Thomas hitched the team while Matthew and Jake said
Goodbye.
Jake pulled Beth into his arms and rested his head atop hers. She didn't think she'd ever get over how safe she felt there, head against his chest, wrapped in his strength. He pulled back and smoothed her hair back from her face. She couldn't imagine what it must look like after the night. The sun was high in the sky by now, but the brightest thing in her life at that moment was Jake, leaning in for a chaste kiss and a promised, "See you soon." She pulled back and joined Thomas and Abigail in the wagon, taking Jake's hand up rather than climbing in herself. She caught his smirk just as he let go and extended the same hand to Carissa. Thomas urged the team forward, and they headed back to town, thankful for the Lord's hand last night and their comfortable beds at home. "Well," Matthew said as he approached Jake and the others, "it was just as we suspected. Junior and Garrett set the dynamite at the smithy." Jake let out a breath. He'd known it was a possibility, but it still infuriated him. "Ben Hatfield tell you?" "Yep. He gave us all we needed to know about the situation. That Garrett and Junior had been the masterminds. They'd slowly recruited other hands from neighboring ranches when they hit the saloons on the weekends. By the time Ben realized just how deep he'd gotten, he couldn't find a way out. He said he didn't know they planted the dynamite in the forge until he heard them talking about it later. Apparently, they thought Keith was getting suspicious and wanted to take him out of commission for a while. They were right about that," Keith grunted. "You believe Hatfield?" "I do," Matthew said. "He's young and easily manipulated. Plus, he's got a chip on his shoulder the size of Texas. Pretty potent combination. The Rangers said they'll ask the judge to look kindly on his cooperation." "I hope so," Jake said, thinking of Cade and how he'd been in a similar position not too long ago. Mr. Hyatt gave Jake the rest of the day off, so he decided he'd clean up a little. The washtub in the back room of the bunkhouse wasn't fancy, but it did the job well enough. He opened the door to grab the buckets they used to fill the tub and found it had already been filled. It didn't look used, and a pot sat on the wood stove to heat. Someone must have had the same idea. He'd wait his turn. The door opened again, and Jake looked back to see Daniel enter the bunkhouse with a clean towel he must have gotten from Mrs. Hyatt. Daniel tossed Jake the towel and said, "Figured you could use a bath, we could smell you 10 feet away." He laughed and stepped back toward the door. The strapping farm boy left before Jake could utter his thanks. Chapter 20. The next day, Jake found himself back in his familiar spot in the pew next to Beth, listening to Thomas preach as though he hadn't just helped round up a band of outlaws and cattle rustlers. It being Christmas Eve, Thomas told the Christmas story from the view of Joseph, claiming a woman he could have cast aside and raising the Son of God. He asked what man among them would be willing to do such a thing? Jake listened and found himself sliding into the moment as well, as though he hadn't been knocked out and tied against a tree. As though he hadn't feared for Beth's safety and wanted nothing more than to kill Bronson Thornton when he'd threatened her. He hadn't, though, and he hadn't killed Bear. He knew Matthew fought the same battle as he'd wrestled with Bronson and was thankful the Lord had given them enough clarity to fight to capture, not kill. If he'd have gotten his hands on the man a few months ago, it probably would have ended differently. Thomas continued, telling the story of the wise men coming from the east, the shepherds following the star to Bethlehem. He discussed the fulfillment of prophecy and the meaning of Emmanuel, God with us. Jake had heard it all before, but it felt a little sweeter this year. The familiarity was comforting. He looked down at Beth, and she caught his gaze with a smile. The resilience of this woman was amazing. No matter what happened, she just popped right back up and kept going. Her faith in the Lord was inspiring, and he prayed he'd be able to lead her well as a husband. He took her hand in his and ran his thumb in slow circles over her soft skin. She sighed softly and leaned her head against his shoulder, the perfect height to do so without being too obvious. She felt good there, and he knew beyond any doubt he wanted her there for the rest of his life. This morning as they walked to church, he told her of his decision to wait until he was officially installed as foreman to ask her to marry him. He'd sensed the tiniest disappointment, but she understood his need to have a home to bring her to before they got engaged. Neither of them wanted a long engagement. As he sat next to her in the pew, he was overcome with a picture of them doing this very thing many years from now. Their children and grandchildren sitting around them as he held her hand and she leaned her head on his shoulder. With the lifetime he planned to give her, they could wait a few months and do this right. Thomas dismissed them and, rather than the normal Sunday lunch, everyone went home to have the meal with their families before it was time to ready the town for the Christmas festival that evening. Ginger Halstead rushed toward Beth as they made their way out the door and pulled her in for a tight hug. "Beth, I know you want to get home after all that's happened, but I just want to say what an amazing job you did. The town looks absolutely beautiful." Beth beamed under the praise. "Thank you, Ginger. It was truly my pleasure." Ginger patted her on the shoulder and said, "Well, I'm glad because I was going to ask you to do it next year too." The women laughed, and as Ginger went to meet her family, Carissa appeared from behind Beth and said with a wink, "Told you it'd become your responsibility." Jake put his arm around Beth as they reached the ground. "Of course it's her responsibility now. Have you seen how good it looks?" Beth blushed a pretty shade of pink, but she flashed him that smile that made him feel 10 feet tall. They might both be at peace with the decision to wait to marry, but it didn't mean this wouldn't be a long 8 months. That evening, Jake knocked on the door of the parsonage just before 5 o'clock, the air crisp and sun setting quickly. Jake supposed it was cold outside, but he could feel little else but the warmth of expectation. The battle for their future was over, though the journey had only begun. He knew there would be difficult times, but no longer would they lie in his lack of faith in the Lord's work in his life or, hopefully, anyone associated with the Jones gang. Matthew had received word from Dallas that all the prisoners had been successfully transported and would stand trial soon. Jake and Matthew would likely have to attend, but, thankfully, the judge didn't think it necessary Beth, Carissa, or Abigail come along since they hadn't been in their presence all that long. Charlotte opened the door with a warm smile. "Evening, Jake. They'll be down in a moment." "Sounds good, thank you, Charlotte." He was taking both Beth and Abigail to the Christmas festival since Abigail didn't have an escort, and Thomas and Charlotte were making rounds to pick up a few elderly church members, Widow Hammond among them. Despite what Wyatt Collier had been sent to tell Matthew the day they were kidnapped, she hadn't fallen. She'd been in Hunter's Gap visiting a sick cousin that day, and one of the turncoat hands from the Underwood Ranch sent the boy to lure Matthew into a trap. He straightened his tie for the 10th time in the last hour and hoped to steal a few kisses tonight, despite having company. As nice as alone time with Beth was, he didn't mind it though. He'd be forever grateful to Abigail for shooting Bronson, keeping him from Beth. That, and he knew Beth had her eye open for any single men Abigail might enjoy spending time with. Jake heard a throat clear and looked up the stairs to find Beth, looking as beautiful as he'd ever seen her. The bodice of her dress was red, accented in green ribbon and lace. Her hair was in a long braid that fell over her right shoulder, a few gentle curls out to frame her face. Her dress was beautiful, but it was her smile that had him speechless. That smile that lit up a room and the dark parts of his heart. She looked like an angel. She reached the bottom of the stairs, and Thomas, who just appeared to stand next to him in the entryway, nudged him forward. That snapped Jake out of his trance, and he reached Beth in 2 strides. He lifted her hand to his lips and pressed a soft kiss to the backs of her fingers. "You look beautiful, Beth." If possible, her smile got even bigger, and she blushed that perfect shade of pink. "Thank you. You cleaned up pretty nicely yourself, cowboy." She took the last step to the floor and looked up to see Abigail descend the stairs in a dark blue dress he recognized from Beth's collection, but doubted many would. He didn't remember seeing her in it for a while. You look mighty pretty too, Abigail. She smiled. Thank you, Jake. They made their way out to the buggy Jake had rented, and he helped both ladies into the rig. Thomas and Charlotte waved.
Goodbye.
We'll see you there in a bit, Charlotte said as Thomas loaded the last of her contributions to dinner in the wagon. Have fun. They set off, and Jake realized he hadn't seen the town center done up fully yet. He'd seen the decorations that had been there all week, but Beth said there was more to be added just for the festival itself. Jake realized he wasn't sure when she'd had time to add them, so he turned to her then. Did you get the rest of the decorations put up? Ginger Halstead and Kristen Buchanan came by yesterday to get the last of my boxes and told me they'd take care of it, wanted me to get some rest after everything. That was kind of them, Jake said. He made a note to thank both ladies. It was. Has Keith mentioned new hires now that Garrett and Junior are gone? Jake nodded. Yes, he's actually hiring 3 new hands immediately, and then the normal group that comes through every spring and summer will be here in March. Abigail leaned up from the other side of Beth, curiosity etched on her face. How does that work? Jake realized, being from New Orleans, she'd probably never been around a ranch before. Groups of cowboys come through every spring. Sometimes, it's the same men, but there's always a few new faces. They'll come with a recommendation or two, have an interview about their experience and knowledge, and get hired on from about March to the cattle drives in late July and early August. Once the cattle are sold at market, they'll collect their pay and move on. How interesting, Abigail said as she sat back. She looked contemplative. Beth added, it's a hard life, being a traveling cowboy. Many nights are spent sleeping outside on the cold ground, but from what I understand, they wouldn't trade the freedom for anything. Jake nodded and the group rode the rest of the way to the festival in a comfortable silence. The fires had already been lit, for temporary fire pits created for the evening. 2 flickered near the areas people would spread their blankets, while the others were near the dance floor but far enough away that no dresses might unwittingly catch a spark. Candles lined the boardwalk railing and lanterns hung from its covering. As the sun had already begun to fall behind the trees, the effect was truly stunning. Beth gasped and elbowed Abigail. Look, it's Diamond and Oliver. Oh, she looks so beautiful, and they both look so happy. Diamond and Oliver indeed had already arrived and spread out a blanket next to Mrs. Grady's. Jake looked down at Beth. Is that the dress you made for her? Beth smiled. Yes, the coloring really is perfect for her. You did an incredible job, he said as he pulled the brake. By the way, where did this one come from? He gestured to the dress she wore that had taken his breath away. Oh, she giggled. I made this dress last year, hoping someone might ask me to go to the festival with them, but they didn't. It felt like a dress for a special night, so I decided to save it and went with another. He closed his hands at her waist, lifted her down from the buggy, and pulled her in close. He whispered in her ear, I'm glad you saved it for me. The light was lower now, but he could still see the blush rise on her cheeks. He chuckled and pulled back to help Abigail down before taking Beth's hand and leading her toward the area where people had begun gathering. Before long, Charlotte and Thomas arrived with Widow Hammond and another elderly couple from church, the Corleys. Matthew and Carissa arrived and spread their blanket next to the Fosters and Jake, Beth and Abigail. They talked as they ate, Matthew sharing that Mayor Kincaid had approached him about training Oliver as a deputy. Jake's eyes widened. What did you say? Matthew shrugged. He's a good kid, a hard worker, but just hasn't found his purpose. I know the mayor's trying to get him to settle down before he and Diamond get serious, so why not? He might turn out to be the best deputy I ever had. He winked and nudged Jake in the ribs. Hey, Jake said, I make no claim to be an outstanding lawman. That's your job, brother. Plus, I technically never worked for you. The group laughed, and conversation turned to plans Thomas had to expand their small church building with the recent growth they'd experienced. The feast was bountiful, but Jake thought the company was even better. As soon as they'd finished eating and Mr. Thompson took up his fiddle, Jake held out his hand. Care to dance, my love? Her sharp intake of breath had him hoping she never got used to him telling how much he loved her. She stood and they danced for what felt like hours and seconds, all at the same time. Everyone else at the festival faded into the background as the only one he noticed was her. Her eyes. Her smile. The way her hand felt in his, and the way she fit so perfectly in his arms. Far too soon, Mr. Thompson called for the last song and thanked everyone on the committee for their hard work making this year's festival the best yet. When he called Beth's name, she looked embarrassed but did a quick curtsy before taking Jake's hand again. He thought she deserved all the accolades and more, but knew it'd embarrass her if he drew any more attention. He pulled her back to him for the last dance, perfect in the moonlight. He knew the air must be chilly but didn't feel it at all. He lowered his lips to kiss Beth on the forehead and heard her soft sigh. "Jake," she said, "thank you for making this a night special enough to wear this dress, and thank you for making this the best Christmas ever." She grinned, and he knew there were multiple layers of meaning behind her statement. "Let me get one thing straight," Jake said, unable to keep his own grin from his face. "Soon, I plan to marry you, and I plan to make all your Christmases special for the rest of your days." Tears filled her eyes, but the joy radiating from her face was palpable. "Sounds good to me, cowboy." Epilogue. Pine Creek, Texas. August, 1874. "If you let me step in a hole or a cow patty, Jake Carson, I will put salt in the next batch of cookies I make you." Why in the world the man insisted on blindfolding her all the way from town was beyond her. "I'm going to see Carissa and the baby this afternoon, and I don't want to smell like cow dung." Her niece, Edith Grace Carmichael, had been born 2 weeks before. A tiny, perfect bundle of joy and named after Mama. Beth had never seen anything so beautiful. She prayed for the day Cade could meet her. He'd written a few more times. He still met with the pastor and seemed to be softening toward the idea of God, but she knew he had a long way to go. He'd also been assigned to apprentice under the blacksmith there. She wondered if Matthew and Marshall Green had had something to do with that. "I won't let you fall, Beth," Jake said. "I promise." She could hear his grin even though she couldn't see it. How silly they must look. He'd shown up at the parsonage with Mr. Hyatt's wagon and told her to get in. As soon as she had, he'd blindfolded her and hadn't given her any hints as to where they were going. Now, he'd lifted her from the wagon and guided her as she walked the uneven ground that must be pastureland from the smell, and the sound of the wind rustling through tall grasses. He stopped. "Are you ready?" "Am I ready for what?" Beth tried to fake an air of frustration, when really it was all very exciting. "Beth Jones, may I present to you our home?" He pulled off the blindfold, and she realized they stood in the north pasture at the Circle H. In front of her was Keith's cottage that had just become Jake's when they'd returned from the cattle drive and Keith retired. Only, it didn't look like Keith's cottage. Awe filled her at the sight. "Jake, what did you do?" His grin spread wide as he took her hand to pull her inside. "We added a few things. Keith was kind enough to let us work on it while he still lived here." "A few things?" They'd added a front porch that wrapped around 3 sides of the house, an extra 2 bedrooms, and outfitted the kitchen like a family lived there rather than a confirmed bachelor. He led her out the back door and she gasped. "You planted a garden too?" "Oh, Jake." Tears filled her eyes at the wonder. "Do you like it?" He seemed so hopeful as he rushed on. "We'd always planned to add the bedrooms, but Lillian helped us decide what you'd need in the kitchen and suggested the porch. She also helped us tend the garden this summer so you'd have food to put up for the winter, since you said you wanted to learn more about preserving." She went ahead and started putting some of it up. "You say we. Who all helped you?" She'd bake them all cakes to thank them. As for the building, Keith, Daniel, Hitch, Slim, our 2 new hands Russ and Ben, as well as Mr. Hyatt and Matthew on occasion when he could get away. Thomas did some of the smaller pieces inside. Beth was already spilling with gratitude, and he hadn't even shown her everything yet. He led her back inside to the pantry where the shelves already boasted jars upon jars of canned goods Lillian had put up for her. Herbs hung from strings reaching wall to wall and filled the room with the most delicious scent. He led her out into the kitchen, and she took a closer look at the cabinets, drawers, and wash basin. They'd truly thought of everything. I figured you'd want to decorate things yourself, so we left that to you, but I did get us some chairs for the porch and for the time being. He continued to pull her through the house, tears starting to spill down her cheeks. He stopped at a closed door and nearly bounced from excitement. She didn't think she'd ever seen him act this way, but then, the house was perfect. She felt like bouncing herself. He opened the door and inside stood the most perfect sewing room she'd ever seen. He'd built her a desk with notepads and loose paper, as well as pencils for sketching her designs. There was a comfortable padded chair in the corner with a soft green fabric. Her eyes continued their trek around the room before they froze. Jake, you didn't. The tears she'd only just gotten under control flowed freely again. There, on top of a narrow table, stood a sewing machine, one she never dreamed she'd be able to afford. It was black with a beautiful gold design adorning the front, the whole system affixed into a wooden desk with iron legs. The treadle sitting below it stand a foot height and 4 drawers and a pull-out slide made this the most beautiful piece of machinery she'd ever seen. I thought it'd help with the business, as well as the sewing you and Abigail are doing with the church. Beth wiped her eyes. Sewing for those who could no longer see like they used to, women whose hands shook now, and families who needed a little extra help had become a passion for her. A few months ago, Abigail suggested it after visiting the widow Hammond and helping her with some mending. Beth couldn't believe she'd never thought of it before. She'd finally found her spot to serve within the body of Christ, and the fact that Jake realized that warmed her to her core. She turned to Jake. How did you afford this? I thought they were only available in factories. As a single man I mostly stayed with my Uncle Tom or even bedded down at the jail, and now, my expenses have still been minimal with sleeping and taking my meals at the bunkhouse. I wanted you to have this, Beth, so I've been saving for it since I realized I was in love with you, basically the whole time I've known you. I know you'll still do a lot of work at the shop, but I talked to Charlotte, Carissa, and Lillian and they all thought you'd appreciate a more efficient way to work from home someone's children came. And as to how I obtained it, Mrs. Grady may have pulled some strings for me. Beth could stand it no longer, she turned and kissed Jake full on the mouth. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her in close before stepping back and running the backs of his fingers along her cheek. He took her hand and brought her back out to the front porch. She glanced at the rocking chairs and imagined how beautiful the view would be at sunset. There was a small picket fence surrounding their little slice of the Circle H, probably designed to keep animals out of her garden. The creek flowed in the distance, its sound trickling through the air. High, green grass stretched out to the woods where trees, both pine and otherwise, were all leafed out and rustling in the wind. It felt like the presence of God had settled over this land and this house, murmuring reassurances of his love for her with every lap of water, every whisper of wind on his creation. She turned to tell Jake just that, but found him down on one knee behind her, holding a small ring box. Beth, he said, voice husky with feeling, I think I've loved you since the moment I laid eyes on you, falling flat on your backside that day your wagon broke down. She chuckled at the memory. But what I didn't know then, he continued, was that I didn't have to do anything special to be worthy of you beyond following the Lord wherever he led. I know that now, that my worth isn't in what I can give you or my title, it's in him and his work in my life. And, if you'll let me, I want to continue that work with you by my side. I want to lead our family in faith, loving the Lord with everything we have. Beth Jones, will you marry me? Through tears and a mile-wide smile, Beth took his hand as he stood to his feet. I thought you'd never ask. The end. Dear reader, I hope you've enjoyed The Faith Legacy. Be sure to subscribe to my page so you're notified when I upload new stories.